The orientation ceremony for the freshmen at Korea University is underway. The speaker congratulates the new students, acknowledging the tough competition they overcame to get there. Shin So-yoon arrives at the auditorium, thinking to herself that it must have already started. She is an important person who will protect our society in the future. The speaker continues, stating that according to the changing spirit of time, their Korea University. Shin So-yoon is called out by name. Startled, Shin So-yoon turns to see who is calling her. She asks if she is too late, but the student in the red hoodie assures her that it has just started. Back on stage, the speaker continues, announcing that next, they will have a congratulatory speech from the vice president. He didn't say anything that was worth listening to. The student in the red hoodie thinks to himself that he is bored, and that he thought it would be like a party since it was a welcoming orientation for the freshmen. The student in the red hoodie continues to think that American kids had a lot of fun playing, eating, and drinking, but this is a university, and they're just like that when they're 20. The student in the red hoodie is still on Shin So-yoon's mind. She wonders aloud what happened to him. The other student clarifies that she's referring to the boy who prepared the law school interview with him. The student in the red hoodie identifies him as Han Young-hoon. Shin So-yoon realizes that Young-hoon couldn't come to the orientation. The GPA was close, but it finally dropped, she thinks. It's too bad, as he seemed like a good friend. The other student interjects, saying that Young-hoon passed. Shin So-yoon is confused, wondering who else would have gotten in if he had failed. Shin So-yoon realizes that he just couldn't come, exclaiming that she understands. The student in the red hoodie wonders why he didn't come, but the other student says there were a lot of explanations today, and that it's something he says all the time. Meanwhile, Young-hoon arrives home, thinking about how he has to do the laundry and clean the mold in the bathroom today. He collapses on his bed, wondering when he'll get to study again. He receives a message reminding him that the orientation isn't over yet. Now, Han Young-hoon reflects on the financial burden of university, feeling as though he's paying a participation fee for nothing, with student fees totaling 150,000 won per semester. He thinks about how he doesn't understand why people can't come to the orientation because they don't have the money when he's not even asking them to pay tuition. He muses that there are dangerous people in the world who spend more than 7,000 won a day. He sighs, lying on his bed, overwhelmed by the situation. Han Young-hoon wonders if he can handle law school and keep up with the best school, Korea University. He thinks about graduation, the law exam, and what comes after. He remembers graduating from high school. He reflects on law school, thinking that it's a shame to say it himself, but he's actually pretty smart. He recalls passing the elite university on time in his last year of high school, a moment of triumph celebrated by his classmates. His friends congratulated him on passing Korea University. After that, Han Young-hoon finally had a chance to escape his terrible poverty, planning to become a tutor by selling Korea University merchandise. He imagined that all tuition would be covered by a scholarship, and after graduating, he'd work in a big company. But all of it was just a dream, as he realizes that his financial management grade is an A, not an A+. Han Young-hoon's colleague asks if he has any experience preparing for the American SAT or essay. He admits he messed up this semester, but he doesn't care about grades or specifications. He reflects that this society's hierarchy is a lot more robust than he thought, remembering the stairs that they kicked from up there. He continues to climb, thinking that not even a snake can survive in this university-like environment. The path ahead is a dried-up creek, but he continues forward. But even so, Han Young-hoon still wanted to go up. He recalls someone asking him what law school is. He remembers a conversation where someone stated that if he graduates, he can become a judge, prosecutor, or a lawyer. He was then asked if he had to take the bar exam, but he replied that the exam had been abolished. Han Young-hoon thinks that even if he did graduate from law school, he will have to pass the lawyer test, so it's like a school to prepare for the bar exam. His father says that he understands. He is told to try it out, remembering the moment he passed the Korea University Law School. His father closed the supermarket that he had been running for 20 years and returned to his hometown. His father says that he told him that he doesn't have to do this, referring to the deposit, entitlement, and pension funds that he saved up. All that money became his tuition and living fee. Han Young-hoon thinks that these days the student loan system is good, so he can just take the loan. He believes that if he says that it's for attending a law school, the bank will definitely. The man's father warns him not to joke about taking out a loan. He clenches his fist, thinking that he can't do what his father wants. Han Young-hoon tries to calm himself, reasoning that there's no use in worrying about it now and that he should get some sleep. His phone rings, the caller ID displaying father. He answers, confirming that he is indeed Mr. Tae Sung-han's son. The voice on the other end delivers terrible news. Mr. Tae Sung-han has been in an accident. Han Young-hoon's eyes widen in shock as he listens to the details of the accident. The voice explains that it was a hit and run, so his father was found late, and that they're transporting him to the university hospital, but the situation is severe. The person on the phone explains that they need a family member or guardian's approval. Han Young-hoon, now in a panic, says he'll go right now. During the whole bus ride, his hand wouldn't stop trembling. The hospital displays a sign indicating that someone is in surgery. A doctor walks by, holding a tablet and a green jacket. He explains to the nurse that his father is in the intensive care unit and that he wants to check on his condition. She tells Han Young-hoon that he cannot visit outside of visiting hours. The nurse understands, but reiterates the policy. Still, Han Young-hoon wants to know if his father is awake. The nurse asks if he's been there since dusk. She suggests that Han Young-hoon go home and rest for a while, but he insists that he is fine and that he will contact her later. The nurse tells him that he has to take care of his health in this situation as Han Young-hoon walks away from the hospital room. He arrives at his father's new house, noting that this is his second time coming here. He enters the passcode, which is his birthday. The door slides open with a mechanical whir as Han Young-hoon enters. Inside, he sees framed photos of his father. He picks up his phone. Looking at a photo of his father, Han Young-hoon wonders what will happen if his only family disappears. He wonders if he will still be able to study, dream, and live his daily life. In his mind, he hears his father's voice, telling him that he will always believe in him and that whatever happens, he will be able to overcome it. Han Young-hoon thinks to himself that he is not confident. Father. Still kneeling on the floor, Han Young-hoon examines something in his hands. Moments later, the room is illuminated by a bright light emanating from the object in his hands. The light intensifies, reflecting off the nearby furniture. The object, a compass-like device, glows intensely. Han Young-hoon stares at the device, surprised. It had turned on by itself, and he wonders if it belonged to his father. He holds the glowing device, wondering how to turn it off. Suddenly, the compass spins rapidly, emitting a powerful surge of energy. He continues to examine the device, questioning why his father would have something like this. The compass emits a blinding flash of light, engulfing Han Young-hoon. The light subsides, and Han Young-hoon is gone, replaced by a figure in traditional armor. The compass disappears, leaving only silence. The armored figure shields his eyes, exclaiming about the bright light. The battlefield is ablaze, arrows raining down as the western defenses crumble. On the docks, a soldier wonders why no orders have been issued amidst the chaos. The soldier, now identified as Soldier, looks out at the carnage, a sense of disbelief washing over him. Suddenly, a warning cry rings out as arrows hurtle towards him. The soldier is struck by a barrage of arrows, the force of the impact sending him staggering backward. One of the arrows pierces his armor, drawing blood. Other soldiers rush to his aid, shouting to see if he is all right as more arrows fly overhead. Clutching his wounded arm, the soldier wonders what just happened, the pain registering. Blood drips from his hand, a stark reminder of the battle's brutality. He stares at his bloodied hand, trying to comprehend the situation. As the other soldiers move him to safety, he wonders aloud if this is really happening. The soldier's leg lay limp on the bloodied deck, a grim testament to the ambush. The man wondered how the situation had deteriorated so rapidly, lamenting that the ships at the forefront were supposed to be watching for the enemy's movements. The soldier, wounded and weary, wondered if this was all a dream. He had heard that the other ships were attacked and everything was destroyed, which explained why they were attacked this morning. Another soldier called out, asking if there were still no orders. The man with the top knot worried that if things continued this way, their ship would also be lost. Elsewhere on the ship, the name of Manhwa was spoken. The soldiers questioned if it was time to be waiting for orders. It had been an hour since they were attacked. The man with the top knot exclaimed that if they didn't do something, they would all die. Another soldier asked if he was suggesting they should run away, but the man told him not to say stupid things. The enemy ship struck the left side of the ship, causing chaos and cries of treason. Amidst the chaos, Han Young-hoon, the protagonist, struggled to his feet, thinking about what kind of dream this was and urging his comrades to row the boat to get out of there. Manhwa name was called out in a rage. The man with the top knot agreed with retreating, noting that the ship was injured. He lies on the ground, an arrow protruding from his back. The dying man overhears whispers, wondering if they speak of him, but quickly dismisses the thought, unable to accept his fate. Meanwhile, an official reminds his men that they must await orders, even if they are growing restless. The official warns of the consequences of retreating without authorization. Suddenly, the official is attacked from behind. The attacker raises his sword, preparing to strike. The official falls to the ground, succumbing to the fatal blow. The assassin, revealed to be Manhwa, wipes the blood from his blade. The narration reveals that afterward, Manhwa fell into the water, and his body was never found. Another soldier orders the ship to turn around quickly, declaring that they will retreat from the warfield from now on. The soldier reflects on their dire situation, resolving not to die meaninglessly. The scene shifts to a dreamlike state, where the soldier recalls being injured and on the verge of death during a war in an ancient era. He thinks to himself that it feels like he's reliving the Imjin War, but something feels off. The traveler, Messenger June, finds the dream crazily realistic and remarks on what a mess it is. Messenger June wonders why all humans act the same, noting their talk of loyalty when things are peaceful and their tendency to run away when there's a fight. The traveler reflects on how different the outside and inside are, questioning what he did to deserve this pain. Han Young-hoon wonders what's with the face of someone whose dream just got interrupted, questioning if this is a dream. Messenger Jun tells Han Young-hoon not to think this all looks too real to be called a dream. The traveler tells him to get his head straight, stating this is the reality, and not to joke around with him, as he was just at his father's house a moment ago. Messenger Jun, visibly angry, exclaims that's his line, questioning how a traveler can put their life in danger just 3 seconds after their vacation starts. Han Young-hoon exclaims that this is his first time seeing a human like Messenger Jun, admitting he doesn't understand a thing he's saying, and that the injury is hurting. The traveler, catching his breath, wonders what the Roulette is thinking, picking a human like this as the traveler this time. Messenger Jun tells Han Young-hoon that he will help him this one time, stating this is Messenger Jun's special service. The traveler reminds him to remember that this is not a dream. Messenger Jun lays out the stakes of the mission, emphasizing that they must complete the time Roulette's mission. The mission, it seems, is simple: survive. The disembodied voice echoes with the command to survive until the end. Suddenly, guards shout, spotting Han Young-hoon. One warns that he can't just pull out the arrow. Han Young-hoon, looking panicked, insists that it wasn't him. The guards advance down the wooden corridor, closing in on their target. The guard is down, bleeding on the floor. A scream pierces the air. Someone pleads for the injured man to hold on a little longer, while another warns that the injury will become dangerous if they don't take care of it. One of the guards asks what the fisherman said. The fisherman's report is grim. The entire fleet has been destroyed. The men discuss the fleet's destruction, lamenting that they still don't know where the controller is and that Jianra and Chungsong's had died. Of the Joseon dynasty's 180 ships, only 12 remain, a devastating loss for the naval force. He wakes, disoriented, in unfamiliar clothing. The camp around him is bustling with activity, but the scene feels alien to Han Young-hoon. He can't believe what he's seeing. The reality of his situation begins to sink in. That fairy-like world is real. The thing that was said to ensure his survival is now a painful reality. It literally meant that he won't die. Han Young-hoon stares into a basin of water, barely recognizing the reflection staring back at him. This is his appearance now. Another man approaches, calling him Choi Suk-young and asking if he's all right. Han Young-hoon realizes even his name is different from his own. He clutches his head, overwhelmed by the impossible situation. This must be a dream, a very long, terrible dream. But rather than facing an unbelievable reality, the inspector thinks a nightmare would be better. The man stares into the water, thinking of his father. The official recalls that they retreated in the last battle without waiting for orders. He fears that once the Central Army finds out, they will surely condemn them to death, but another man insists they did it to live. Inspector is told to stop where he is. The officials receive a warning. The appointment of a naval commander is announced, prompting one of the officials to wonder what the others will say. One official questions what the newly appointed commander can even do with his troops, while another laments that it's already too late. Someone wonders who they're talking about. The new controller is mentioned, along with the fact that His Highness has an issue with written messages. Someone knows that the number of sailors has dropped significantly to 7,000 in the last battle, if a naval. The speaker identifies one Seuss army. His Highness is very concerned about the Navy and would like to reply right away, asking someone to write it for him. It is revealed that His Highness still has 12 ships left, and if he does his best, there's nothing. As long as the sun rises, the enemy will not dare to yearn for the seas of Joseon. A lone figure stands silhouetted against the rising sun over the sea. The man is determined that it's not over yet. The commander's ornate uniform, a symbol of his authority, is on full display. Silence hangs heavy in the air. A man grovels on the ground, addressing someone as Your Highness Commander, expressing his happiness at seeing them again. The commander stands tall, listening to the groveling man's excuses for surviving the Gyeongsang with Susa. He claims he was forced to survive. The commander, Inspector, looks down at the man, his expression unreadable as the man begs for mercy. The inspector's face is contorted with rage as he declares he will hold the man responsible for defying orders and running away. He commands all units to listen. The inspector stands before his assembled troops, the setting sun casting long shadows as he declares that backing away in front of the enemy is a sin even death cannot pay. Addressing his troops, the inspector states that the situation is urgent, but he will give them another chance to contribute. The inspector warns that if anyone goes to the battlefield with a weak heart, he will cut them down. The inspector declares that this era is the same as any other, and he will cut their throat before the enemy does. The scene shifts to a military encampment where soldiers mill about. Han Young-hoon realizes with growing horror that he has been transported back to the Imjin War. There's only one way to return to his own time, he thinks, but to complete the mission of the time roulette. Then again, he muses he has to survive first. The soldiers around the camp wonder aloud how long they can survive here, and what will happen if they die. No, wait. Han Young-hoon thinks, if this is the Joseon era, then he's a man of the future. Right? He knows the future, Han Young-hoon realizes, remembering that he learned Korean history. Okay, he can recall it. Han Young-hoon thinks, this is the only way to continue this journey, so he'll have an innovative plan to survive. Han Yong-hoon clenches his fists, determined to change the course of history. But then, a wave of doubt washes over him. He can't recall. He thinks it's been several years since he took the SAT. He recalled the Imjin War, which broke out in 1592, though his memory of it was hazy. The reason Joseon struggled with its national power at the time was due to 200 years of peace weakening the military system. The situation was worsened by the incorrect judgments of some of the commanders, and King Seonjo was the ruler at the time. The king's orders rang out. A new investigator, John Lau, had been appointed under the command of His Majesty. A soldier on horseback was ordered to lead the new investigator to the controller, making all this fuss. The soldier identified the new investigator as Kim Eok-chu, the one recommended by the Chief of Justice of the House. Investigator Kim Eok-chu greeted the controller. The controller questioned why Kim Eok-chu had come alone. The soldier explained that there was a shortage of troops and supplies, and that the officer was also confused by the arrival of a new investigator from Hanyang, expecting him to clean up the troops. The controller wondered how there could be a shortage of supplies and soldiers, given his new appointment as a naval commander hadn't even been a few days already. The soldier stated that it was the commander's job to maintain proper security, leaving the controller in disbelief. The controller, Inspector, was outraged, declaring it impertinent to act like this in the presence of Joseon's Three Islands Army controller, and ordered them to stop. The inspector agrees with the assessment of the new investigator. The messenger states that he has committed a crime and thanks the investigator for coming all the way from Hanyang to Yi. The inspector scoffs at the messenger's words. The soldiers discuss the messenger's arrogance and confidence, noting that a dozen ships can defeat the enemies, and that he yelled at His Highness. The inspector states that he personally brought another warship and demands gratitude. Choi Suk-young reflects on the obscenity of the commander and the king, deeming himself superior. The narration reflects on Choi Suk-young, noting that by comparison to others, he was the most active and unappreciated, silently fighting in his own way. The narration reveals the name of the commander, Lee Sun-sin. Choi Suk-young, under the moonlight, contemplates his situation. Choi Suk-young, standing alone, seems to be struggling with his memories, referring to himself as a controller. Choi Suk-young apologizes for his disappointment. Another figure asks Choi Suk-young who he is, prompting Choi to recall that he is a soldier named Choi. Choi Suk-young reflects on what he has heard about Commander Lee Sun-sin. He recalls the commander's early victories and rise to power, only to be defamed and imprisoned later. The inspector wonders if the rumors of Lee Sun-sin's downfall have already spread so widely. He mentions that he heard Choi Suk-young was talking to Lee and that he saw him in the Great Man's exhibition. Choi Suk-young expresses his frustration with the laxity of the new investigation, even as a soldier. He hopes that Lee Sun-sin trusts his men. The inspector states that he would rather punish him before something worse happens, adding that the battlefield is not a court. He declares that all he has to do is fight against his enemies. The inspector tells Choi Suk-young that now is not the time to mind such a private matter. The inspector tells the soldier that he can see what he's worried about. The inspector says that now is the time to do something bigger, questioning how he can think of winning at a moment like this. The inspector asks if Choi Suk-young is saying that he should think about losing. He clarifies that's not what he meant, asking if it isn't an objective fact that the war is unfavorable. The inspector says that he wouldn't dare to doubt, but it's still one. Choi Suk-young, hearing the inspector talk so much, is told that he must be scared. The inspector questions if Choi Suk-young's apparent lack of fear is genuine. The inspector expresses his concerns, fearing that if they fail to hold their ground, everything they've built will be lost, and Choi Suk-young doesn't understand the weight of it all. The scene shifts to a moonlit shore, the waves gently lapping against the sand. The voice continues, questioning if he isn't afraid of a crisis that could claim many lives overnight. The speaker, an official, warns that if one wishes to live happily, they will die. However, the official continues, if one is ready to die, they will find a way to live. The inspector reminds Choi Suk-young that as a member of their class, he must not neglect his practice at any time. Choi Suk-young steels himself, resolving to be prepared for death. The inspector urges him to have courage. The voice emphasizes that it is courageous to face the thought of death. The voice continues, stating that doing what one has to do at the time also takes courage, urging someone to go in. The official walks away, stating that the enemy's movements are unreadable and that a big battle will probably occur sooner or later. Choi Suk-young calls out to the commander. The inspector tells Choi Suk-young that today, just if, there will be a naval battle in Noryang, and asks him to please be careful. Choi Suk-young asks what makes him say that, but the inspector hesitates at a loss for words. The speaker admits he isn't entirely certain, but he has a foreboding feeling that something significant is about to occur. The man with the top knot urges caution when in Noryang. He promises to keep in mind. The Joseon fleet sails towards the horizon. A bird's-eye view shows a military encampment. From above, the Japanese Navy commander, Takatora Tadu, views the Joseon army's ships and scoffs at their movements, confident in his strategy. Japanese Navy Commander Takatora dismisses any foolishness, stating that the enemy will experience the nightmare of the 7,000 soldiers. Takatora laughs, confident that the Joseon Navy is underestimating him. Japanese Navy Raid Captain Kurashima Michifusa declares it's time to get rid of that moron, confident that he will annihilate the Joseon Navy force. Kurashima Michifusa believes that if he kills Commander Sun Shin, General Toyotomi will have no choice but to admit him, and he'll become a general someday. Takatora tells someone not to bother him with something unimportant, but the messenger insists that this is a big deal. The messenger reveals that the Joseon Navy has already blocked the road of Myongyang, and their ships are no longer capable of advancing, leaving Takatora in shock. It was as if the enemy knew their side would attack. On the ship of Joseon Commander Sun Shin, the soldiers stand ready. The ship of the Joseon army moves forward, following orders. The day of the historic battle has begun, but one soldier is already suffering from seasickness. The order rings out, reload the cannons. The command to reload is repeated as the soldiers prepare the cannons. It seems the body Han Jung-hoon now inhabits was originally an artilleryman. The movement feels natural to him, a strange sense of muscle memory guiding his actions as he loads the cannon with gunpowder. The text explains that cannons were invented in this era, and that gunpowder is the explosive substance used within them. It's heavy. Outside, the soldiers cover the gunpowder with paper and wooden boards, then load the emitter on top, pushing it in thoroughly. The text warns to be careful not to put anything else in. There are various types of ammunition, starting with steel shells, commonly used in cannons. Surprisingly, the first cannons are now ready to fire. The text explains that the cannon becomes like a small bullet, which absorbs like a shotgun and attacks the enemy. Also, the soldiers scramble to clear the area as the cannons are prepared to fire. The cannonball hurtles forward, propelled by immense force. The projectile continues its deadly trajectory. The cannonball soars through the air, aimed directly at the approaching enemy ships, whose crews are still unaware of the danger. Below deck, the soldiers brace themselves, awaiting the impact. The cannonball strikes its mark, splintering wood and sending debris flying. The enemy soldiers realize they are under attack. One remarks that they also have something similar to missiles. The chief observes the enemy's movements with suspicion, noting their formation. From the crow's nest, a lookout observes that the enemy ships are moving towards the sides of their formation, a tactic that makes one of them uneasy. The enemy commander wonders what they should do, realizing that any misstep could lead to their encirclement. The enemy commander orders his troops to stop rowing, planning to use the waves against them to retreat naturally, hoping to catch Sun Shin. The messenger, having delivered his message, listens as one of the commanders suggests a retreat. The commander in the red armor dismisses the idea, determined to press forward. The commander raises his hand, rallying his troops. He acknowledges the risk of entering enemy territory, but urges them not to be afraid. Despite the overwhelming odds, the commander insists they cannot turn back. He orders the attack to continue. Soldiers relentlessly fire their muskets at the approaching enemy ships. The commander notes that reloading the cannons takes time. The commander urges his men to seize the opportunity and close the distance to the enemy ship. He orders them to row faster. Despite their efforts, the enemy's defenses prove difficult to overcome. The commander curses in frustration as bullets rain down. A soldier shouts a warning, reporting that bullets are coming from every direction and that an enemy ship is heading straight for them. Another soldier suggests signaling the ships behind them for backup, but the commander refuses, confident in his plan. The commander reflects on the loyalty and experience of his men, knowing they understand the gravity of the situation. A soldier observes that the other ships are falling behind, increasing the distance between them. The commander remains silent, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the situation. The commander's ship, the Joseon Army battleship, is still under attack. Another problem arises. It seems one of their rows is broken, preventing them from changing direction. Despite the damage, it looks like the commander's boat is still moving. The soldiers realize they're heading straight towards the enemy. The soldiers wonder what the commander is thinking as the flag is raised. It's a sign for them. The soldiers are ordered to follow behind, pleading for further instructions. Even the soldiers are starting to question the commander's strategy. One soldier thinks to himself that even for someone who knows nothing about battles, this looks very reckless, especially with so many enemies. The soldiers wonder just what Choi Suk-young is thinking, feeling like he's giving up on everything. The commander's thoughts are revealed. If you wish to live, you'll die. But if you prepare yourself to die, at that time, Choi Suk-young and another soldier are seen on the ship. The soldiers are ordered to row the boat and move forward, despite the danger. The soldier questions if they should jump towards their own graves, but another reminds him that even if they are surrounded, the place is narrow. The soldier argues that if they can't move, the enemy won't be able to either, explaining that the space is narrow, so the enemy's big ship hasn't been able to get in. The soldiers discuss their chances, one stating that if they go head-on, they might win. Another acknowledges this, but insists that right now, it's too dangerous. One soldier asks if the others forgot what happened, reminding them that those who went in believing they had a chance to win died uselessly. The soldier declares that this is not his judgment. He questions if they can't see the meaning behind Commander Yi Sun-sin's order, demanding to know how long they will stay hiding and insisting that victory won't come just by waiting. The soldier states that on a battlefield, hesitation means death, and that if they want to win, there's no other choice but to fight till death. Another soldier questions why the first only sees this battle. Chief. The soldier prepares to strike, declaring that the commander has a bigger. The soldier is kicked, crying out in pain. The soldier is sent sprawling to the ground. The soldier who kicked him declares that they're going to catch up with the main ship and head towards the battlefield. An officer raises a signal baton, ordering the soldiers to prepare the cannons for attack. The command rings out. The priority is protecting the main ship, and any boat blocking the way should be sunk. Another officer barks at the soldiers to hurry up and move. The officer singles out Choi Suk-young, yelling at him. The officer continues to berate him, saying he'll be punished for screaming at his superior. The officer orders Choi Suk-young to get back to his place and do his job. Despite being injured, the soldier notes that the officer really doesn't cut him any slack. Choi Suk-young, wincing, says he's fine and tells someone to come help him lift the cannon. Another soldier, working with Choi Suk-young to move the cannon, wonders if they can return alive today, questioning if it's really possible to win. Choi Suk-young tells him to wait and see. The soldier declares that today is the last day of this war. The official's words echo with grim determination. Their mission is to survive, and they must have courage to do so until the very end. The torch flickers, casting light on the hand that holds it. The soldier wonders if it would be easier to survive if they stayed, though not fearing death is also a form of courage. However, the soldier decides to stay. He knows he would definitely regret it later if he didn't do something. On the ship, the soldier is told not to worry about the right side and just focus on the left. Anwai is called out by the official. The official questions how dare Anwai scream like that, and if he thought he did something great. The official yells at Anwai, saying he saw his boat staying behind. The official asks Anwai if he thinks he can live if he keeps running away. Despite the official's doubts, a soldier pleads, asking for a chance to prove their worth in the coming battle. The enemy commander scoffs at their plea, confident in his victory. He warns them that they will all be dead. On the left side of Kim Young-ham's ship, a soldier reports to his superior that Chief Anwai's ship has moved beside the main battleship. It seems the enemy has realized their strategy. The order is given to protect the main ship, as the soldiers declare they cannot lose and must attack. The soldiers are committed to the fight, knowing there's no turning back now. The situation grows dire as the soldiers realize they are outnumbered. Even if they sink one enemy ship, more keep coming from behind. A soldier grimly acknowledges that their ship will soon be surrounded. An enemy soldier manages to shoot one of the soldiers, who cries out in pain. An enemy soldier falls from the ship after being attacked. The soldiers realize that the enemy is climbing up the ship, making the situation even more dangerous. A soldier prepares to fire a cannon, lamenting that he'll likely become deaf because of the noise. Another soldier warns the deck master to be careful, as enemies are climbing up from below. The cannon fires, the projectile hurtling towards its target. Meanwhile, two figures perched on the side of the ship watch the chaos unfold. They believe this is their chance. From the deck of the ship, someone shouts for the ropes to be cut, urging their comrades to prevent the enemy from boarding. Choi Suk-young turns, running back towards the ship. Suddenly, Choi Suk-young cries out in alarm as he is sent flying. The soldier armored strikes, his sword connecting with Choi Suk-young, sending him reeling. The official male hat calls out to Choi Suk-young, urging him to get his head straight. Choi Suk-young, startled, realizes the gravity of the situation, understanding that he must not die. The official male hat reassures Choi Suk-young that he has finally passed the mission, though the comment startles him. The official male hat tells Choi Suk-young that it is time for him to go home, but Choi Suk-young protests, insisting he still has things to do. The official male hat tells him not to worry. The official male hat declares that the situation has been reversed, stating that it is no longer a battle that can be won without Choi Suk-young. The official male hat directs Choi Suk-young to look over there, revealing a scene of intense battle. The warrior, enraged, bellows, demanding Yi Sun-shin reveal himself. Continuing his tirade, the warrior vows to sink Yi Sun-shin and his boat. The clash of steel rings out as the warrior's blade meets an unseen opponent. The warrior, now sporting an eye patch, exclaims in surprise, then declares that since they are all originally pirates. He continues, postulating that the moment they see a boat, they will climb their way up. The warrior declares that the moment they get into his boat, he finishes his threat, promising they will never get out alive, before deciding to leave Mr. Traveler. Elsewhere, a man stands on a balcony, overlooking a scene bathed in light, as a voice declares that his world awaits him. The man and the messenger with the hat are seen from above, standing on platform. A golden object falls through a portal. Back in the modern world, Han Young-hoon is sent sprawling as he is pulled through a portal. The sudden transition leaves Han Young-hoon gasping for air. His head throbbed with a persistent ache. A sharp pain shot through his hand, confirming his fears. He realized he was back in his own time. The room spun as Han Young-hoon lay sprawled on the floor. He groaned, the disorientation still clinging to him. His phone displayed the date, February 21st, 2021, 8:15 a.m. A reminder flashed. Law school starts in 9 days. He stared blankly, trying to process the reality of his return. He examined his hand, searching for any lingering signs of his recent experiences. The pain confirmed it wasn't a dream, but even then, it hurt. He chuckled humorlessly, questioning what was happening to him. He thought he must have dreamt something weird since he was so stressed. It felt like he lived for a few days in a dream. Han Young-hoon wondered if he was going crazy. Even now his head hurts. He straightened his tie, a sudden thirst overwhelming him. He watches as a figure kneels on the floor, seemingly searching for something. The figure from before wonders aloud if this is all a dream, while Han Young-hoon looks on, equally confused. The question hangs in the air. Is this reality, or just a figment of his imagination? The man's face contorts in anger as he recalls the other's cryptic behavior. He remembers the silver-haired traveler appearing and disappearing without explanation, always speaking in riddles. The traveler, Han Young-jun, is congratulated on his successful return from his first time traveling. The traveler is asked if he enjoyed his trip. The man demands to know who the traveler is and why he is entering his home. The silver-haired traveler responds that it is time for introductions. The man comments on the traveler's complexion, suggesting he take a seat before continuing. The traveler pours tea, asking if humans like tea. He clarifies that it is barley tea. The man thinks to himself that the traveler is getting cozy with his father's belongings. The traveler states that he will introduce himself. The traveler says that if he were to borrow the human language, he would be an angel, but at the same time, he is something else. The blonde-haired woman declares that Han Young-hoon is basically not human, a statement he confirms with a simple correct. She praises the traveler's intelligence, noting that he noticed something important. Meanwhile, Han Young-hoon reflects on his initial disbelief, now considering the golden, clockwork-like device in his hand as a possible explanation for his experiences. The woman states that the item is the most suspicious. She praises Han Young-hoon's work, and he asks what the item is exactly, calling it a time something. Han Young-hoon is instructed to look closely at the device and see the structures of the numbers. The woman explains that the sun revolves around the earth in a 24-hour cycle. The woman explains that humans call a day a day. At some point, they started to attach numbers to the hours. With more time, these days became months. She continues, explaining that they began to call those gathered months and years. Han Young-hoon states that he sees. He is asked to read the numbers the needle points to. The woman explains that if he reads the numbers the needle points to, it would be 1597, the time around the Battle of Myeongyang. Han Young-hoon realizes that what he experienced was really time travel. The woman says that he can't go back to the BC years. She states that of course he can, and that these numbers were just made for humans to understand. Han Young-hoon, still holding the device, asks why he had to live as someone else from that period. He concedes that time traveling was physically possible. The woman is upside down and says that there's so much he doesn't understand yet. She asks him to please. The woman tells Han Young-hoon to just accept those things. He is confused and asks what. The messenger states that even if he were to explain, Han Young-hoon wouldn't understand, as it's beyond the realm of human knowledge. The messenger continues, explaining that the Roulette, himself, and this world are beyond human comprehension and are very complex with their causes. Han Young-hoon wonders why he had to put up with all those struggles and if the time Roulette appeared in front of him for no reason. The messenger says that the time Roulette has what they like, but it's not that. The messenger explains that from the beginning of time till now, the time Roulette has been looking for a being to fulfill its wish. The messenger states that the time Roulette has continued to exist until now. Silently, through its own abilities, the time Roulette has been granting others' wishes. However, humans can never fulfill its wish, so the traveler can just use it as now. The messenger says that as long as you don't get too greedy, it's fine. Han Young-hoon asks if the messenger is saying that this will grant his wish. The messenger tells Han Young-hoon to carefully think it over about his life before he time traveled, and the messenger asks if something hasn't changed, and Han Young-hoon wonders what he is talking about, asking what has changed. A phone vibrates on a desk. He is asked if something is important. The messenger tells Han Young-hoon that he will come again next time, and that his journey has just begun, before asking for his name. The messenger almost forgot that humans find meaning in names. The messenger says that he could be called June, the Roulette's guide. A phone call comes in from the hospital, informing someone that Han Young-hoon's vitals have improved, but he is still not awake. The hospital wanted to let them know in case they were worried, and that the visiting hours will open soon. Han Young-hoon lies in a hospital bed, an oxygen mask covering his face. A man in a green jacket sits beside Han Young-hoon's bed. The man in the green jacket resolves to do what can be done and not to fall into absolute despair. He thinks that his father wouldn't want him to just mope around. The man in the green jacket is asked if he is Mr. Han Young-hoon. Lieutenant Yoon Chul-hwan from the Jungpyeong police station greets Han Young-hoon. He confirms that he is in charge of the case, shaking hands with Lieutenant Yoon Chul-hwan. The police officer explains that they have just returned from the scene of the accident. The nature of the crime, it seems, is not good. The lieutenant sits with Han Young-hoon, explaining that if the victim had been transported to the hospital sooner, the situation wouldn't be so dire. The officer laments that the victim was left in a place with. The thought of it is like killing him. The lieutenant explains that there were no witnesses as the accident occurred on mountain roads. However, they are searching for any possible witnesses and reviewing CCTV footage. Han Young-hoon wonders if there are CCTV cameras nearby. The lieutenant confirms that there should be. Even on a mountain road, there must have been cars driving there, the lieutenant insists. The officer suggests that if they look into the CCTV footage before and after the accident, they'll find out which car used that road. Han Young-hoon asks him to wait a moment. The lieutenant adds that they also went through the black box videos of nearby cars. They found the car model and its plates, checking everything. Han Young-hoon asks what the problem is then. The lieutenant orders them to get the car owner there quickly, revealing that it was an illegal car. The officer explains that the car is registered under a different owner than the one actually driving it. After the accident, the culprit abandoned the car. He apologizes. As of now, it seems it will be difficult to find the person who hit Han Young-hoon's father. The inspector's words clearly strike a nerve. Han Young-hoon's face tightens with barely suppressed anger. The inspector attempts to placate Han Young-hoon, urging him to calm down. Han, however, is not receptive, his eyes blazing with fury. Han Young-hoon's anger flares as he reminds the inspector of his earlier statement, demanding an explanation for the sudden shift in the investigation. The inspector attempts to buy time, suggesting they simply let the matter rest. He hopes to avoid further scrutiny, but his words only fuel Han's suspicion. The inspector's colleague speaks up, revealing that they have reviewed the CCTV footage of the suspect's vehicle. The inspector seems shocked by this revelation. Han Young-hoon's frustration boils over as he questions the inspector's demand for calm, his voice laced with disbelief. The inspector, seated now, seems to be trying to calm himself. He admits he doesn't even know who hurt Han Young-hoon's father, questioning how he can possibly remain calm. The inspector extends an invitation to Han Young-hoon, suggesting they visit the crime scene together. Night had fallen over the neighborhood. The winding road led to the scene of the incident, where the inspector's father was attacked. Blood stained the pavement, a grim reminder of the violence that occurred. The inspector held a flashlight, illuminating the scene as he spoke. He explained that the area was private property, restricting their access, but it seemed the residents had gone for a walk around the neighborhood. Han Young-hoon wondered if his father had also gone for a walk, and why he went. The inspector admitted that they didn't really know. The inspector stated that they expected Young-hoon, as his son, to know. The inspector's gaze remained fixed on the crime scene, his expression unreadable. A car was submerged in the water, a stark contrast to the peaceful surroundings. The inspector noted that the attacker was very meticulous as they stood near the submerged car. Young-hoon questioned how the car ended up like that. The inspector explained that the attacker had attached a stone to the acceleration pedal and destroyed the evidence. He suggested they look around for any possible witnesses, stating that was all he could do for now. Young-hoon vowed to find the perpetrator no matter what, determined to make them apologize to his father and pay for their crime. He knew that one way or another, they would catch the person responsible. He stands with the inspector, listening intently. The inspector asks Han Young-hoon if he has a lot of money, then apologizes. The inspector continues, saying that he understands Young-hoon may feel angry and upset, and that everything will seem disappointing. Young-hoon reveals that he lost his younger brother in a hit-and-run accident. The inspector says he's been trying to find who killed Young-hoon's brother like a madman, investing all his money and time, even though those around him are having a hard time and aren't aware. The inspector explains that when he came to his senses, his life was a wreck, and he couldn't solve anything. After that, he became a detective with the goal of getting revenge, but there are things that even a policeman can't do. The inspector tells Young-hoon not to risk his life too much. The inspector apologizes for saying it like this, but it's not like Young-hoon's father is dead. The inspector apologizes for saying this as a detective. Later, Young-hoon kneels on the floor, overcome with grief. The scene of the accident was eerie, quiet, and dark. He couldn't believe he was lying alone in such a state. The weight of his grief pressed down on him. He reached out, his fingers brushing against the cool metal of the time-altering device. Normally, Han Young-hoon would have considered the device suspicious, but now, he was desperate. He wouldn't have messed with it again, but the inspector's words echoed in his mind. He shouldn't risk his life too much. Han Young-hoon closed his eyes, focusing on his desire. He pleaded for the device to grant his wish, to find the culprit no matter what. He thought of the person who hurt his father, who hurt so many people. He accused them of only thinking of themselves. A voice in his head told him to run away, calling him a selfish murderer. He imagined killing the culprit with his own hands, but quickly dismissed the thought. Han Young-hoon knew that killing people wouldn't be a good wish. He sighed in relief, realizing that in order for the criminal to face the law, they had to be brought to trial. He pressed his finger against the device. The device activated, and Han Young-hoon wondered if he was going back to the past again. The first digit was 8, and then 3. He activates the time-altering device, the air shimmering around it. The room, decorated with ornate carvings, seems to hold its breath. Elsewhere, the messenger sits pensively, his expression unreadable. A man, seemingly annoyed, questions the messenger's actions. Why did you do that? Do what? The messenger retorts, suggesting that killing would have been easier, and questioning why the man is making things so confusing. The man explains that punishing people in the human world requires a process, stating he can't simply take someone's life. The messenger expresses resentment, clarifying that taking revenge on the culprit who killed the man's father is in the hands of other humans. The man reveals that this isn't just about revenge. The messenger declares that the word he hates the most is justice. The man asks if the messenger is trying to convince him, but the messenger denies it, identifying himself as a messenger. The messenger states that all he can do is deliver the instructions of Roulette and agrees to tell the man about the mission. The messenger, holding a staff, warns that he is telling him in advance to resolve the request of the client. The ornate chair sat alone in the room, bathed in sunlight. The air crackled with an unspoken tension, a feeling that surviving this encounter would be more difficult than surviving a battlefield. The chair's occupant, Han Young-hoon, scoffed at the unseen woman's rudeness. The woman, dressed in an elaborate gown and wide-brimmed hat, stood imperiously. She clearly expected to be treated with deference, even in this cramped and unfriendly office. She revealed that she had started this business after quitting the national police. Han Young-hoon's eyes widened in surprise. He exclaimed that he was a foreigner. Han Young-hoon stammered, realizing how embarrassing his behavior must seem. He had thought he'd be someplace in Korea this time too, since the memories of the Imjin War were so powerful. The woman demanded to know if he was going to tell her to sit. Han Young-hoon, startled, stammered an apology and gestured for her to sit down. He clenched his fist, resolving to figure out this strange situation. He wondered where he was and who he was. The woman's expression was questioning as she wondered what the request of the client was. Han Young-hoon, attempting to maintain composure, reminds himself to gather information. He wonders aloud if the woman before him is his client. The woman's face is partially obscured by her blonde hair as she listens to Han Young-hoon. The blonde woman, holding a bouquet, bluntly states that she assumed he would get straight to the point. She then asks if he's treating her this way because she's just a maid. Han Young-hoon is told that he is always like this. Han Young-hoon reflects on the situation, realizing that the woman has a relationship with the body's owner. He apologizes to Rebecca, acknowledging that he'll leave it to this body, just like the last time he time-traveled. Han Young-hoon recalls that when he saw her blue, jewel-like eyes, his tongue froze. The man thinks that men forget how to talk when they are in front of a beautiful woman. He tells her to come here, calling her cute, and refers to her as Baby Kit, 10 foot. Han Young-hoon realizes he screwed up, thinking he said something weird and that she'll probably get even more mad. He finds himself captivated by Rebecca, his thoughts drifting into a romantic haze. Abruptly, Rebecca states that her employer, Monsieur Albert, sent her to see him. She asks if he's heard about Natalia Albert's passing. As she mentioned it, she continues, Monsieur Albert asks that he definitely find the culprit. The man seems flustered by her proximity. Rebecca leans in close, her expression serious. She tells him that he cannot tell anyone else about this request, especially the police. The Paris police and detectives offer to find the culprit, she explains, but Monsieur Albert refused. Rebecca questions why an investigation is not being pursued by the authorities. She admits she doesn't know either, musing that maybe it's because he doesn't trust the police. A sudden, sharp feeling of conflict washes over him, leaving him visibly shaken. He realizes that his body is trying to tell him something, and the name Rebecca surfaces in his mind. He asks Rebecca if she knows anything else, stating that he needs her help. Rebecca's expression hardens as she lists the rumors surrounding Eugene Francois Vidocq, also known as Paris Ruler of the Night, the prisoner that no one could catch, and killer of Napoleon's children. The man wonders why she needs his help. He continues, stating that on the surface, it may seem like he has had a seemingly great career, but that in front of her, my dear. The woman states that she is just a humble man who craves love. She then gives a small hint, revealing that before the incident, the late Natalia, Monsieur Albert's daughter, went out without her father knowing. She realizes that she can't be a time traveler. It's revealed that Natalia took a very precious item from her father's safe. However, when her body was found, she had nothing on her. The man wonders where the lady went that night, also without her father knowing. The woman states that it should be obvious that she wants to meet her lover, and that's all she knows. The woman is wished good luck by a man named Vidocq. Vidocq wonders whose body this belongs to and what he does. Vidocq notes that he has to figure out the culprit for the murder case. Vidocq realizes that he should first examine the place where the corpse was found. Vidocq thinks that this is Paris. He didn't know he'd come here like this, but it seems like a beautiful city. Vidic observes that there are a lot of vagrants and beggars, and the gap between the rich and poor seems large. Vidic summarizes the current situation, introducing himself as Vidic. The former police investigator had indeed set up his own office. It seemed his business now revolved around tracking people or things. In other words, he was a detective. The person who died was Natalia Albert, a 21-year-old female. She was found dead near the Seine River with a head injury. After finding his daughter's corpse, Monsieur Albert would understandably want to find the culprit. However, Rebecca Blondehair had warned him, "You cannot tell anyone else about this case." That was the case Vidic was now investigating. If he didn't receive the police's help, it would be even more difficult. A voice called out, "Over here, Mr. Vidic." The detective approached the speaker. The man sighed in relief. "Phew, I was right. It's Mr. Vidic. Why are you loitering in the city today?" Vidic, looking down at the man's hand, noticed he was holding a bottle. "Ah, that's..." The man quickly hid the bottle behind his back. "What? Nothing much." He sighed. "Today's futile." Vidic thought to himself, a beggar? Maybe a homeless? He seems to know Vidic. The detective realized, he was once a policeman, so why would he know that person? Wait a minute, the words Rebecca said earlier. He is reminded of a phrase, "The prisoner that no one could catch, Paris, ruler of the night." Meanwhile, the former policeman calls out to him, telling him to wait a moment. Vidic, seemingly lost in thought, apologizes. The former policeman chuckles, remarking that he is the same as usual, and asks if he is forgetting his old trusty eyes and ears. Vidic realizes the former policeman is referring to his keen observation skills, and says that he almost got sad. The former policeman states that he is always like this as they stand on a bridge. Vidic explains that he doesn't have a place to stay, so he is forced into the stinky streets. The detective asks if there was a strange incident around here recently. The former policeman replies that there was like people fighting or a seemingly rich girl passing by. The former policeman laughs, telling Vidic that he is lucky, and asks if he means the woman who was found dead on the spot. Vidic confirms that if that's what he is talking about, that's exactly what he saw that night. The former policeman responds with, "Is that so?" But he doesn't know if he can tell him about it, as he doesn't know what would happen if he discusses what he witnessed. The former policeman's eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning on him. Meanwhile, a man in a top hat extends his hand, a gold coin glinting between his fingers. He asks if it would be enough, insisting that they not put distance between them. The man in the top hat, revealed to be someone familiar, smiles knowingly, asking if they aren't old friends. Vidic, the detective, listens intently as his informant speaks. The informant praises Vidic's detective skills, noting that he is far better than other detectives. Meanwhile, the former police officer realizes that the person he is investigating used to be a criminal. Back at the riverside, Vidic's informant confirms that he will share what he saw that day. The informant is asked to provide as many details as possible. Elsewhere, a woman is rushing somewhere, but suddenly, she is called by name, Natalia. Natalia, surprised, turns to face the speaker, questioning why they are there. The two stand by the riverside, talking. Until then, the speaker didn't pay much attention, but at some point, something happened. The speaker urges Natalia to think about it again, implying that her father will be in trouble. Natalia questions if that is what the speaker means. The women were headed somewhere, and someone was trying to stop them. The man in the top hat questioned where the woman was going. His companion assured him that he was sure of something. The man in the top hat had heard of the secret garden. He also noted that they had been arguing like that. The woman suddenly pushed and screamed at the other person, calling them a disgusting traitor. She insisted they listen to her. The push sent Natalia reeling backward. Natalia fell, hitting her head. Someone, noticing the scene, wondered who was there. Footsteps echoed through the night. The man in the top hat insisted it was an accident. Not long after the police came, the woman was already dead when she fell. The man in the top hat acknowledged the information, thanking the speaker for telling him. The man in the top hat considered it a bonus, telling someone to eat a lot today. The former police officer told him to thank him and to let him know if he needed anything next time. The former police officer lamented all the terrible things going on in Paris while holding a gold coin. Against the backdrop of a church steeple, the thought lingers. The person who killed Natalia knew her. The man in the top hat considers that after the murder, the person stole her belongings, knowing what Natalia's possessions contained. The man in the top hat continues, mentioning Natalia's father and the fact that she was going to meet her lover. An onlooker is disgusted, calling him a traitor. The man in the top hat finds it weird that, according to the eyewitness, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with love stories. He wonders why Rebecca thinks that. The thought that Natalia was going to meet her lover hangs in the air. The question of what love is arises. The man in the top hat finds the information consistent, noting that Natalia recently had a habit of going out at night, so he thought she was seeing her lover. He wonders what love was like. Rebecca, a blonde-haired maid, is asked for an example. She recalls doing housework, as usual. The woman in green wonders what love is and why people love others. Rebecca serves the woman in green, who says she's not sure. Maybe it's something that made her heart pound and excited. She thinks people love it because it feels good, which is what Rebecca thinks. The woman in green reflects that love makes people live, and she's been thinking about it a lot these days. Rebecca guesses that she's trying to be a benevolent spirit, a philanthropist. Rebecca, the blonde-haired woman, scoffs at the idea of philanthropy, repeating that it's exactly what the other woman said. The man in the top hat seems troubled by the conversation, questioning if having a lover isn't a form of love. Rebecca clarifies that philanthropy doesn't mean having a lover. She then wonders if the man is saying it's not love, before conceding that it's a kind of love. The concept of love is described as love for all human beings, seeing everyone as colleagues and friends, regardless of status or ranking. Rebecca expresses surprise, admitting she didn't know the woman didn't have a lover. The man in the top hat wonders who the lady went out to see every night, a thought having just come to his mind, though he admits it's still a hypothesis about the street. Rebecca wonders if Paris hasn't been noisy in years. The former police officer responds with a simple, "Oh, indeed." The scene shifts to a memory, where the former police officer recalls how loud it was, noting that it was not uncommon for people to gather and shout, whether there was an army down the road or not, and that there were times when he heard gunshots while walking down the street. The narration states that on such days, Monsieur Albert would often get angry. Rebecca repeats Monsieur Albert's words, saying that impurities weigh on the proud French royal family. The man in the top hat repeats the phrase, proud French royal family. The man in the top hat acknowledges the information, realizing that Rebecca Blondehair's employer is a member of the royal family. Vidic's piercing gaze intensifies as he declares that the change is happening right now in this country. Rebecca Blondehair expresses her confusion, questioning the nature of the change Vidic speaks of. Vidic elaborates, stating that only after going through this period will all human beings finally be able to live as humans. The narrative shifts to a roulette wheel, emphasizing that the year the roulette must have started with is 183-. The scene depicts a guillotine, symbolizing the early 19th century and the idea that all human beings are equal, with no one standing above the people. The flame of freedom shook the world. The crowd roars, declaring that it's time for the French Revolution. Rebecca Blondehair is shocked, questioning if it's a re-revolution. The man in the top hat emphasizes that the value of the revolutionaries shouts the loudest, freedom not to be oppressed, and equality of all human beings. Rebecca Blondehair exclaims in realization, agreeing with the principles of freedom, equality, and humanity, which she saw in the newspaper. Some time ago, that's what it meant. Rebecca Blondehair wonders if she was revolutionary. The man in the top hat considers Rebecca Blondehair's actions, acknowledging that it's still just a hypothesis, but he will have to find out about the people Natalia interacts with. Down a narrow, cobblestone street, a question hangs in the air. Does someone know the location of the secret garden? At this time, the search for answers begins. The man in the top hat reflects on the Paris people who supported the revolution, wondering if Rebecca was very independent as she organized a troop or led a protest. He considers the possibility that Natalia, the young lady who was murdered, was also related to the revolutionary forces. The word traitor, a reference to philanthropy, and the murderer's reference to her father just before she died, all point to a deeper connection. However, Rebecca, walking alongside the man in the top hat, is questioned about why she is following him. She retorts that he doesn't even know the way. Rebecca remarks that their current outing feels like a date. The man in the top hat and Rebecca arrive at their destination. She excitedly points out that it's over there. The sign reads, Jardin's Secret, revealing that Secret Garden was the name of the bar. The man in the top hat wonders if the traitor who killed the young lady will be at the bar. He resolves that they will find out if they look. The bell above the door rings, signaling a new arrival. Inside, the bald bartender greets a new customer, a man in a top hat, asking how his day was. The man in the top hat laughs, as another man questions how he can say it's just okay when he has such a beautiful lady beside him. The man in the white shirt agrees with the sentiment, but then pauses, recognizing someone. Wait, that woman. The perspective shifts to the entrance, where two men are entering. One comments that the place is quite difficult to find, adding that they were just passing by. Behind the bar, the man in the top hat stands with a blonde woman in the blue dress. Someone questions the atmosphere, while another states that no one just comes to their shop. The man in the white shirt suddenly remembers something. I remembered. That woman. Someone points out that the blonde woman was with Albert before, questioning what that royalist is doing here. The men in the bar realize that they are being targeted. They believe the newcomers are after information and order their capture. The man in the blue jacket is caught off guard as one of the bar patrons swings a bottle at him. The bar patrons agree to interrogate the newcomers, but one of them warns Rebecca that it's dangerous. Rebecca Blondehair, however, is having none of it. She kicks a table at her would-be captors, creating an opening for escape. The burly bartender shouts for his patrons to catch the man in the blue jacket, but the man insists they talk it out. One of the bar patrons grabs the man in the blue jacket by the collar, declaring that there is nothing to discuss with worthless elite dogs. The man in the blue jacket is pressed for information about Albert, but then the bar patron recognizes someone. He wonders aloud if Rebecca is actually Ms. Marie. The woman in the white dress, who was previously known as Rebecca, is asked if she is Monsieur Vidic. She seems surprised by the question. The woman in the blue dress, who is actually Marie, recalls meeting the man in the top hat 3 years ago in Eris. The man in the top hat confirms that he believes that is correct. Marie apologizes for her late introduction and wonders who the woman in the white dress is. The woman in the white dress introduces herself as Marie Laurent, an old friend of Vidic's. Marie Laurent, now known as Rebecca, confirms that she knows who the man in the top hat is because he has helped her before. The man in the top hat asks if that is true. Before they can continue, the official apologizes to the man in the top hat, explaining that he didn't know he was a friend of Marie. He then scolds the official for attacking a customer without reason and asks who killed her. The official states that, according to this body's memories, one of their regular customers was recently murdered. Rebecca exclaims that the customer who died was a lady she worked for, explaining why she came to this place. The man in the top hat remarks that it must have been quite a shock, adding that Rebecca is quite a loudmouth. The official thinks that this place will not be useful, as there are dozens of customers who come here each day, and they don't watch every single one. He asks who killed her. The official thinks that there should only be a few people who interacted with Natalia, since they don't know her family name is Albert. He suggests they talk about this outside. The man in the top hat notes that many ears are listening. Vidic asks the official how much he knows. To start, the official states that he knows this isn't a normal bar. The official continues, explaining that the owner is very wary of a new customer, and Natalia Albert's usual track record isn't recorded here. He concludes that those people are probably planning something. The official thinks that they are probably planning something that is a secret to the outsiders. The woman, identified as Ms. Marie, is told that she is right. The conversation turns to the question of who the real king of France is, with Charles X, who has royal blood, being mentioned. The possibilities continue, with the mention of Napoleon's descendants who call themselves emperors. The man in the top hat believes that the people in the bar hate all 3 of those kings. Ms. Marie states that yet nothing has changed, and the only difference is that the tyrant king just became less extreme. Rebecca, listening intently, understands that the citizens still have to pay tribute if the king demands it, and if they're told to die, they have to follow through without reason. The narrative shifts to reveal that Secret Garden is a gathering place for people who want a revolution, and that Natalia was their comrade and main financial source. It's revealed that unlike her father, Natalia understood the importance of a revolution and gained the trust of the people. Son, looking directly at Ms. Marie, asks why she is telling him all of this. Ms. Marie responds that it's because she believes him. Ms. Marie reveals that she knows the traitor who killed Natalia Albert. The man in the top hat is shocked, asking if that is true, and Ms. Marie confirms that she knows who that person is, what they look like, and where they are right now. She worries that involving the police might expose the Secret Garden. Meanwhile, Vidic is asked to take care of the traitor, but he wonders what's in it for him. The woman asks if he is avenging Natalia. Vidic replies that it's for justice, but he'll ask for something in return for the information. She assures him that he'll get a reward from solving the case. Vidic, clearly annoyed, thinks that the reward wouldn't be appropriate and accuses her of ripping him off. The woman tells Vidic to think carefully, reminding him that the promise between the people of the Secret Garden is thicker than blood, even if it's a traitor who killed their comrade. She offers information about who came and disappeared. Vidic wonders if they'll tell him something that easily, thinking that getting information from him is easier. The woman tells him that this is the first and last time she'll ask him. Vidic agrees, sensing Detective Vidic's presence. With Marie Laurent's help, the murderer was easily captured, much to the annoyance of the man in the top hat. Inside the murderer's house, there was a bag with Natalia's fingerprints and a bag of gold coins from selling the treasures. As soon as the evidence was found, he admitted to killing Natalia. It seemed like the murder case was easily solved. Marie dark hair beams, clasping her hands together. She knew Detective Vidic would solve the case. Meanwhile, the man in the top hat sits alone, head in his hands, seemingly burdened by the question posed to him. It has been 4 days since the case closed, but Sun-male brown hair still can't rest. The sound of shattering glass echoes through the room. The man, presumably Han Young-hoon, curses under his breath, realizing the gravity of his situation. He thinks back to the messenger and the mission he was given, to kill this man. He wonders what will happen to his mission now. According to the rules of the roulette, the only way to return to his own time is to complete the mission. If he can't, then, the man realizes he will have to live here until the day he dies. Han Young-hoon thinks of his wife and son, knowing he won't be able to see them again. He cries out in anguish. The man reflects on the roulette wish and wishes he had ignored it. He resolves to find a way out of this predicament. The woman with the staff asks him to promise her one thing. She promises that she will definitely take him back to his original timeline, even if she's not there, making sure he makes the last roulettes will happen. Elsewhere, a man sits perched atop a rooftop, gazing out at the city below. He murmurs the name Maria. The man on the rooftop vows to never do something so childish. He sits overlooking a clock tower. Meanwhile, Han Young-hoon sits alone, head in his hands, seemingly lost in thought. Han Young-hoon reflects on how hard it was to survive in the middle of a battlefield. He wonders if he made a mistake, especially since he received someone's help. A vision of Rebecca blonde hair flashes in his mind. He questions if he couldn't solve the case in secret, and if he hadn't received the mission yet, how can he go back to the present? The weight of his task bears down on him. It feels like there's a huge wall in front of him. He reflects on how there's always a wall in his life, even when he was studying. All he could do was breathe, facing a wall of money and time. A voice echoes in his mind, reminding him that if you say you cannot do it, you really won't be able to. At times like this, only that much is true. Han Young-hoon slams his hand on the table, frustrated with himself. He's fed up. He sat at his desk, reviewing his notes on the case, a sense of frustration creeping in. Despite his efforts, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something crucial. The thought of giving up gnawed at him. After meeting Rebecca, Han Young-hoon had asked questions about the victim's daily life, hoping to find a clue that would break the case wide open. He knew he couldn't afford to get distracted by the roulette, even if something happened. His thoughts spiraled back to Rebecca's secret garden, a detail that seemed increasingly significant. He finished writing his notes, marking them as complete for now. He recalled his first meeting with Rebecca, a strange feeling washing over him at the time. Like him, she seemed to be hiding something. The detective's mind turned to the victim's maid. Did that mean there was still a mystery yet to be solved? Meanwhile, Rebecca, dressed in a pristine white dress, strolled through the city, seemingly carefree. The hem of her dress trailed behind her as she walked, the fabric whispering against the cobblestones. She approached a building, the sound of knocking echoing as she reached the door. Inside, a woman with dark hair, wearing a green robe over a white top, heard the knocking and called out, "I'm coming." Outside, Rebecca greeted her. "Hello, Mrs. Laurent." The woman seemed surprised by her arrival. Mrs. Laurent accused her, stating that she was definitely the one who was with Vidic. Rebecca confirmed her identity. "Yes, my name is Rebecca." Mrs. Laurent revealed that someone had told her to come here to meet Rebecca. She admitted she was taken aback by the sudden encounter. She reflects on her time serving Miss Natalia, a pang of regret hitting her as she remembers the woman's death and how she could have treated her better. Mrs. Laurent assures Rebecca that she also knew the miss well and apologizes for troubling her with her own grief. The woman in the green robe insists that Rebecca must be very sad. Mrs. Laurent acknowledges that forgetting someone who passed away is difficult and invites Rebecca to come in for a cup of tea. The woman in the green robe smiles, thinking to herself that Rebecca has taken the bait. She invites her to sit down and asks what kind of tea she would like. Rebecca thanks Mrs. Laurent, who dismisses it as nothing, stating that women should stick together. Meanwhile, the man in the top hat reflects that he went to Rebecca's house, but no one was there. The man in the top hat thinks to himself that he will first have to investigate the culprit. He recalls that this apartment was where the police arrested the culprit, but he never saw their face. The man in the top hat picks the lock, wondering if the arrest was just ending things too easily. He enters the apartment, finding it in disarray. The man in the top hat observes the clothes and bed, noting that this seems like an average apartment. Detective Vidic reflects that from the beginning, when he first met Rebecca, he felt something was off. He muses that sometimes he has an eerie sixth sense. Not trusting anyone, the man opens a drawer, revealing a collection of documents. The scene shifts to a hidden compartment beneath a floorboard, the discovery accompanied by the realization that this is the domain of a man who thrives on deceit. The man in the top hat examines a stack of letters, clearly surprised by their quantity. He notes that the letter in his hand was recently received and begins to read. The letter reveals that because of Natalia's immaturity, a plan has failed and someone discussed matters with Madame Recamier. The writer indicates that someone will have to be the sacrifice for a little while, but they will not stay in jail for too long. The man in the top hat continues reading, learning that dedication to the crown has been acknowledged and that the king has decided to secretly pardon someone. The culprit was a member of the secret garden. The man wonders if the letters mean someone is working for the French royalty. He wonders who this Madame Recamier could be, then focuses on the signature, Lucani de Albert. The man in the top hat is shocked to realize that the dead Natalia's father is Lucani de Albert, and he wonders what on earth is going on. Elsewhere, Rebecca lies motionless on the floor, seemingly unconscious. Mrs. Laurent states that she should thank Rebecca for coming here, adding that it's a lot less bothersome this way. Rebecca remains on the floor, as Mrs. Laurent thinks that Monsieur Albert was worried. Is she going to say? The blonde woman, bound and captive, murmurs to herself in the dimly lit room. Confused, Rebecca Blondehair wonders where she is and how she got there. Startled, Rebecca turns to see Mrs. Laurent Darkhair standing behind her, a knowing look on her face. Mrs. Laurent warns her to be careful when accepting drinks from others, implying she was drugged. Rebecca demands to be released, but Mrs. Laurent tells her to calm down. Mrs. Laurent assures the captive that she doesn't plan on harming her. The blonde woman questions if she is willing to cooperate, as Mrs. Laurent presents a red pouch. Rebecca confirms that she will. Mrs. Laurent reveals that the reason Rebecca was brought here was because of the diamond she holds. Rebecca, surprised, asks why Mrs. Laurent wants the diamond. Elsewhere, the man in the top hat reads a document, noting that the victim's father and the culprit knew each other, and that the letter contains certain words. He considered the case, thinking that everything was still an unsolved mystery, and that he would write about plan Madame Recamier and spy. The question lingered. If one knew who the killer was, why would they need a detective? Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a man in a top hat walked down the street. The man in the top hat wondered why he was wandering the streets of Paris, realizing he knew why they said not to tell the police. He thought that the more they investigated, the more evidence that the killer was a spy would be revealed, and that they would try to cover it up with a bigger case, a smokescreen. The man in the top hat continued walking, a sense of unease washing over him. Suddenly, he heard shouts of a fire, and the king's army area is on fire. The cries grew louder. Put it out. The man in the top hat paused, realization dawning on him. He wondered if the fire was connected to the case. The scene shifted to a crowd waving French flags in July. The year was 1830. In the aftermath of the Great Revolution, the king and parliament adopted a constitutional monarchy. King Charles X, facing danger due to rebellious acts, enacted a law granting voting rights to the people. The people, however, were not satisfied. They called to revoke the old edict, decrying the king as a tyrant. As a result of the king's actions, the citizens of Paris strongly resisted, declaring that they could not go back to the old ways. The royal forces responded, firing into the crowd. Though they claimed to be using blanks, the noise and threat were very real. An officer, dismissive of the growing unrest, demanded to see the identification of anyone sneaking around. He didn't care if the protesters wouldn't stop. Another officer believed that once the leaders were dealt with, the protesters would back off. He ordered his men to move quietly and oust them. The officer continued to disparage the protesters, calling them filthy and complaining that they were ganging up since they weren't satisfied. Meanwhile, the man in the top hat knew this wasn't the time for such distractions. He needed to find one more clue. And so, amidst the chaos, the man in the top hat noticed something. Elsewhere, someone was stacking barriers, determined to block the army's path and hold them off for 3 days. A man with a shaved head, preparing something in a barrel, called out to someone named Gubber. Gubber, standing atop the barricade, was recognized as the man from that time. He had come to fight for the country and was praised for his manliness. The man in the top hat, his brow furrowed in anger, declares that there isn't time for jokes. He reveals that there's a mole among them, and they don't know when the king's army will attack. Nearby, a revolutionary expresses his frustration, believing the revolution will fail if things continue as they are. The revolutionary questions the man in the top hat's accusation of a mole. The man in the top hat orders him to get the people out of the area, promising to explain on the way. The man in the top hat retorts that he won't force anyone to believe him, but he stands by his claim, even without evidence. The man in the top hat passionately declares that a democratic society is the goal. The revolutionary is warned to do things right if he's going to do them at all. The man in the top hat states he warned him, but admits he is busy and doubtful. Suddenly, a hand grabs Mr. Viddick's shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. The revolutionary asks if the accusation is because of something he possesses. Elsewhere, a woman questions why Rebecca would be involved, as Rebecca stands tied to a chair in the background. The woman looks at Florence's diamond with a worried expression. Another woman states she is certain Natalia took the diamond with her that night, lamenting that Natalia didn't know until she. The woman continues, mentioning her father, Albert, and herself. He is stopped by a hand on his shoulder, the touch halting his pursuit. Elsewhere, two women exchange words, one noting that the other has been meeting with His Majesty often. The woman with the fan dismisses it, claiming it's merely his grace. The woman with the fan, Mrs. Laurent, suggests that if the other woman is jealous, she should put in some effort. She reveals that gathering information in the back alleys every night is a lot of work. The woman in red greets Mrs. Laurent, Madame Recamier, noting that this is their first time meeting. She hopes that it's okay with her. Madame Recamier hopes that Marie Laurent will keep her secrets, especially the one about her royal father. Marie Laurent asks if she can call her Marie Laurent when it's just the two of them. The woman is surprised, realizing that this person has definitely been to the secret garden. Madame Recamier grabs Marie Laurent's wrist, asking if she hasn't told anyone. Marie Laurent assures her that she hasn't and won't tell anyone. In a starkly different setting, Rebecca is confronted. Her captor accuses her of being the traitor and the one who murdered her. The captor reveals that the man works for her. The captor continues, stating that it seems that his daughter stealing the treasure was surprising to Albert. She reveals that she convinced Natalia to put the diamond back. The woman in green tells Rebecca to wait quietly, as it seems that someone has come. Rebecca, bound and gagged, is addressed directly. Her captor states that she has much more to tell her. A voice calls out a greeting in French, "Good evening." Madame Recamier apologizes for the wait. Marie Laurent, noticing someone else, wonders aloud what brings Viddick here. Viddick remains silent, his expression unreadable. Viddick is confronted as he stands outside a building. The detective, Viddick, states his purpose with a determined look. Viddick is greeted at the door by Mrs. Laurent, who expresses surprise at his visit. She invites him inside. Mrs. Laurent wonders aloud what brings the detective to her at such a time. Inside, Mrs. Laurent and Vidic discuss Rebecca's earlier visit and their brief conversation. Mrs. Laurent recalls that she believes she's surprised that Miss Natalia died. She mentions they drank tea and had a little conversation before she left. The conversation shifts to Monsieur Albert, whom Mrs. Laurent remembers fondly. Vidic reveals that he heard from a client who paid him as soon as the case was settled, as he found his daughter's murderer. He hopes to have him as a regular client. He sits, listening intently as Mrs. Laurent explains that the case is named after the question, where did Natalia Albert's treasure go? The woman asks if Monsieur Albert paid him to figure it out. She sits pensively, stating that it's a very interesting case for her. According to Rebecca, Albert's maid, the victim reportedly stole something very valuable that night. The woman wonders what was stolen, but believes it is easy to guess. The detective muses that it wouldn't be a check, since the revolutionary militia may use them secretly. It also can't be gold coins or gold, since they said it was small and light enough to be moved by a woman alone. The narrator explains that from here, the realm of reasoning is Detective Vidic's specialty, so logically, it's probably a jewel, or something similar like valuable accessories. That makes sense to Vidic. Mrs. Laurent asks if he would like a cup of tea, noting that it seems like this will take a while. He declines, stating that he doesn't drink what others give. He explains that it's because someone might put something in it. It must have been some extremely valuable jewelry, since even Rebecca, a mere maid, knew about it. However, something is still fishy. The people tied to this case never told the detective about the jewel. Monsieur Albert, Rebecca, and you, it's as, is the jewel that important when she is dead? He's sure Albert already sold it somewhere. However, it's harder to exchange jewelry for money than one might imagine. Well, that's not impossible. He reflects on the case, noting that the culprit claimed to have already sold the treasure to the police. But it hasn't even been a week since the theft, and he supposedly sold a large jewel without an appraisal. Mrs. Laurent suggests that the criminal may still be in possession of the jewelry, and that someone knows a lot about it. Vidic muses that jewelry can think that far, and the same goes for Monsieur Albert. He wonders why Albert didn't try to find his treasure. He admits he was thinking about something else entirely. Then something suddenly bothered him, and he wondered if he was the first. He wonders where the jewel went, reasoning that it must still be with the culprit. If Monsieur Albert had already given up on looking for the jewels, is it finders keepers then? Mrs. Laurent asks if he is talking about Rebecca. She knows who he is talking about, adding that she watched alongside while this case was being investigated. She believes Rebecca has the guts to put that thought into action. Vidic points out that if she came back to see him, she likely didn't come back just to bring up someone who was murdered. He admits he doesn't know where she hid the jewel. He asks for a little bit of her help, sure that he'll figure this case out. Mrs. Laurent wonders what he was talking about. Mrs. Laurent says that Rebecca asked her if she knew about Natalia's treasure, but she didn't know anything. Vidic replies that she really is such a mysterious person. He continues, saying that when she initially showed up in front of him, it was as if she were waiting to give him all the answers, and now she says she knows nothing at all. He adds that if it weren't for her, he would have deduced the jewel story much earlier. Mrs. Laurent asks if he is doubting her. He says that it just bothers him that she curtly says she doesn't know anything. He asks if Natalia didn't steal the treasure out of her own greed, and states that he is talking about the secret. Mrs. Laurent says that she was wondering what he was talking about, and that he means garden. She explains that it's a closed and exclusive group, and she knows since she's experienced it there, but it was so noisy. She counters his accusation, suggesting he believes she knows something about the treasure and is hiding it. Vidic presses, demanding proof of her claims. He reveals that Rebecca has disappeared. The detective notes the noise outside, attributing it to the resistance protests happening throughout Paris. He then accuses Mrs. Laurent of being part of the Revolutionary Party. Vidic questions why she didn't go to the protest. He states he's been looking for Rebecca all afternoon because he had something to discuss with her. The detective realizes that Rebecca wasn't at her house or at Albert's. He wonders what could have happened, fearing it's dangerous out there. Vidic points out that Mrs. Laurent was the last person to see Rebecca today. He concludes that she must still be in the house. Mrs. Laurent realizes that Rebecca is the only one looking for the jewel right now. She understands that the murderer and his crew would have no choice but to. She notices something. Mrs. Laurent realizes that if it were her, she would never let Rebecca go. Vidic declares he will take a look around the house, whether it be calmly or by shutting her up. He intends to search every room. Mrs. Laurent thinks that if Rebecca is nowhere to be found in this house, then she's innocent. She steals herself. The woman, pointing a gun directly at Vidic, tells him that's enough and to shut up. She admits that she thought he was a second-rate detective, but he's quite good. Inside the mansion, Mrs. Laurent holds a diamond, prompting Vidic to inquire about her intentions. She denies wanting the diamond, claiming she is there to track Rebecca's last whereabouts. Vidic, standing close, declares he isn't interested in the treasure. Mrs. Laurent, aiming a gun at him, finds his statement amusing. Mrs. Laurent explains that since Vidic knows who the jewel belongs to, he understands the situation. She reveals the jewel is the only relic of Queen Marie Antoinette. Vidic asks if she intends to kill him. Mrs. Laurent states she can't have anyone who knows of the jewel stay alive, implying that doing so would cause trouble for her. Mrs. Laurent accuses Vidic of hiding his identity and warns him not to commit any more crimes than he already has. Vidic declares he is there to bring justice and return the treasure to its rightful owner. He shouts at Mrs. Laurent to be quiet. Mrs. Laurent, holding the jewel, declares that if she puts her mind to it, it's all over for him. Vidic retorts that she won't make it out of the house either. Marie Laurent, gun in hand, declares that the other person doesn't have to do this and should just talk to her, as a gunshot rings out. Hearing the gunshot, a man in a tuxedo rushes in, calling out to Marie Laurent to see if she is all right. The man demands to know why she has a gun, while another man observes that people from the secret garden are here to keep an eye on them, and that there's no way they would confine Miss Rebecca. Vidic recalls meeting Rebecca earlier while he was looking for her whereabouts, but admits he doubted her. Marie Laurent, holding the gun, states that they care about her so much that they followed her in order to protect her, as the man from the secret garden asks her to put the dangerous thing down. Marie Laurent declares that no matter how much he tries to defame her, it'll be fine since they don't believe it. Growing frustrated, Marie Laurent tells them to shut up and fires the gun, sending the man from the secret garden flying backward. Marie Laurent, with a crazed look in her eyes, declares that she is done with all this nonsense, and that she was going crazy looking after them sewer rats this whole time. Marie Laurent orders them to stay back, threatening to kill them if they come any closer. The man in the tuxedo observes that Marie Laurent is running away. One of the men asks if they should go after her, as the other man states that's. The bald man finishes the sentence, stating that they've been completely deceived this entire time by that two-faced snake. He is urgently asked for help, as Rebecca is somewhere in the house. Agreeing to the request, the man in the suit states they will find her together. Elsewhere, Rebecca is tied to a chair, realizing there are stairs nearby. A figure stands in the doorway. The men watching Rebecca discuss that her name is fake, and that the detective has figured everything out. They apologize to her. The bald revolutionary holds Rebecca, telling her he wouldn't have told her about the house so easily. He says even the slightest scratch would be his fault. The man in the suit announces that he has found Rebecca. Vidic apologizes to Rebecca, stating he wanted to retrieve the treasure and return it to her. Vidic tells her that if there is anything else he can give her besides the jewel. The man in the top hat asks if Vidic isn't a bit too old, surprising him. The bald revolutionary apologizes for interrupting, asking if it is okay to use the house for a bit. The man in the suit thinks to himself that since it's dangerous at the bar now, they're going to need a new base, and that one night should be fine. The bald revolutionary says, all right, and to move the wounded people this way. The blonde woman addresses Vidic, but the man in the top hat corrects her, stating that the woman's name isn't Marie Laurent. Gilbert recalls that while talking to him, she referred to herself as Marie Recamier. Vidic wonders if she is a member of the royal faction, recalling that Madame Recamier was the name mentioned in the letter written by Albert. Vidic reflects on how Albert seemed to know everything, even how his daughter died, and how Natalia was a member of the Revolutionary Army. Yet instead of being a father, his priority was to protect the royal spies. Rebecca expresses her disbelief, recalling that Monsieur Albert had a tough side, but seemed to love his daughter. Suddenly, the group hears cries for help, and someone shouts that Jean's leg is broken. The man in the top hat asks if Rebecca is Albert's maid, but a voice says that she is on their side. The man in the top hat realizes that she is Natalia's friend, and says he is counting on her. Rebecca wonders why the young lady would do something so dangerous. She thinks about how the Albert family is very prestigious and wealthy, and they would have been well off without a revolution. The woman thinks about her friends, those weaker than herself, and how Natalia fought for a society where everyone is free and friendly. The man in the top hat asks if it is worth giving up her life, and she responds, of course. The bald revolutionary calls out to someone off-panel, explaining that he patrolled outside and the situation isn't looking good. The man in the top hat agrees, stating that the citizens are all confused and something must be done to change this. The bald revolutionary insists that they need to step up and resume the protest, but the man in the top hat tells him to leave it to him, as the spies must have already reported their identities to the royal family. He fears they will all be executed for treason if the revolution fails. The bald revolutionary declares that this is their last chance, warning anyone with doubts to leave Paris and run as far away as possible. The bald revolutionary tells Vidic and Rebecca Blondehair that if they are with them, there might be pointless misunderstandings, but Rebecca insists she will stay here. Rebecca Blondehair is surprised by something, while Vidic admits he honestly wanted to take the Miss Diamond. Rebecca Blondehair thinks to herself that stealing the jewelry wasn't the reason. A reflection in a mirror reveals Madame Recamier, who had been deceiving her with a shameless face, and Monsieur Albert, who deemed the monarchy was more important than his daughter's life. She thinks to herself that such hypocrites are living in their country. The reflection continues, showing Natalia try to teach someone like her about compassion. The bald revolutionary declares he can't let such a person die in vain. The camera focuses on Rebecca Blondehair's back as she stands tall, ready to fight. Someone off-panel declares that the lady is right. The man in the top hat puts his hand on the bald revolutionary's shoulder, stating that they are all people who are prepared for the worst anyway. A crowd of people are shown holding flags and ready to join the protesters, as they believe there is still hope. Someone tells the mist to hold this and give them a weapon. The crowd is ready to go, declaring, "Let's go, friends, and long live the French." Rebecca Blondehair leads the charge, declaring, "Freedom and equality in this country." Vidic watches from a window. The man in the suit is asked how he found out. He replies that it wasn't difficult, and that he will perform the client's request, revealing that the mystery is behind the mission. The man in the hat confirms that he got the answer, and that the client of the time traveler Han Young-hoon wasn't Vidic but him. He wonders if Rebecca was the first person he met right after the shift. The man in the suit reflects on the events that have transpired, realizing that Rebecca's desire was focused on the jewel. He notes that her greed has vanished. The traveler confirms that the request has been fulfilled. The traveler smiles, stating that the man in the suit is correct. The traveler acknowledges that the man in the suit managed to find the right answer, admitting he was worried when he went off the path. The man in the suit realizes that something would have happened had he not realized this. The traveler raises a finger, declaring that they don't have time for chit-chat. The traveler insists that the man in the suit must return to his world, reminding him that he didn't forget about the thing with his father. The man in the suit is startled by the mention of his father, realizing there are still things he hasn't heard from him. The traveler stands alone in the night, his task seemingly complete. The man in the suit is told that he just got lucky, and that he shouldn't get his hopes up. Back at the office, Detective Yoon is asked to answer the phone. Yoon Cheol-hwan answers, identifying himself. On the other end of the line, Han Young-hoon asks if he can get a copy of the CCTV recording. Detective Yoon says he wants to see it with his own eyes, just in case there's a clue about the culprit, even though they inspected it fully. Han Young-hoon asks for the detective's email address. The first rule of investigating that Vidic learned was to look at the crime scene and evidence. Vidic thinks to himself that it's the day of the incident, and the video was taken in the nearby area about 30 minutes after the accident, and to trust his intuition. He continues to ponder that the time it took for the witness to call 119 after finding his father was 30 minutes after this video was taken. Vidic realizes the caller was a resident who went on a walk, and wonders if they have an alibi. Vidic thinks that rule number 2 of investigating is that the culprit left the place to destroy the evidence, and it's impossible to go back there within. The detective's thoughts raced, the third location on the list potentially holding the key to the mystery. It would be more accurate to ask his father directly, but he hesitated. Vidic wondered what was on this road that made people go there repeatedly. The gears turned in his mind. There had to be some motive behind the repeated visits. The icon in the middle of the mountain was a resort. The taxi fee to drive up to the middle of the mountain was 21,000 won. Vidic mused that a detective needed to have money. Moments later, Han Young-hoon was greeted at the resort's entrance. "Welcome, sir." The attendant explained that he would need to check his membership and identification. Han Young-hoon admitted that he didn't have a membership. He just wanted to check the place out. The attendant apologized, stating that he could not enter. The detective then showed the attendant a picture on his phone. He asked if he had seen this person around here a few days ago, revealing that it was his father. The attendant apologized, explaining that he couldn't answer his question. The attendant clarified that it would become an invasion of privacy, and that was their top policy. He observes the restricted facility, a place he doubts his father would ever visit. But his thoughts return to the culprit behind his father's accident. He considers the possibility that the culprit crashed into his father after leaving the resort, a place that protects its customers' privacy and caters to the wealthy. Even with the resort's careful attempts to cover up the evidence, he believes he can still piece together the culprit's appearance. The man in the trench coat realizes that the place he came to with Vidic is around here, and that the people involved are probably very rich. He wonders if it could be an illegal businessman or a politician. He notes that the culprit crashed into his father in this very spot, and that there are still bloodstains left behind. The CCTV camera captured the car, traveling about 2 kilometers straight, 30 minutes after the expected accident time at 8:40 a.m. The detective considers that 2 kilometers is a short distance, questioning why it would take 30 minutes to travel that far. The reason the culprit was dragging the time on the scene was, he wonders if that is the CCTV camera, the one that recorded what he saw, but something feels wrong. Something that's almost impossible was recorded. Hoon exclaims that they found it. They found them. He listens intently as the detective on the other end of the line questions the abandoned car's presence in the CCTV footage. Meanwhile, the detective, Yul Cheol-hwan, relays that they've finally found the driver. He admits it was a difficult task, sifting through countless old records, and notes that the culprit is still denying the charges. The detective continues, revealing that a crucial piece of evidence was discovered in the car. Han Young-hoon thanks him for his hard work, but the detective interrupts, stating he has something more to say. The detective emphasizes that the important thing isn't the car and the CCTV, but rather a major contradiction within the video itself. Back at the office, Yul Cheol-hwan receives a call. The voice on the other end greets him by name, asking what he wanted to say. The detective replies simply, "Nothing." Yul Cheol-hwan thanks the caller for their effort and agrees to meet them at the police station soon. Later, Han Young-hoon stands alone on a deserted road, lost in thought. He reflects on the case, realizing that anyone can lie and that he almost made the same mistake. He considers how the person who appeared to want to help him could be the one trying to cover the truth, setting traps with fake witnesses and other means. The detective realizes this case might not be a simple hit and run, but something far more complex, involving even a fake culprit. The call with Yul Cheol-hwan has ended. To find a real culprit, Han Young-hoon realizes he has to suspect everyone involved. The detective is told, "I'll leave it to you, Detective Yoon." He responds with disbelief, questioning how he's supposed to cover up this kind of case. Continuing the conversation, the detective is told that he just has to play along. The voice on the other end assures him that they will prepare a stolen car and arrange the crime scene, adding that he can just hide the fact that the detective was at that place today. The detective is warned that it's not going to be as easy as he thinks, and is asked what if the victim died. The voice on the other end clarifies that they mean Mr. Cheol-hwan. The voice on the phone says that they saw him die, and that they will definitely repay those who helped them. They ask if he's seen how they've done it before, right? The detective is reminded that since a while ago, every time they saw him, they felt that he shouldn't end his career as a countryside detective. The voice on the phone asks him to please consider it, saying this will be a win-win case for both of them. They then tell Detective Yoon that they'll leave it up to him. The camera focuses on a wrist wearing an expensive watch. The person holding the cigarette thinks that this one watch is more expensive than their house. He stood outside the police station, contemplating the pressure being put on him. Had he refused to cooperate, the person behind this would have simply found someone else who would. Meanwhile, the man with the silver hair, Han Young-hoon, smoked a cigarette, musing on how considerate he was being to the victim's family. If he were to say he'd found the culprit, that student would. The detective thought to himself that he would definitely feel better. Detective Yoon called out to Han Young-hoon as he approached. The detective greeted him, addressing him as Mr. Young-hoon. The detective asked if he had finished interrogating the suspect. Han Young-hoon confirmed that he had, for today. They were still denying it, but he believed it was only a matter of time until they confessed, especially with the amount of evidence recovered from the car. The detective thanked Han Young-hoon. The man with the silver hair dismissed the gratitude, saying that the detective had been having a harder time. Han Young-hoon asked if the detective had eaten lunch yet, offering to eat together if he hadn't. He insisted it was his treat, so the detective shouldn't feel obligated. The detective felt burdened, but also thought to himself that this was fortunate. The detective's eyes narrowed. Someone watched a video on a laptop, thinking about the detective's overly calm manner. There was an error in the video he sent. The figure wondered why the detective would give him fake evidence. The student wondered if there was a culprit or an accomplice, and how much of it was the truth, and where the lies started. He told himself to calm down, reminding himself that the detective was just a detective, and he was just a student. Knowing that if he suspects anything, it's over, the detective prepares to act. With a click, he activates a recording device, hoping to gather crucial information. Han Young-hoon, meanwhile, wonders if the detective also visited the resort. The detective confirms that he went to the resort because it was the closest place to the crime scene. He admits that there wasn't anything to work with, despite his repeated visits in the hope of finding a piece of evidence. The detective elaborates, stating that there wasn't a single CCTV camera at the resort. Han Young-hoon explains that the resort claimed the lack of cameras was to protect their customers' privacy, a fact that only made the detectives work harder. The detective finds the idea of privacy at such a place excessive, adding that if there was a thief, the customers would be the ones at a loss. Han Young-hoon wonders aloud why they would do that. The detective responds that Han Young-hoon is still young and doesn't understand that this isn't a place you simply come play. He continues, explaining that sometimes they have to do things while avoiding the gaze of others, especially those who have a position in society, who need that place even more. The detective concludes that the resort is a facility for those people. Han Young-hoon summarizes the situation as bribery or corruption. He waves his hand dismissively, stating he can't answer that since it's just his guess. The detective recalls that he has never received a bribe, so he wouldn't know. He then thinks about how he can sense when someone is lying, noting the slight physical reactions, such as a quickened pulse. The detective continues to explain that when someone lies, their temperature rises or their face gets pale. He believes a person who has faced a lot of liars will develop these kinds of senses. The detective's words resonate with Han Young-hoon, who realizes he felt the exact same feeling at that time. The detective remains silent, listening intently. Han Young-hoon recalls the detective asking him what his father was doing at the crime scene. He remembers saying he didn't know, but now realizes he'll have to ask him in order to know. The detective asks what Han Young-hoon thinks the culprit was doing at that mountain. The detective explains that the area is off limits, so not everyone can go there. However, the only place noticeable is that resort. Han Young-hoon states that the culprit is a customer of the resort. Han Young-hoon continues, saying he just thinks they have to be. The detective suggests they try to imagine and reenact the day of the accident. The detective mentally summarizes all the clues they have, noting that the culprit went straight after the accident and was recorded by the CCTV. He concludes that's why they can catch the driver of this car. Han Young-hoon states he wouldn't have committed the crime as he points to the tablet, showing the accident location and the CCTV camera's position. He explains that if it were him, he he would have changed direction and gone back to where he came from. The detective considers the statement. He thinks to himself that it's a resort that doesn't have CCTVs in order to protect privacy, wondering if there is any other better place to hide. The detective hums, admitting to himself that it's not that he didn't think of that possibility. He then states that the suspect didn't do it. The detective explains that the car went straight, which is why it got recorded. The detective continues, suggesting that maybe they were too surprised to turn around. Han Young-hoon denies this, telling the detective that he is not talking about the suspect now. The protagonist clarifies that the other car isn't their suspect. The detective suggests that perhaps there is another car whose tracks they haven't found yet, implying that there may be a third car. He wonders what's with the kid. The detective tells Han Young-hoon to follow where he's going with this. He asks if he's saying that he arrested the wrong person. Han Young-hoon explains that there's a third car at the crime scene, implying that the suspect car's whereabouts are suspicious. A diagram shows the predicted accident time was 8 p.m., but the time recorded in the CCTV was 8:30 p.m. It also shows that the person who found his father called at 9 p.m. The diagram shows the paths of 3 cars. The culprit's car at 8 p.m., the suspect's car around 8:30 p.m., and the caller at 9 p.m. If the suspect's car is truly innocent, and if it's like what he said, is he suggesting that the suspect saw his father and just went about their way? Something so psychopathic? The detective wonders why they had to throw the car into the water. Mr. Young-hoon, it's fine if he wants to personally investigate the case. The detective thinks he's going too far, stating that no matter how he looks at this, there's no third car. The detective says, detective. He needs to calm down. He's finally gotten this far. Han Young-hoon gets the feeling that the detective isn't getting what he's saying. The detective questions if it's really a trustworthy piece of evidence, wondering what if it's a broken or defective CCTV. From what the detective understands, it seems like Han Young-hoon is forcing it, saying all this based on a CCTV recording. Inside the palace, the situation grows dire. This is bad, Monsieur Albert, a voice declares. The protesters show no signs of disbanding. The speaker, a man in a military uniform, relays information to another man with a stern expression. The man with the stern expression thinks to himself that the secret garden has regrouped since last night. The man with the stern expression wonders what happened to Madame Recamier in the secret garden. Elsewhere, a man with gloved hands asks if the other person was supposed to take care of that place. A woman responds, apologizing to Monsieur Albert. The woman in the previous panel thinks to herself that something unexpected happened at the last minute. The man she is speaking to thinks about the case of Natalia, who is the Count's daughter. The woman, revealed to be Madame Recamier, is told that the detective who was used to cover it up is enough. The man speaking to her says that she is always making excuses. Monsieur Albert wonders just how he should tell this to the great king. Monsieur Albert decides to stop this here, as it seems he will have to reconsider the way they are treated. Vidic is mentioned. Madame Recamier fumes, vowing revenge for her humiliation. In 19th century Paris, the narrator explains that from this point forward, Madame Recamier and Vidic would become sworn enemies. Their names would be written in the historical records again. An officer calls out to Major Anton. Elsewhere, a man sits in a chair, stating that the time has come for the king to abdicate the throne, as he has received a message from the royal family. The man in the chair continues, noting that Prince Louis Philippe's approval rating is rising rapidly, and that he will be the next king. He wonders what will happen to the rebellion. The officer from before wonders if the current situation would be considered a success or a failure. The roars of the angry people are heard as the officer asks if he may speak honestly. He thinks that France is finally becoming a republic when he sees the people protesting. The officer's superior states that in the current state, the fact that the monarchy has yet to fall is like a miracle. Major Anton stands at attention, stating that he feels the same way as the officer. He believes that even if democracy is established in this country someday, the officer thinks to himself that this is not the current situation, and that his duty is to protect the monarchy. Someone thinks to themselves that they can proudly say that they've succeeded. The detective's words are deemed unreasonable, as they are based on CCTV footage. The man in the black turtleneck questions the credibility of the evidence, wondering if there was a CCTV error or if it's broken. Frustrated, Yoon Chul-hwan slams his fist on the table, demanding that Han Young-hoon get a hold of himself. The detective challenges the man in the black turtleneck, asking what he will believe if he doesn't believe the evidence. Han Young-hoon states that it's a very dangerous thought, similar to impeding the investigation. Detective Yoon Chul-hwan is in disbelief, exclaiming that he's worked overtime for several days looking for evidence and even caught the culprit. Yoon Chul-hwan asks if Han Young-hoon is trying to make a fool of him, adding that he's been rude toward him. He emphasizes that he personally got the footage evidence and investigated it himself. The detective asks if Han Young-hoon is saying that he doesn't trust the entire Korean police force. Han Young-hoon agrees with the detective, stating that he doesn't know if he can trust them since a dying woman spoke of it. Han Young-hoon reveals that there's evidence that the video Yoon Chul-hwan secured and investigated isn't from the day of the accident. He was wondering whether to tell him, but instead, he reported it directly to the prosecution. Judging by Yoon Chul-hwan's reaction, Han Young-hoon believes he's done the right thing. The detective is shocked by the revelation. Yoon Chul-hwan is informed that he's under arrest based on article number 155 of the Criminal Code. He asks what this is about. As he's being apprehended, Yoon Chul-hwan is informed of his right to an attorney and the right to remain silent. He insists that this is impossible and that there can't be any proof, as he's checked it over and over again. The detective, Yoon Chul-hwan, is assured that if he is confident in his actions, he will be released once the investigation is over, as the footage was perfect. An enraged man confronts Yoon Chul-hwan, questioning why he abandoned his duty as a police officer and vowing to find the real culprit who hit his father. Elsewhere, Han Young-hoon places his hand on a table, determined to uncover the truth. The news reports a shocking story, promising to reveal the truth. The news continues, reporting that the incident occurred in Jungpyeong, Cheongbuk-do, where a detective forged evidence for a case, manipulated the date of the CCTV footage, and arrested an innocent citizen. The Cheongbuk police station calls this an individual deviation, a half-hearted response similar to cutting off one's tail, as Han Young-hoon watches the news. Han Young-hoon receives a text message, stating that they're leaving a message since they couldn't get in contact with him, and asking him to let them know when he's available. Han Young-hoon receives a call, thanking him for calling and inquiring about the investigation over lunchtime. Han Young-hoon confirms that they found the part where the video was edited on Yoon Chul-hwan's computer at his home. The chief of Cheongbuk police station is informed that the original footage took place in the summer, but the chief insists that this isn't about that incident. Han Young-hoon is asked if he found any clues while investigating his father's hit-and-run accident. Han Young-hoon is told that they just gathered veteran detectives to prepare for the perfect investigation, which means him, and that he would never forget. Han Young-hoon is on the phone, reporting that he hasn't found anything yet. He is instructed to contact the speaker when he finds something in his investigation and to not inform the media. The camera pans to a shelf with framed photos. One is of Seon Jin-suk, the ruling party leader, who has finally made a statement on the rumors of him running for president. Another framed photo shows a younger Han Young-hoon. He only had his father as family and was always alone at home. His father always felt sorry for him, and no matter how busy he was, he always used to visit his hometown and spend time with him. A young Han Young-hoon calls out to his dad, showing him a flower he found. The father remarks that it's a moonflower and that it's been a while since he's seen one. The boy wonders why it's been a while. The father explains that this flower can only be found in the summer, and in the winter, only the roots remain because it goes to sleep. The boy is amazed at how much his father knows. His father admits that there's still a lot he doesn't know either. Han Young-hoon recalls when he first saw the swaying flower stems and leaves in the video, he thought it was just wild grass that survived the winter. He realizes that if he hadn't seen the flowers right in front of the CCTV, he might not have ever realized it. But if the video was taken on the day of the incident, the stream of grass shouldn't be swaying in the wind like that. In winter, only the roots of the moonflower remain. There should only be rosettes in sight, but rosette grass or dicanthelium are perennial plants and are present all throughout the year. The man explains that he wants to pick up junk. The man in the brown coat tells the man in the hospital bed that it's something like junk or waste paper. The man in the hospital bed says he's been doing this for a living lately. While money is money, those are all resources. He asks if the man in the brown coat knows how nice it is to climb mountains for exercise and to collect recyclables. The man in the brown coat tells the man in the hospital bed to still not go at night. It's dangerous. The man in the hospital bed says, "Oh, father, I have another question." The man in the brown coat says it was in his room and that he happened to stumble upon a small round roulette. The man in the hospital bed asks if he knows what that is, and then says he said a roulette. The mention of a roulette piques Han Young-hoon's interest. The man's response is a simple, "Sure." Han Young-hoon presses him, asking if he doesn't remember what it looks like, describing it as gold-colored and round. The man claims he doesn't seem to remember, but that he might have picked something up. The man explains that he usually either picks up junk, fixes it, and sells it, or he uses it. The detective asks if he's ever tried turning it on. The man replies that he's not sure. The man states that he honestly doesn't know which item Han Young-hoon is talking about, but if he needs it, he can take it. The protagonist is unsure if it will be of much use to him, but he thanks his father nonetheless. Han Young-hoon announces that he'll head back to Seoul now. Classes for law school start the day after tomorrow. He sits on the train, contemplating the roulette and its potential. He muses that perhaps the roulette only responds to his desires. A mysterious woman appears, holding a golden orb. She tells him to use it however he'd like, as long as he doesn't get too greedy. Han Young-hoon considers the woman's words, thinking it's hard to believe the roulette grants wishes and wondering if it has a limit. He wonders if there are side effects he doesn't know about, or if he doesn't fulfill a mission. Han Young-hoon decides he shouldn't use it recklessly, resolving to only use it when absolutely necessary. So, he wonders if perhaps it's money. He realizes this is the final train stop, Seoul Station, and that he has to think ahead. An announcement reminds passengers to take their belongings. He considers something that lasts longer, something which can beat money, wondering if it's social status or power. Han Young-hoon thinks he can probably get money with his own merits, reminding himself that he even got into law school. He concludes that he wants something closer to a miracle, something he can't possibly attain from now on. He adjusts his coat, his hand disappearing into a deep pocket as he walks. Suddenly, his phone rings. The caller ID reads, "Father." He answers, his father's voice booming through the speaker. The man's father demands to know where he is. The man's father asks if there's any damage around him, and then questions why he's asking about Gangnam all of a sudden. The man's father continues to speak, telling him to look at the news. The news report shows an explosion at the Gangnam station. The news ticker confirms the explosion occurred at the exhibition facility, also known as KV Square in Daechidong, and that the building collapsed with a sudden roar. The man's father explains that the government is using all their resources to save the people trapped in the building, and that eyewitnesses reported the temperature rose immensely after the explosion. He wonders what to do about the people inside. His father warns not to spread any information without proper sources, and the man expresses his shock at the news. The man's father continues to speak to Han Young-hoon. His father tells him to go home directly and not wander around, as he is in the opposite direction of the explosion. His father warns that it will be hectic around Gangnam, so he shouldn't go that way either. Han Young-hoon acknowledges the warning. He reassures his father over the phone, asking him not to worry. The man on the other end of the line warns him not to watch too much news about the accident, saying that it's not good for people to dwell on disasters. The man urges someone to hurry. He leaps over a railing, determined to save people right after the accident. A public announcement reminds passengers to stand behind the yellow line as the train is about to depart. Inside the train, Han Young-hoon tries to calm himself. He opens his bag, reflecting that while time traveling, the present never changed. He thinks that this time should be the same too, acknowledging that money and power are good, but they don't compare to people's lives. He wonders why nothing happened, realizing something is different this time. He finds himself back on the train, the other passengers on edge. They whisper about a suspicious person, some even fearing a terrorist attack. The man in the green jacket, agitated, urges someone to call the police. A younger man with white hair tries to calm him down, stuttering a denial. The man in the green jacket grabs the younger man, insisting he's just a prankster, his younger cousin. He apologizes profusely to the other passengers, while quietly threatening the younger man. A voice from the back of the train demands to know what's going on, adding that even if the younger man didn't do anything, everyone is on edge. The man in the green jacket turns to the speaker, demanding to know who told him to hide over there and why he's even here. The younger man wonders why the roulette isn't working, thinking to himself that even if the man in the green jacket hadn't brought it up, he was going to. The man in the green jacket continues to speak, but the younger man thinks to himself that it's not possible for the roulette to think differently. The younger man states that the roulette's reply is that he has exceeded the karma allowed limit. The conversation continues at the subway station, where the man in the green jacket insists that time travel isn't always possible. The boy in the maroon hoodie confirms that he never said the roulette would be able to fulfill everything. The man in the green jacket, Han Young-hoon, asks the boy what his name was again, and he replies that it's June, while internally questioning the criteria for time travel. June admits he's not sure about the criteria, stating that his role as the messenger is to only deliver messages. Han Young-hoon continues, stating that the one who made all the rules for time travel is also the one who sent him here. June wonders if he was being sent here, as a hand suddenly grabs his arm. Someone calls out to June, telling him to come here. He is pulled along, feet barely touching the ground, as he wonders where they're going. In the distance, a fire rages, firefighters working to contain the blaze and evacuate civilians. The man in the green jacket directs June's attention to the disaster unfolding in the distance. The fire continues to burn, consuming buildings and filling the air with thick, black smoke. Firefighters bravely battle the inferno, attempting to rescue anyone trapped inside the burning buildings. The man in the green jacket tells June that he is not like the ones who sent him here. The man in the green jacket claims to be an ordinary human being, powerless to stop the accidents occurring before him. Holding the roulette, the man in the green jacket wonders if it chose to come to him for a reason. He realizes that he must be qualified to use the roulette, even if he has to pay the price. June declares that his will is to save the people, attempting to stop the man in the green jacket. The man in the green jacket warns June not to use the roulette like that, implying there will be consequences. June, ignoring the warning, activates the roulette, seemingly ready to face the consequences. The morning sun streams through the windows of what appears to be a locker room. Elsewhere, a metallic surface reverberates with a loud clang. The man in the police uniform sits on a chest of drawers, seemingly lost in thought. The officer looks up, his expression unreadable. The officer, June, is asked if he's gone crazy. The boy in the red hoodie, his face contorted with anger, tells June to stop, demanding if he knows what he's done. The boy, seemingly named June, questions why the officer is so angry, and why he would use such harsh words. The officer retorts that the boy doesn't even know what the roulette is going to take from him, telling him not to be too greedy and asking what he means by greedy. The boy asks if a desire to save people is being greedy. The boy in the red hoodie asks if June thinks he's become some kind of hero, stating that humans are absurd, especially since they're nothing more than a speck of dust in the universe, and that once they have strength, they want to keep using it over and over again. The officer stares back, listening intently. The officer states that with the power found by luck, the boy acts like he was great from the beginning, and that he sees what he means. He insists that he can't simply stand by while someone is dying, despite not being special. The boy in the red hoodie tells him to do as he wishes, reminding him that there's no turning back once his journey has begun. The boy in the red hoodie warns that someday, the traveler will have to pay the price for his arrogance. The officer remains silent, his expression unreadable. Turning to the boy in the red hoodie, Han Young-hoon demands to know the mission. Han Young-hoon is told that the mission is the Roulette's mission. The boy in the red hoodie confirms that he will deliver the mission to him. The boy in the red hoodie declares that the traveler, at this time and in this place, must die. Han Young-hoon is shocked by the sudden declaration. The boy in the red hoodie explains that the moment this body's life stops, he will be able to return to his world. Suddenly, the boy in the red hoodie wonders where he is. Han Young-hoon is asked what he is doing. The man named Weldon stands tall, his arms relaxed at his sides as he asks if someone is alone. James waves off the question, claiming he was talking to no one, but internally, he acknowledges that he was talking to someone. Weldon, his name clearly stitched onto his uniform, asks what the date is. Weldon states that today is the 11/4, and that George's birthday is in a week, but James denies it. James, remembering the date, asks Weldon if he wants a picture of George, but the sound of an alarm cuts him off. James thinks to himself that every morning George calls him Papa and grabs him, and that he's gotten so strong. He also notes that George's accent is American English, which is a relief. The alarm blares as Weldon puts his arm around James' shoulder. A voice over the intercom announces that an incident has occurred and orders Unit 71 and Unit 13 to the Situation Room. The announcement repeats, and James realizes that as soon as they get to work, something unexpected always happens. Weldon urges James to hurry. Running, James observes that they appear to be in a fire station and wonders if a fire started somewhere. James, remembering the mission to die, thinks that this is crazy. Weldon points out the window to James, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. James stares, speechless, at the unfolding horror. Through the window, a towering inferno engulfs one of the World Trade Center buildings on September 11, 2001. The two police officers stand side by side, the American flag patch on their shoulders a stark reminder of the tragedy unfolding before them. The narration states the grim reality. The world's tallest buildings have collapsed. The captain is informed that Engine 71 has gathered, ready to respond to the unfolding crisis. With grim determination, the captain gives the order. It's time to move out. As soon as the order is given, the team salutes, ready to face whatever horrors await them. One of the firefighters instinctively salutes the captain, his features now visible. The news reports that an unidentified aircraft collided with the upper floor of 1 WTC. The captain grimly states that their units are out there saving lives from slaughter. The captain, identified as Jim Rogers, asks if his men are ready to work for their paycheck and orders Peter to communicate with Engine 13. He was a fire captain in the New York Fire Department in Manhattan, and he was ready to assist. As the leader of Engine 71, Jim Rogers instructed Weldon to communicate with headquarters to secure available support. James questioned the captain, pointing out how abnormal it was for an aircraft to even approach the building. Jim Rogers retorted that this was an emergency, demanding he get to the point. Weldon insisted that they couldn't approach this as a simple accident, declaring it a terror attack. Jim Rogers acknowledged the high possibility for a series of collisions, but argued that instead of leaving right away, they should carefully examine the situation, because they help people, even terrorists. James thought that was possible, but insisted that they needed to leave now, leaving the captain surprised. James argued that in order to save more lives, they should move with more discretion, questioning if the captain wanted more lives. Jim Rogers scoffed, saying that James sounded like a politician, asking if there were people in front of them who needed help. James asked if human lives were just numbers to Jim Rogers, reminding him that the mission of the fire department was to help people. The captain's words stung, as James was asked if he had become some kind of hero. James apologized, saying he understood, and Jim Rogers told him to go if he understood. Jim Rogers reassured James not to worry, saying that if they went, they could save lives as there were people there. The Weldon police officer reassures Han Young-hoon, telling him there are people waiting for them and that they should bring them hope. Above, smoke billows from the burning World Trade Center. Debris rains down from the damaged skyscraper. The streets below are filled with panicked people fleeing the falling debris. Injured civilians, covered in blood and dust, stumble through the streets, determined to clear the tower. Inside the tower, a voice urges people to remain calm and evacuate, explaining that the elevators are still working up to the 44th floor. A team of firefighters, clad in their protective gear, prepare to ascend the tower, starting from the 44th floor. One of the firefighters calls out to Milo. The captain instructs James to start from the first floor, ensuring all emergency exits are open and that no one is left on any of the floors. Outside, a crowd of onlookers expresses their relief at the arrival of the fire department, hoping they will save the people on the upper floors. The crowd makes way for the firefighters, offering words of encouragement. A voice declares the firefighters as the country's heroes, while another wonders how they should save the people. He relays the grim news to all units. The aircraft deliberately targeted the building. The captain acknowledges the information, realizing this may be a terrorist attack. The captain's words echo in his mind, a grim reminder that another plane will soon strike the second tower. The firefighter desperately wonders what can be done to stop the impending collision and how to evacuate the people before the building collapses. Despair washes over the firefighter's face as he admits to himself that he can't do it, not like this. He thinks back to an hour earlier, lamenting that he didn't arrive before the terror attack began. The firefighter rushes through the building, the urgency of the situation pressing down on him. Over the radio, all units are warned that a second airplane has collided with another tower. Another firefighter, overhearing the transmission, mutters that it's going to be a long day. The time-traveling firefighter, frustrated, wonders why there isn't anything he can do to change the course of events. He calls out, asking if anyone is there, but the door won't open, trapping those inside. Another firefighter turns to him, startled by his outburst. He and another firefighter move forward, ready to breach the door and rescue those trapped inside. The warning rings out. They're about to force their way through. Stand back. We are going to break down the door. The door splinters as it gives way, revealing the chaos within. A man is thrown against the door, bloodied and desperate. The crowd surges forward, their cries of "Save us!" a desperate plea amidst the confusion. Someone wonders if this is a terror attack. The firefighter urges everyone to stay calm and use the stairs to escape, but the cries to be saved first continue. The firefighter tries to reassure the crowd, suggesting they sing a song to calm their nerves. He encourages them to sing any song, hoping it will help them pull themselves together and lower their heart rates. A man, bruised and battered, begins to sing "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star." The firefighter, hearing the song, encourages him to keep singing. A young man, also injured, wonders at the situation, while the firefighter urges everyone else to join in the song to calm down. A woman begins to sing the familiar tune, her voice soft but clear. The group continues to sing "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star," their voices rising in unison as they try to stay calm amidst the chaos, hoping to be rescued. The firefighters are urged to head to the upper floors. A man thanks them for their efforts as they ascend the stairs. Another firefighter praises James, calling him a model figure for the fire department. However, James thinks to himself that he can't do any more than he already has. The firefighter, his face obscured by his helmet, desperately tries to think of something quickly, a way to save at least one more person. The news reports that 2 planes have crashed into the World Trade Center. The reports continue as people watch in shock, confirming that 2 unidentified aircrafts crashed into Tower 2. A firefighter, identified as Captain, walks through the wreckage, his radio crackling. He calls out, trying to reach someone named Milo. The captain relays information over the radio, stating that all floors have been evacuated up to the 44th floor. The firefighter continues, reporting that the plane crashed into the 95 4th floor and the most occupied place is the 103 3rd floor, where more than 100 people are confined. The captain's colleague responds, noting that they are being cautious about possible collapse in Building 2. The radio crackles with a warning of collapse, and the captain is asked if he is okay. The captain responds that he is okay, as a voice over the radio urges him to take a break if he's tired. He is overwhelmed by the sheer number of people still needing rescue. The captain's thoughts are interrupted by a dire warning. The building is on the verge of collapse. The grim reality sets in. They can't reach everyone on the 103 3rd floor, and no one can alter that. If that's the case, all he can do is try to minimize unnecessary deaths. He continues down the stairs, determined to save as many people as possible. The captain is surprised to see 2 of his men. He had assumed they would have gone to the higher floors, but they explain that there are still people on this floor, trapped in an elevator. They're almost there, just a little bit more. One of the firefighters asks someone to take care of the wounded and help them down the stairs. The firefighters administer CPR to an injured person. James is asked if he is okay. James apologizes to the captain, explaining that he keeps thinking about something. The captain understands. The captain reflects on how difficult this situation is for the younger members of their team, wondering what they should do. He is asked if he's sure about his gut feeling. The firefighter, James, is reminded that he was the first to realize the attack was terrorism. He wonders if their unit will be able to work safely today. One of the firefighters expresses a bad feeling about the situation, doubting their ability to work safely. The firefighters acknowledge that at least their unit is still together, but the situation remains uncertain. A message crackles over the radio, identifying itself as coming from command headquarters. The command headquarters issues an emergency order for all units to evacuate from Building 1. The radio message continues, suspending all units and rescue operations, ordering everyone to get out of the building. James's intuition is once again proven correct. The captain tells someone they can go ahead and leave, advising them to be careful while going down. Someone questions the captain's decision, asking if he is not going down. The captain thinks to himself that his friend's unit is upstairs, and he is just trying to go as far as he can. The captain, Jim Rogers, relays the command center's message to his colleagues. A firefighter named Milo radios in, relaying the command headquarters' expectation of a collapse and urging the captain to withdraw if he values his life. But the captain is going up a little bit more. Despite the warnings, Jim Rogers is determined to continue the rescue mission. He relays orders to his team, stating that they can still evacuate 2 or more floors, and instructs Gale to follow Milo up the stairs. TJ confirms that he will also go up and relays a message to Weldon to do the same. He requests that any remaining oxygen tanks on the way down be exchanged with him. The captain overhears TJ's message and wonders what the others are doing. He realizes they are just hopeful people and repeats his order. The firefighter thinks to himself that since it has come to this, he wants to at least save James. The firefighter continues his ascent, his heavy boots echoing on the stairs. He grips the railing tightly, pulling himself upward. The firefighter continues his climb, knowing that the owner of the body he is trying to save is likely going to die. He wonders if he's going to follow his colleagues upstairs. A voice echoes in his mind, telling him that he is not a traveler like the speaker. The voice continues, stating that even if the firefighter dies, he will go back to his original time and place, and that this will be the end of the firefighter's life. Despite the ominous warning, James is still going forward. The firefighter's face is grim as he continues to ascend, the sounds of the fire growing louder. A massive explosion rocks the building. As the flames rose higher, the other firefighters watch from below, their faces etched with concern for James' firefighter and the team inside. The explosion ripped through the building, sending debris and bodies flying in all directions. The force of the blast tore away the building's facade, exposing the inferno within. Amidst the chaos, James' firefighter was thrown from the building, the ground rushing up to meet him. Time seemed to slow as he plummeted, his face contorted in a silent scream. In his final moments, a vision flashed before his eyes, a memory of holding his child, a moment of pure joy amidst the encroaching darkness. The flames continued to rage, consuming everything in their path. The world faded to white as James' firefighter braced for impact. The memory of his child lingered, a bittersweet reminder of what he was leaving behind. Elsewhere, a man's hand tightened around the armrest, his knuckles white with tension. Han Young-hoon sat in his chair, the news of the explosion weighing heavily on him. He looks up, sweat beading on his brow as he overhears an announcement thanking passengers for using the KTX. The train is headed to Seoul Station. The announcement continues and will arrive in about an hour. The man in the green suit slumps over his desk, clearly exhausted. Now he understands. In the face of a great disaster, all humans are powerless, no matter how great the fireman is. Even if he nobly sacrifices his life for a cause, the fact is that he's merely human. He vows to save them all, but it is just an intangible wish. Fine, the incident. The best course of action is not to have that incident happen in the first place. The ringing of the phone pierces the office's quiet hum. Picking up the phone, the security officer of KV Square answers, "Hello." A voice on the other end warns that something is going to blow up. The caller states that there is a bomb on the fourth floor of the building. The person on the other end of the line says, "We're busy, so please don't prank call us. I'm hanging up now." Another security officer asks who called to make him like that. The first officer replies that they said there's a bomb. He stands with another security officer, the news of the bomb threat spreading rapidly. Meanwhile, the news spreads like wildfire, with SBC News reporting on the bomb threat at KV Square. Other news outlets, like Jujong News, also report receiving a tip about the bomb threat, though verification is still pending. Inside the building, a woman urgently informs someone that there's a situation, a bomb threat on the fourth floor. The woman explains that it's not just their office that received the call. The threat was announced to broadcasting stations, fire stations, and police stations. The director scoffs at the idea, but the woman reminds him that there are 3 big events happening in the exhibition hall right now, and canceling them would incur a large penalty. The woman presses the director, asking what if it really is a terror attack. She continues, pointing out that the whole press already knows about them receiving a threatening phone call, and wonders what would happen if an incident really occurs. 2 men discuss the situation, one lamenting that they could get negative press for caring more about the schedule than about safety. The director, after considering the risks, decides that they should abide by the manual. The director orders an announcement to be made to the whole floor to evacuate the people. An announcement is made that due to mechanical issues, the use of the building's internal facilities will be temporarily unavailable, and people are asked to make their way out quickly. Heeding the announcement, people are urged to head towards the emergency exits. The announcement explains that a glitch was detected in the building's equipment, but assures everyone it's nothing serious, just a precaution. A staff member concerned about the exhibition asks if it will be canceled. He is told that a decision hasn't been made yet, and for now, everyone should evacuate. Another staff member protests, emphasizing the importance of the exhibition and questioning what the director intends to do. The director, a woman in a dark dress, states that safety comes first. She instructs the other staff to ensure everyone is following directions and that the other staff know to evacuate. The man acknowledges her orders. The director thinks to herself that the situation is strange. She considers the announcement of an equipment malfunction, finding it odd that such a thing would suddenly occur. Outside, the evacuation is underway, with crowds of people leaving the building. Back at home, Han Young-hoon, relieved, looks at his phone. He reflected on February 28, 2021, the day he had returned to the past. A search for any incident on that day yielded nothing. Now remembering that he had turned back the roulette, the protagonist recalled searching for articles related to the incident in Gangnam. The search revealed a call regarding a bomb at KV Square that afternoon. The news reported that about a dozen media outlets and a few police stations were involved, but the suspect had yet to be identified. Han Young-hoon realized he might become a criminal. But if he hadn't done anything, he would have definitely regretted it. Now thinking about the roulette, Han Young-hoon recalled Messenger Jun's words about karma and wondered what exactly that roulette was. After the evacuation, there was a small electrical short circuit on the 4th floor of KV Square. Due to the quick response, there were no casualties. Han Young-hoon was greeted by a friend. The friend playfully attempted to punch Han Young-hoon, exclaiming it was his happiness punch, but he dodged it. The friend questioned if they were kids to be doing something like that. The friend asked if Han Young-hoon was also going to Professor Yoon Myri's lecture, mentioning there weren't a lot of classes he could sign up for. Han Young-hoon confirmed he was. Walking through the doorway, Han Young-hoon remarked that it definitely felt different from undergrad. He pauses, a realization dawning on his face as he notices the sparse attendance. Meanwhile, Shin-soo completely forgot about meeting Soo-won, excusing himself to greet someone. He explains that he forgot because of his father's incident. Soo-won, seemingly unfazed, greets Shin-soo with a polite hello. Shin-soo apologizes for not responding to her message earlier, explaining that he was busy. He then apologizes again, but Soo-won seems confused, asking who he is. Shin-soo is taken aback by her question, reminding her that they met before with Chol-ju and Dae-hoo. Soo-won greets someone else, while another person wonders where Dae-hoo and Chol-soo are. Shin-soo wonders if she really forgot, while Soo-won notes that the professor has arrived, since this isn't a mandatory class for first years. The professor welcomes the students to their first class of legal ethics. The first class of law school begins, and congratulations are in order for the students embarking on their journey to become lawyers. The road ahead will be tough, but it will be worth it. Under the bright lights of a lecture hall, a voice declares that only the most exceptional will be rewarded. The professor stands before the class, the rows of students stretching out before her. She announces that only 5 students will receive A's. Han Young-hoon, walking with his friends, wonders aloud why there are so few students. The protagonist's question hangs in the air as the scene shifts to the lecture hall, where a student notes that only 5 people are present for what is supposed to be a mandatory class. Under the harsh glare of the stage lights, a professor explains that exams, attendance, and class participation are all factors in grading, but that there's only one thing she truly demands. The professor continues, stating that she wants her students to completely encompass a true, legal, and professional mind. A disembodied voice challenges someone to try and surprise them. Outside the university building, Han Young-hoon stands alone, seemingly contemplating something. Back at the cafe, the protagonist and his friends sit with their heads in their hands, seemingly stressed. The friends discuss how, even in modern times, there are still professors like that, agreeing that they have a big problem. He points out that the class is mandatory for all first-year students, so the grading should be fair for everyone. The woman at the table wonders if it's really that important if everyone gets a B, considering it only matters when they apply for jobs. The scene shifts to a stylized depiction of the legal profession, highlighting how career paths are largely determined and famous law firms are eager to recruit new lawyers quickly. The woman emphasizes that the GPA is the basic indicator that law firms look for, which is why even first-year students can't afford to have poor grades. Han Young-hoon acknowledges that even a 0.1 point difference is important if they want to compete with other law schools outside of Korea University. The friend in the red jacket asks how he knows all of this, commenting that it sounds cutthroat. The man holding the coffee cup admits he's not there because he wants to pursue law, revealing that he wants to do something else, but his father insisted he go to law school. He explains that his father said it's fine even if he doesn't become a lawyer, as long as he gets his degree. Suddenly, another friend, Chol-soo, calls out to the group. Chol-soo asks if they're also in the legal ethics class, explaining that he sat in the front, so he couldn't see them all. The man in the green jacket wonders what Young-hoon and Soo-won are doing sitting together, asking if they know each other. Soo-won replies that today is the first time they've met. Young-hoon finds it strange, thinking back to just a few months ago and wondering if they didn't all meet up then. He felt a scratchiness in his throat, a physical manifestation of the anxiety churning within him. It was just a mock interview, but he couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The thought of potentially swearing in front of the interviewers only amplified his nervousness. He knew he needed to keep it together. Someone mentioned that Shin Soo-yoon was coming to the school. Another corrected the name to Soo-won, clarifying that she was visiting the school while applying. Since it had been a while, the student with glasses suggested they all go to meet her, noting that it was also time for dinner. Another student questioned who was coming, and he was informed that Shin Soo-yoon, a former classmate from their high school, was on her way. They suggested that Young-hoon join them. The group considered the possibility of all attending the same law school. Young-hoon, however, was distracted by a nagging feeling, wondering if they had forgotten their previous meeting. As the group sat around a table, the topic of Soo-won's visit didn't sit right with Young-hoon. Something felt off about the situation. He recalled messaging Shin Soo-yoon, but now realized he didn't even have her number or any records of their communication. From a distance, the group could be seen gathered around the table. The speaker wondered what was going on, recognizing Professor Yoon Myri and commenting on her fame, assuming everyone knew her when they signed up. Young-hoon looked forward to seeing Soo-won again, a mix of anticipation and unease swirling within him. The student with glasses daydreamed about the possibility of becoming one of Professor Yoon Myri's top students, imagining himself as a genius acknowledged by her. The group continued to discuss the professor, with one student stating that there was no greater qualification than being acknowledged by her. Another thought the professor was a punk. He watches as Soo-won announces she has to leave for class, her tone optimistic. Meanwhile, another student mentions he also has to leave to go to the library. The group says their goodbyes as they head in different directions. Suddenly, someone calls out to Soo-won, excusing themselves. As Soo-won and the other student exchange numbers, Young-hoon reflects on how strange it is that everything is starting over as friends again. Soo-won smiles, saying she looks forward to working with him. The student waves goodbye to Soo-won as they part ways. Later, Soo-won checks her phone, thinking that the student is good-looking. Elsewhere, a woman is told that a warning call was the reason her event was canceled. The man in the suit explains that they still have to look into it being a terror call, but that KV Square didn't have any incidents that day. Soo-won, looking stressed, assures someone that they'll find the culprit and file a claim for damages. The man in the suit informs her that the phone's owner is a man in his 20s, emphasizing the importance of the exhibition. The woman sighs, knowing they'll have to make him pay a hefty sum, but questions the point of it all. The managing director tells someone to keep him informed if they hear anything else, acknowledging their good work. The woman in the suit expresses her exhaustion. She reflects on how nothing seems to be working out since that incident, and how everything is messed up. Inside a car, the director is informed about Lieutenant Yoon Chul-won. The director learns that the bail application was denied, the Chungbuk police station members are distancing themselves, and the press is coming. The director is asked if he looked into that person's son. The driver confirms that he did, asking him to look at the information. The director reviews the information on the tablet, learning that the son's name is Han Young-hoon. He's 26 years old and a law student at Korea University. He was still under suspicion from Lieutenant Yoon Chul-won, but the director focused on the information displayed on the tablet. The director's burning desire to catch the criminal in the student's father's case fueled her determination. No matter how deep her desire, she knew it would be difficult for a 26-year-old student to catch a detective. The director knew that if they were to stop this investigation prematurely, that person might act out again. She ordered someone to find out where Han Young-hoon was now. The director resolved to meet him. She mused that Han Young-hoon might be a genius who's useful. Sun Tae-min, exhausted from his studies, takes a moment to rest on a park bench. The weight of his upcoming judicial precedence review presses heavily on him. He has 150 pages to read by tomorrow, on top of everything else. Suddenly, a woman in heels approaches him. She greets him with a polite hello and offers him a card, asking if he has a moment to talk. He looks up at the woman, curious. "And who are you?" The woman introduces herself as Sun Tae-min, the managing director of the Korean Cultural Foundation. Tae-min declines, apologizing and asking her to find someone else. He wonders if this is some kind of cult. The woman insists, saying she would really like to talk with him, but Tae-min cuts her off, saying he's busy and will leave. The woman calls out to him, addressing him as Mr. Han Young-hoon, leaving him stunned. "How do you know my name?" He listens intently as Soo-won mentions his father's recent car accident, a detail that raises his suspicions. The woman's reflection is visible in his eye as he realizes she is the one responsible for the accident. Soo-won, standing confidently, asks if he has a moment to talk. She comments on the cake, finding it better than the mediocre shops near her university, Korea University. He tells her to relax, but Soo-won clarifies that she didn't come here to fight. He wonders what she's thinking as she tells him to ask any questions directly. Soo-won is asked where she was and if she will turn herself into the police immediately, but she says she will answer one by one, as his father remains in hospital. He states that he doesn't plan on turning himself in. Soo-won says she has no thoughts of receiving punishment for any of her deeds. He questions her intentions, as Soo-won says she is sincerely sorry to him and his father. He asks why she's apologizing to him and not his father, as she states she came to apologize and offer compensation for the damages. Soo-won counters Tae-min's accusations, arguing that imprisonment will be a waste of resources. She suggests he think about the situation rationally. The man in the blue jacket is taken aback by her words, questioning if she's lost her mind. Taemin insists that since she committed a crime, it's only logical that she should be punished. Suwon asks if he believes himself to be innocent, implying that not everyone is the same. She argues that the law exists to protect society, but those with more influence can stand above it. Suwon asks Han Young-hoon to sit, stating that she has more say. She slides a stack of envelopes across the table, offering it to him. Taemin examines the contents of one of the envelopes, revealing stacks of cash. Suwon explains that each envelope contains 10 million won, and that she will separately pay for his father's treatment and consolation. Han Young-hoon looks at his phone, confused by the offer of 30 million won as compensation for his emotional distress, and wonders why. Suwon asks why he thinks she's doing this, then proposes that Han Young-hoon join her in reforming South Korea. She suggests that since he is a student with a lot to do, they can discuss it after he graduates, asking how he feels about the proposition. He listens as Suwon asks if he will work with her, elaborating that South Korea needs change and that she has a responsibility to make it happen. Suwon's eyes narrow as she thinks to herself that in order to make major reforms, one can't always use the righteous ways. She continues, stating that she is gathering trustworthy geniuses, people like Han Young-hoon himself. Suwon assures him that he won't have to worry about law school tuition, living expenses, or even an allowance. She finishes her offer, saying that all he has to do is promise to work for her after graduating. Taemin pushes the offered money back towards her, stating that he is fine and has no desire to work for someone like her. He adds that he has no intention of accepting her money. Suwon asks if his refusal is because of his father, causing Taemin to shout at her to be quiet. The mention of money causes Taemin to become visibly upset. He asks if she thinks money is all one needs, and if she isn't embarrassed as a human being. Suwon smiles, stating that of course there are things that even money cannot solve. She continues, asking if Han Young-hoon doesn't need the money, causing Taemin to shout at her to shut up. Suwon tells him that if he wants her to forgive him, he should turn himself into the police. She concludes by saying that he should pay for the sins he's committed until then. Across town, Suwon sits, reflecting on her conversation with Taemin. She muses that not everyone is the same. Meanwhile, Taemin walks down an alleyway, his mind racing. He thinks that if his eyes were to waver, he should come over in about a week. The weight of his situation bears down on him. Suwon, in contrast, has no thoughts of turning herself in. Back at his apartment, Taemin's desperation grows. He reaches for a strange, golden device on his bookshelf, nestled between copies of The Lord of the Rings. His voice cracking with desperation, Taemin demands money from the device. He needs money to pay for his father's hospital bill and this month's rent. He also has to eat and pay for his tuition. Taemin curses his situation. Taemin begs the device to give him money. He shouts at the device, demanding it light up. Frustrated by the device's lack of response, Taemin curses in anger. He stands with his back to us, questioning why the device isn't activating, wondering if his greed is excessive. Frustration etched on his face, the protagonist, Sun, demands to know what he's allowed to do. A voice pleads with him not to throw the roulette. Suwon warns him that it can break. He looks up, his expression hardening as he focuses on Suwon. In a moment of self-reflection, he realizes he is the culprit. A woman appears, asking how about it. The other man kneels before Suwon, who holds a golden bowl. Han Young-hoon watches the scene, admitting to himself that he was too greedy this time. Suwon tilts her head, questioning what karma is. Han Young-hoon recalls that during the building incident, he spun the roulette fully committed to paying the price. Suwon acknowledges that she understands what he's trying to say, but this isn't something he can decide for her. She continues, explaining that the world has the notion of karma, which is something a time traveler builds up while time traveling, like a spiritual weight. Han Young-hoon considers that the more a time traveler changes the world, the more karma he gains, wondering if he is changing the world. Suwon finishes by stating that it's because of the nature of the human species, a flow you can never go against. The universe speaks in immutable laws. The flow of time cannot be stopped. Light is bright and shadow is dark, and the ratio of a circle's circumference to its diameter remains constant. It's something humans don't doubt, a resolute fact, she explains. That is the rule in the flow. However, the moment a person overcomes this rule and something they want to gain comes into view, Han Young-hoon realizes. That flow is broken, and an exception to the rule appears, he understands. The woman with white hair sits, contemplating the nature of the universe. This universe hates that kind of contradiction, she thinks. Han Young-hoon sits on the floor, deep in thought. He realizes that using the roulette is probably also going against the flow. Weight is built, he thinks, looking at Suwon. So, using the roulette isn't free. Whenever the time traveler moves, the world will change in some way, Suwon reflects. Whether it's in the place of travel, or in his own world. Normally, it would have been impossible for him to find out about the fabricated evidence. While he was able to achieve his wish by breaking the flow with a detective's ability, the universe penalized the time traveler with karma for breaking the rules. What happens when a lot of karma builds up? Water is about to overflow, and the more he changes the world, the more spiritual Han Young-hoon realizes. There is something that will offset it. The price of the future is the past. For humans, the past is like a root, Suwon thinks. To put it simply, the life that you have lived until now will slowly be erased from reality. Han Young-hoon gasps, a sudden realization hitting him. He reels, the weight of his actions crashing down on him. The other version of himself, the one with silver hair, suggests they talk outside, away from the non-soundproof studio. The consequences of his actions are starting to become clear, especially regarding his friend, Shin Soo-yoon. The silver-haired version of Han Young-hoon reflects on the fact that the protagonist's past meeting with Shin Soo-yoon was erased, a direct result of his tampering with time, which he now understands as karma. The silver-haired man explains that the bigger the change one has on the flow of mankind while traveling, the bigger the portion of their past that is erased. The silver-haired version warns that if he recklessly abuses the roulette, Han Young-hoon won't ever know what part of his past will be erased. The silver-haired man continues, explaining that since the people who were originally supposed to die or get injured are now safe, he must have broken the rules of the universe much more than the previous 2 trips, making the karma weight of that trip enormous. The silver-haired version of Han Young-hoon reflects that the memories of Shin Soo-yoon were probably just a small fraction of the price he paid. The protagonist realizes that it's not only him who's burdened with karma. The silver-haired man explains that the roulette receives the effects of the karma too, and that's the reason why it didn't work today. The roulette is currently resting, recovering from the karma wounds which were inflicted upon itself. For the time being, the roulette won't be able to answer him. He gripped the metal bar, the thought of his current predicament weighing heavily on him. It was, to put it mildly, a bit troublesome. Swinging gently, Han Young-hoon considered his options. So, what he was being told was that he had to wait a bit to time travel. He needed money now, but when would he be able to time travel again? The other man explained that if he asked for too much money, the karma would build up again. He simply stated no. The man with the brown hair continued, suggesting that if he accepted the human's proposal from earlier, he could get her help. She seemed extremely rich, after all. The man with the brown hair pleaded with Han Young-hoon, saying it was just for his father's hospital bill, at least. He told him to stop it. Han Young-hoon, sitting on the swing, wondered why he was wrong. The man with the brown hair looked down, stating that it was just that his words were irrefutable. The man with the brown hair held out a golden orb to Han Young-hoon. The man with the brown hair asked if he wanted to try time traveling. Han Young-hoon reminded him that he said he couldn't because of karma. The man with the brown hair responded that if it was a small-scale time traveling. The man with the brown hair continued, saying that if the karma didn't build up, then that meant it was a time travel where nothing changes. He asked what the point was. Han Young-hoon thought to himself that 30 million was dangling right in front of his eyes. He is told to reach out when he wants to time travel to get money. The time traveler acknowledges the request. The time traveler announces that he will take his leave for now. The time traveler promises to find Han Young-hoon when he wants his next time travel. The promise echoes. Time travel will come to find him when he wants to travel again. Back in the present, Han Young-hoon looks at question 1, thinking it should be easy. The professor calls on student Han. In a meeting, someone asks if they can cancel the contract. Han Young-hoon thinks to himself that he definitely studied this. Han Young-hoon thinks that they can cancel it since Party B's mistakes are due to their own negligence. The professor asks if anyone else has a different opinion. A student raises his hand, arguing that since Party A deceived Party B with the intent to defraud, this would constitute as bad faith. He is asked to provide evidence to support his claim. Han Young-hoon thinks to the preceding Supreme Court cases, even if the significant error is that of the subjects. He wonders what exactly he is doing. The bustling restaurant buzzed with conversation. Meanwhile, Han Young-hoon scrolled through his phone while eating. He chuckled at a message thread showing someone's investment gains. Elsewhere, people gossiped about someone who quit school to focus on their successful YouTube channel. Han Young-hoon frowned, learning that the YouTuber earns about $4,380 monthly. A different scene unfolds, showing a building at night. A voice wonders if they are even allowed to be there. The scene shifts again, this time to a person lying in bed. Exactly what a voice says. The person in bed, revealed to be Han Young-hoon, buried his face in his pillow, lamenting his struggles. Elsewhere, a figure is addressed as June and time traveler, with the implication that they should be allowed to take a time travel trip. Back in bed, Han Young-hoon clutched a strange device, thinking that any place is fine as long as he doesn't change anything. He thought that at least while time is stopped, he can forget about his. A voice calls out, demanding Alberto wake up. The speaker's voice echoes through a rustic, sun-drenched cabin. The voice continues, Alberto, what are you doing? Hurry and get up. Alberto lies in bed, seemingly unresponsive to the urgent call. Alberto, still in bed, stares out the window, a dawning realization washing over him. This is... From the porch, a voice rings out. You're finally awake, brother. The speaker, dressed in a green jacket and beret, stands beside a fluffy white alpaca. Look at this little... The brother of Alberto peers out from behind the alpaca, his expression unreadable. Alberto's brother gestures towards the alpaca, calling it cute. Alberto, still waking up, looks out a window, questioning if he saw an alpaca. The two travelers are thanked for being allowed to rest at the building. A flashback shows a man in Peru in 1952, grateful to Alberto for curing his arthritis. Alberto introduces himself as a newly graduated doctor, but downplays his medical skills. Someone agrees with an unseen person, confirming something. Alberto's brother warns against trusting Alberto's diagnosis, calling him a quack. The narration states that the two, Alberto and his brother, are traveling together. Alberto insists he is a good doctor, but his brother jokes that he is just kidding. The brother of Alberto suggests they should head north to a city named Cusco. He agreed that they could ask for directions in the next city. The pair thanked the unseen benefactor for their help. The locals wished them safe travels. The travelers were blessed for their journey. The motorcycle climbed a steep, winding mountain road. Alberto's brother explained at this time, the Roulette had given him a mission to reach the old peak. The brother continued, stating that reaching the old peak wasn't like a puzzle, and that everyone knew it as soon as it was mentioned. A man added that if they went just a little north of Cusco, they should find it. A man asked if they had come to see that, and another man exclaimed that they had come all the way from Argentina. Alberto's brother thought to himself that the old peak was so significant that even the empire couldn't touch it. He wondered if that was the true treasure of the continent. The motorcycle continued its journey. Alberto's brother mused that no matter how far you go, it's an endless range of mountains, and that South America's landscape feels very fast. He thinks to himself about the reliability of old motorcycles as the front tire hits a rock. The rock sends a motorcycle careening forward, causing Alberto's brother to cry out in surprise. The motorcycle flies through the air, the ground rushing up to meet them. Luggage and supplies are flung from the motorcycle as it crashes. Alberto's brother lies on the ground, dazed from the crash, while Alberto is further away. Alberto rushes to his brother's side, asking if he is hurt. The brother assures him he is okay. The brother stands, looking at the scattered luggage and the overturned motorcycle. He remarks that this isn't the first time this has happened. He thinks about how they have only spent a day together, but already all the luggage has to be repacked. The brother reflects on Alberto's kind nature. The two brothers stand behind the motorcycle, the engine failing to start once again. The brother suggests that they push the motorcycle for now. One day, Alberto asks if his brother has any water, and he offers to give him his. He thinks to himself that if he could travel, he would prefer to do so without relying on the Roulette. The man in the aviator cap reflects on a place he would like to visit again. The brother of Alberto stands next to the motorcycle, gazing into the distance. The motorcycle lies on the ground, leaking oil. The brother of Alberto wonders if they will be sleeping on the road again tonight, and asks if he should set up a tent. Alberto suggests that instead of staying where they are, they should go elsewhere. Alberto wonders aloud if they could ask to sleep at the large farm in the distance. The brother of Alberto reminds him that they tried that last night, with no success. Alberto's brother relents, but thinks to himself that sometimes in life, you have to beg while in a dumpster. For some reason, the brother of Alberto finds Alberto's words intimidating. Alberto declares that they should go, and that tonight, they will eat until their stomachs are full. The pair approach a house, and Alberto's brother calls out, excusing himself. The brothers approach a house, calling out to see if anyone is inside. From within, a voice responds, questioning their presence. The door cracks open, revealing an older man who eyes them with suspicion, asking what they want. The man in the green jacket explains that they are traveling and need a place to stay. The older man considers their request, his expression unreadable. The older man tells them to go to the barn and sleep with the workers. The brothers exchange a look, unsure of what to make of the offer, as the older man's stomach growls loudly. The man in the green jacket quickly interjects, claiming that they are doctors and can help if there are any injured people. The older man's eyes narrow as he considers their claim. The older man, surprised, repeats the word doctors. Inside the barn, the man in the green jacket examines a festering wound on another man's leg. The man in the green jacket asks when the injured man got hurt. The old man questions, surprised that it has only been 10 days. He explains that there were a lot of injured folks. The old man states that it was a good thing some doctors came by. He then asks why the workers weren't taken to the hospital. The man in the green jacket responds that going to the hospital is too much of a hassle. The old man retorts that he can't just go to town every time someone gets sick or injured. The old man continues, saying that if those punks get comfortable, they won't want to work. He adds that the doctor shouldn't do any treatments that require a lot of money, because he doesn't have any. The man in the green jacket sits beside the injured worker who needs money to give. The injured worker, Ernesto, is labeled as dumpster. The scene shifts, questioning if it is past or present. The old man thinks that there are always those enslaved to money. The man in the green jacket thinks that in this situation, there it was. Someone thinks about someone who is beyond angry compared to him. The narration reveals that Ernesto is an Argentine medical student, prompting the question of who he exactly is. The two men share a hearty laugh over breakfast, one admitting he almost mistook the other for a doctor and chased him away. Well, the man in the white shirt raises his glass, declaring the situation amazing. The older man, holding his own glass of wine, remarks that he's been stuck on the edge of the hillside for so long among country folks, and that it's been a while since he's been with friends he can communicate with. The man in the white shirt seems surprised by the statement, wondering if he is really able to communicate with the older man. At the breakfast table, the man in the black shirt declares that he's talking about people who understand how the world works. The older man scoffs, saying that over where he is, it's all just morons who can't even read newspapers, and that all of them are uncultured and uneducated. The man in the white shirt, listening intently, recalls that earlier, those punks in the barn didn't even know how to read a single sentence. The man in the white shirt continues, remarking that isn't that why they're going to be beggars for the rest of their lives, finding the thought nauseating. The man in the white shirt concludes that they don't have the opportunity, so of course they can't even learn, adding that the older man must think he got rich on his own merits. The man in the vest declares that theory is something. Below, a depiction of communism is shown, and the man asks if they are perhaps communists. Alberto's brother asks what's so bad about communists. The year 1952 is displayed, a time when the whole world was in the middle of the Cold War. The man in the vest argues that if people put their greed aside, it's possible to have a society where everyone can be equal and happy. Alberto's brother is shocked, realizing that this is something that could get him into big trouble. The man in the vest scoffs, asking who want to work if everyone was equal. He accuses the other man of exploiting his workers while he eats and plays around. The man in the vest says that his words are quite harsh. The other man finds the idea insane, wondering that he allowed a communist into his home. The man in the vest says he will allow it just for tonight, but he must get out as soon as it's dawn. Alberto's brother thinks to himself about the young folks these days. The pair are preparing to leave before dawn, and the man in the vest is called a wretched old man. Alberto's brother questions if stealing is a bit too much. The other man asks why it matters, saying that he probably won't even notice. Alberto's brother thinks that if you think about it, the owner of that house is the bigger robber. The other man can't believe he's selling his fellow countrymen, and that if he's even human, he should at least feel shame. Alberto's brother says he can't help but sympathize, wondering if it's because his country has a similar history. The panel shows that South America was under European colonial rule, and though they fought a revolutionary war and barely regained their sovereignty, they soon became the battleground for the Cold War ideologies. Alberto's brother states that right now Korea is in the middle of the 625 war, and that it just doesn't make any sense. Alberto, the brother of Alberto, is taken aback by the man in the red jacket's sudden outburst. The man in the red jacket continues his tirade, declaring that South America will be eroded by capitalism and that the only way left is to fight. He shouts for a labor revolution to get rid of the savage American pawns. Alberto's brother demands an answer, questioning if he is perhaps a capitalist and if he believes in the market economy. The man in the red jacket and Alberto's brother stand together, their destination unknown. Two figures draped in white approach them, apologizing and asking if they have something to share, as they haven't eaten all day. The man in the red jacket and Alberto's brother are startled by the request. The figures in white offer them corn, asking them to come their way. The pair gratefully accept the offer. The man in the red jacket coughs, and one of the figures in white notes the blood and pus-like phlegm. The figures in white reveal themselves to be doctors, asking to see the condition of his body. The man in the red jacket is surprised by this revelation. One of the doctors examines the man in the red jacket, noting that it looks like an illness related to the lungs. The doctor confirms that it's probably an infection-induced abscess and that he needs medicine, warning that if he waits any longer, the infection can spread. The group debates their next course of action, with one of them suggesting they head down the mountain in search of antibiotics. They continue their journey by motorcycle, the injured man in the red jacket leaning heavily on the luggage for support, his body clearly struggling to endure the ride. The woman, her face pale and drawn, coughs weakly into her hand. A comforting hand rests on her shoulder, offering reassurance. She will get well. The village, nestled amongst the rugged terrain, appears in the distance. The man in the red scarf demands to know if they have any antibiotics. The man in the red scarf presses the doctor, desperate for even a single pill. The doctor explains that, being a rural area, their supplies are limited. The doctor, her expression grave, says that new supplies should arrive tomorrow, and they can only hope that the patient's strength can last until then. The doctor hopes that the patient's strength can last until then. Alberto's brother winces in pain as he examines his injured arm. The man in the red scarf watches over the woman as she rests, calling out for his mother in his sleep. The man in the red scarf looks on with concern. The village rests under the night sky. He sat alone, contemplating the grim reality of the situation. A pulmonary abscess, a condition that could be easily treated in modern times, was a death sentence here. It wasn't a critical disease, not with proper hygiene and nutrition, but people were dying because of it. The village was quiet, the only sounds the wind whistling through the narrow streets. A figure in a dark blue hooded cloak approached Alberto Granado from behind, their presence unnoticed. The hooded figure spoke, their voice echoing slightly in the open space. "You're Alberto Granado, right?" Alberto Granado turned, surprised. And you are? How do you know my name? The figure in the blue hood grinned, their face still obscured by shadows. I found you. Alberto's eyes widened in alarm as he realized the danger he was in. The hooded figure held up a phone, the screen displaying a message. Are you a time traveler too? Alberto Granado, confused and wary, responded to the hooded figure. You could say that. The hooded figure dismissed Alberto's response. Now, that's not what's important. Here. The figure presented a bottle of medicine, offering it to Alberto. Don't you need this, time traveler? A mysterious voice offers the time traveler a vial. The time traveler, Han Young-hoon, remains silent, contemplating the offer. The hooded figure seems to anticipate his thoughts. He is quite impressed with Han Young-hoon. The hooded figure reminds Han Young-hoon of his last time travel trip, where he dealt with his disadvantages and saved others. He asks if it's not something others can do, and reminds him that he couldn't bear to see someone dying right in front of his eyes. The hooded figure wonders if Han Young-hoon thought he would be sad, and reveals that he was watching him. The hooded figure reveals that he even knows there were other time travelers, but he can't tell Han Young-hoon much, but he should ask. The messenger later reminds Han Young-hoon that there are a few restrictions. The hooded figure reveals the price. The hooded figure explains that karma builds up in exchange for changing the world, and that the patient isn't someone influential enough to change the flow of the world. The hooded figure concludes that even if they receive treatment, they won't live long. He urges Han Young-hoon to quickly save the patient with the vial he provided. The hooded figure walks away, telling him he can thank him the next time they meet. Han Young-hoon looks surprised by the hooded figure's words. He knows he doesn't have time to dawdle, and that the vial can halt the infection's progression for a while, giving them time until the other medicine arrives. Han Young-hoon rushes to the patient's room, vial in hand. Elsewhere, a man with white hair questions how someone can speak without listening to others, declaring that a certain person is an enemy. The man scoffs at the idea of the enemy helping him, asking if the other man believes that. The man with white hair holds his staff, revealing that the name of the young man crying in there is Ernesto Che Guevara. Han Young-hoon is told that today's shock will be his life-changing moment, and that only when he sees someone die in front of his eyes will his spark for change ignite. The man with white hair is told that human life is not some means for an end, and is challenged to act justly for once, though his whole life will probably be destroyed by it. The man with white hair is told that he's making the same mistake again. He is warned not to cause trouble, as it will affect others as well. The man with white hair, June, is told that he should have understood by now. June contemplates the words he's heard, realizing that the worth of life for all living things is not equal. The concept of unequal worth is illustrated by the difference between an alpha wolf and an old, injured one. The same principle applies to humans, where some shake up the world. Others, however, leave no trace and simply disappear from the world. June reflects on the cruel nature of a planet designed with inherent inequality. The scene shifts to a different location, where a figure stands in a dimly lit room. June continues his journey, muttering to himself that if he doesn't realize something, he will be alone forever. He is urged to quickly follow the trail of the black roulette. Looking up, June is greeted by the hooded figure in blue. The hooded figure tells June that he almost lost them because he was taking care of the traveler, but that June is nice as always. The traveler declares that he is an agent of the young god, naturally compelled to protect. The hooded figure, addressing June, states that protecting also includes getting rid of him. The hooded figure's face is bisected, revealing the face of the traveler, who is identified as the 11th disciple. Elsewhere, a figure in a similar hooded cloak reports their success in an impossible task. June, seeing the hooded figure's attack, acknowledges the situation as troublesome and declares he has no choice but to attack. As a messenger, June declares he can no longer allow the hooded figure to violate the rules of the roulette any further. June unleashes a burst of energy from his staff, the force of which is immense. The blast sends the hooded figure flying backward, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The hooded figure cries out as the energy rips through the ground. The hooded figure remarks on the strength of the attack, attributing it to the power of 11 humans. June lies on the ground, exhausted, his staff beside him. A voice calls out to June, urging him to return to them. The pair ascend the mountain, their destination still a distant silhouette against the horizon. Alberto's companion speaks, a thoughtful expression on his face. He seems to be sharing a secret. The man in the green jacket admits his uncertainty about becoming a doctor, a decision that seems to weigh heavily on him. He acknowledges the difficulty of changing the world, the potential for loss and hardship, but remains resolute in his purpose. A caption reveals their destination, the lost city of the ancient Inca Empire, a place where, even now, people are dying. The man in the green jacket exclaims in awe, his eyes wide with wonder as they approach their goal. The ancient ruins of Machu Picchu stand majestically against the backdrop of the rising sun. The caption explains that Machu Picchu means old peak in the ancient Incan language. The man in the red scarf gazes towards the horizon, a mix of determination and apprehension etched on his face. A vision flashes, revealing a figure bathed in light, accompanied by the thought, he can't be as brave as James. Another vision appears, this time accompanied by the thought that he can't dedicate his life just because of faith. The man in the green jacket is seen in a vision, along with other figures, with the understanding that these people will be the ones to change the world, even if he sees himself as a minor character. Lost in thought as he surveys the ruins, Han Young-hoon reflects on his place in the world, concluding that he will likely never be remembered. Meanwhile, in the city, a man gazes up at a towering skyscraper, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. A woman in a white suit greets Sun Taemin, the director, as he arrives, a subordinate trailing behind him. Later, Sun Taemin takes a sip of his coffee, a question mark hovering over his head as he receives a call. The director recognizes the voice on the other end of the line, realizing it's Han Jong-hoon. He admits he was waiting for the call. Sun Taemin sits poised, awaiting an answer to her question. Meanwhile, Sun Taemin, the target of someone's ire, is told to turn himself in. All the director has to say is relayed through a phone call. His apology and offer are not enough. Sun Taemin asks what will happen if he doesn't want to turn himself in. The voice on the other end warns him to be prepared. The unseen person slams their fist on the desk, declaring their hatred for Sun Taemin. The person's background is revealed. His father is Senator Sun Jin-suk, who has been in Congress for over 20 years. He graduated from Yonsei University and became an executive of a public enterprise in his 30s. The unseen man continues, suggesting that Sun Taemin thinks the world is his. Sun Taemin is asked if he thinks the call was to curse him out. The man on the other end of the line tells Sun Taemin to listen well, because he will destroy his life. He sits at his desk, arms crossed, a steely resolve hardening his gaze. Sun Taemin vows to find something, dedicating all his efforts to the task. The man in the suit smiles faintly, but his words carry a weight that belies the expression. He warns that those words are not something to simply say, implying that Sun Taemin doesn't understand the full implications of his vow. A close-up reveals a young man's face, his expression a mix of resignation and determination. He considers himself a nobody, but hopes to live a normal life, even if he has to try his best. The young man, now seen in a more casual outfit, reflects on his past motivations. He had thought revenge would make him a good-for-nothing human, but now he realizes he doesn't have the luxury to worry about his social standing. Sun Taemin acknowledges something, his expression hardening. He realizes that the other party wasn't considering cooperating with him from the beginning. A phone displays the words, "Well then, good luck." The director slams his hands on the desk, a visible display of his anger. He looks forward to the breaking point in someone's life, hinting at a cruel plan. A man in a suit stands beside Sun Taemin, wondering about the phone call the director received. He wonders how the director should phrase something. The man in the suit is taken aback, realizing the phone call was about a declaration of war. He seems surprised by this escalation. The man in the suit expresses his disbelief that someone would pick a fight with the executive director. Sun Taemin responds with a confident, "Exactly." The man in the suit laughs, noting that Sun Taemin's demeanor has improved since he's been smiling more recently. The director seems to be enjoying the situation. The man in the suit thinks that there aren't a lot of people in the world who could win against the director, suggesting Sun Taemin is a formidable opponent. The man in the suit crushes a coffee cup in his hand, his anger now visible. He curses Han Young-hoon, revealing the target of Sun Taemin's ire. The assistant's grip tightened on the crushed coffee cup, his face a mask of barely suppressed fury. He knew what Sun Taemin was planning. Elsewhere, a woman sat at her desk, haunted by the memory of transporting her father's campaign funds. If that truth were to come out, she realized it wouldn't simply be a matter of imprisonment. The woman's eyes darted nervously as she thought of Han Young-hoon. Inside a modern building, Han Young-hoon sat quietly, unaware of the turmoil he was causing. Lost in thought, Han Young-hoon seemed oblivious to the machinations swirling around him. Meanwhile, the woman from before was being urged to bring back someone named June, to correct the mistakes of the young god. The woman wondered if June would come. She knew that a man named David On was the Roulette's 11th fourth disciple. The humans around him called David On a genius, a title that seems to weigh heavily on him. However, even after living a pretty long life, he's never once. Leah's voice pierces the air as she confronts David, demanding an explanation. Leah, the CEO, presses David for answers, her expression a mix of concern and disbelief. She recounts the strange things he said, about retiring and leaving the company, and something about suddenly going to Korea. Leah kneels before David, desperately seeking reassurance. She questions if this is all a joke, something he and Tony came up with to tease her. David, unmoved by her pleas, declares his intention to retire. Leah's disbelief intensifies, questioning if he's out of his mind. She worries about the rest of the people in the company if he were to suddenly disappear. David sits on the edge of his chair, his posture reflecting a deep resignation. He thinks to himself that there is something only he must do and asks Leah to understand. David's expression is resolute as he contemplates his next move. He questions if the people around her matter at all. The man in the suit asks if she is the type to throw everything away on a whim, including the CEO, her team members, and even him. The director asks if he made her worry again. The director apologizes to Leah, saying he feels the same way and would tell her everything if he could, but he's hesitant because he wonders if she would even believe him. Leah reflects that at this time, she thought it would be easier for him to just give up and leave her alone. The man in the suit scoffs, asking who she thinks he is. Leah states that he's been acting weird for a long time now. She declares that she's been the one who had to put up with all of them until now. The director asks Leah to listen to him, stating that something he wants to do has appeared. He thinks to himself that he's going to save mankind. The city sprawls before them, a concrete jungle teeming with untold stories. Elsewhere, someone observes Sun Taemin, noting how well she lives despite her past actions. A philosophical question hangs in the air. Is the world simply unfair, or is there a deeper reason for suffering? However bothersome it may be, the truth must be faced. The captive reveals that the time roulette has an enemy, a revelation that prompts a question about why this information is being shared. The man with brown hair admits it's his fault, acknowledging that until now, the threat hasn't been significant. The conversation turns to the origins of the time roulette, specifically its connection to a wish. The time roulette's wish, a burning desire, was created solely to fulfill that wish, but it needs human power to become reality. This is why the roulette lures humans in with the promise of a wish, as it is a tool to fulfill that desire. However, from the beginning of time, a piece of the time roulette fell off because its inertia didn't want the universe to change. Thus, the black roulette was created from the opposing will, its purpose to stop the aspirations of the time roulette. In other words, it's the symmetrical antithesis for the time roulette, the roulette's enemy. The question remains, what exactly is its wish? One side seems to try to accomplish something, while the other side is trying to stop it. It seems that its wish is really important. The man with glasses was surprised, realizing he now understood why June didn't tell him until now. David On first found out about the black roulette's existence when he was 15 years old. David On was the kind of human who might say being born was a misfortune. There wasn't any particular trigger. If anything, he seemed to have a rather happy life. He wonders what he should even live for. David On stands alone, contemplating his existence. For someone with such a brilliant mind, he had experienced a unique kind of worthlessness. It was a few folds more than others eventually do, even the noble choices that David On made for himself. He wasn't able to completely suppress his genetic disposition. Falling, he thinks, I don't want to die. He finds himself on the ground in a dark forest. Torches illuminate the sky as a voice shouts, burn it. A woman in a brown cloak is accused. It's a witch. It's the judgment of the devil. Surrounded, the woman cries, no, let me go. I'm not a witch. One of the men shouts, shut up, you heathen. Another says, wow, I feel so relieved. Kill her brutally, brutally. A voice calls out, simply saying, hey. The hooded figure assures David On not to be afraid, claiming to bring good news for all of humanity. David, looking back at the hooded figure, questions what he is looking at, calling him a human. The hooded figure states that in David's eyes, all humans are the same, adding that he hates humanity so much that he even hates himself. David states that this is all old news and that he is sick of it. The hooded figure asks David what he is, stating that he never wanted to be born. The hooded figure calls David a waste, saying there's no reason for him to be born, and that his suffering is like the original sin. David asks what the point is. David states that the hooded figure is not correct, and that it's not them who are wrong, but the world itself. Suddenly, David is sent flying backwards, his expression one of shock. The world blurs around David as he flies through the air. The scene shifts to a view of trees and buildings, the sound of impact echoing. The narration states that this is how young David continued to live, and that after that, his life changed completely, showing a group of students in school uniforms. To those around him, David On was simply considered eccentric. Meanwhile, in a hospital room, a figure lies in bed, recovering from an unknown ailment. Elsewhere, the hooded figure from the previous encounter stands in what appears to be David On's apartment. He greets the CEO, stating it's nice to meet him. The hooded figure acknowledges that David must be curious as to his identity, but admits there's no simple way to introduce himself. The hooded figure tells David to remember this moment. In a different setting, a woman in a blue jacket declares herself to be the 11th disciple, someone who will save humanity. Back in David's apartment, the hooded figure stands silently. The scene shifts to a conversation between two women. One asks, Leia, do you understand? The other responds that she saw an angel that day. The conversation began with the woman in the blue jacket asking if David On attended church every Sunday. David On, sitting in his wheelchair, scoffed at the question. He declared that he was sick of church. He muttered that the situation was troublesome, thinking of his mother's constant prayers for him. The woman in the blue jacket countered that his mother believed the Lord would ease his pain and give him peace and joy. She added, looking pointedly at him, that those prayers seemed to have failed. David On questioned if she was truly a disciple, referencing Jesus and the 12 disciples. He then asked if she needed him to show her a miracle for her to believe. The woman in the blue jacket dismissed the offer, stating that there was no need for any party tricks. He argued that such things didn't prove the existence of a god. The woman in the blue jacket stated that humans were too imperfect, neither benevolent nor omnipotent. She asked why she would need to believe in that kind of absolute being. Her eyes glowing, the woman in the blue jacket exclaimed, "Exactly." She then complimented David on, calling him brilliant, and questioned if he was really 15 years old. David on agreed, stating that he thought the same thing. He continued, saying that if there really was a god, they would either be evil or a sadistic pervert that enjoys watching humans in pain. She listens intently as David speaks, his words a mix of frustration and conviction regarding the nature of God. The scene shifts to a memory, where a figure kneels, seemingly chosen by a piece of God, while another sits in a wheelchair below. Two figures, a man with a head bandage and a woman with a concerned expression, express their desire to save humanity from endless despair. The man from the previous memory, still in a wheelchair, is seen from behind as he declares that the new world they will lead will be eternal. A stage bathed in red and purple light sets the scene for a declaration. It's going to be a complete paradise without any hardships or sorrows. The man with the blonde hair, the same one who was with David, reveals that he's been time-traveling from time to time and now wonders what he should do. The man with the dark hair reflects on his usual assignment to disturb the agent of the time roulette, but now considers finding the agent in reality and getting rid of him. The blonde man, revealed to be David, is remembered as having been unstable for a while, prompting the question of why no one noticed it. The dark-haired man reflects on David's past, recalling that he thought he was an introverted kid who jumped from a school roof one day, shocking everyone, and now wonders if he's joined a cult. The dark-haired man, now speaking aloud, asks if Leah is listening. David's companion, Leah, is told that in order to look for the god's agent, she's going to Korea to get rid of that person's time roulette. For some reason, they believe him. The woman in the black dress denies ever saying she believed him. However, since he's being serious, she's willing to listen. The man in the white shirt agrees to go to Korea with her. The woman in black mentions she's always wanted to go on vacation, adding that Korea is nice and the home of K-pop. The woman in black says that since he was summoned, she also wants to help him. She states she's leaving tonight and will let the CEO, David On, know. The woman in black thinks that a hasty denial of a delusion would only provoke a patient. For now, she'll just keep an eye on David On. David On is told that it would be such a waste for him to just live like a nomad. The man in the blue jacket doesn't think legal persons should be judgment machines. The man with glasses argues that in this case, the defendant's theft of life-saving equipment is obviously theft, but it is said that this person had good intentions to save someone, and that they will listen to the counterargument. The man in the blue jacket seems to agree, thinking they had good intentions. The woman with glasses believes that the term judgment machines isn't appropriate to use in this debate. She continues, stating that while the intentions may be good, libertarian paternalism will weaken law enforcement. The woman elaborates that legal entities are supposed to reward the good and punish the evil, and that the defendant hasn't done any unnecessary damage to anyone. A man in the audience raises his hand, suggesting that the defendant's actions should be encouraged, as it's a good deed no matter how you look at it. Another man apologizes for butting in, but questions the fundamentals, noting that the offender himself suffered. The woman with glasses, the debater, responds that she doesn't know if self-sacrifice is a commendable act, maybe from a macro perspective, but this isn't a totalitarian society. A young man with glasses hesitates, unsure if a lawyer should base their argument off their own authoritative interpretation. The young man continues, stating that sacrifice shouldn't be a virtue, but that the heroes in society who have sacrificed themselves for the sake of others should be respected. He adds that if someone next to him was trying to save someone at their own expense, he thinks he would try to stop them. A woman at the front asks the student who just spoke for his name. The student, Han Young-hoon, responds. The woman asks if someone in his family is a firefighter, prompting laughter from the audience. The woman asks why everyone is laughing, and someone responds that they didn't ask because it was funny, but that they think it a very good idea. The speaker at the podium argues that the more democratic a country is, the less sacred the image of the sacrificial hero becomes. The words echo in Han Young-hoon's mind as he considers the idea that a system is defective if it sacrifices an individual for the common good. A hand marks Han Young-hoon's name on a list, a reminder that sometimes it's good to look at the root of things. The words for the great idea, Han Young-hoon, float in the air, a silent acknowledgement of his contribution. Han Young-hoon walks down the street, lost in thought, his father's way of life weighing on his mind. The student's expression is troubled as he contemplates the weight of his family's legacy. The image of Han Young-hoon is juxtaposed with the phrase, living while helping others, a motto that seems to define his existence. He thinks of his dad, and how his father's way of life might be archaic now. Suddenly, Han Young-hoon hears someone calling out to him. Two figures stand outside a cafe, one of them beckoning him forward, wanting to introduce him to someone. The figure introduces Choi Jin, their senior from university, who is now their classmate. Choi Jin greets Han Young-hoon, explaining that although they might be in the same year, he'll speak informally since he's a bit older. Fresh from their debate, Choi Jin extends a hand, asking for a handshake. He compliments Han Young-hoon on his impressive opinion, admitting he'd never considered things from that perspective before. The senior then suggests they go to a competition, explaining that he's looking for some people and thought the student might be interested. The older student elaborates, explaining that it's a mock trial competition with students from all over the country, and the judges are actual judges. He pauses, noticing something. Choi Jin reveals that he knows Han Young-hoon was last year's winner. He proposes gathering a bunch of information, asking what the student thinks. Han Young-hoon explains that he originally offered the opportunity to Moon Chul-ju, but he was busy during the summer. The other student responds with a simple. Han Young-hoon continues, mentioning the end of summer vacation and his own busy schedule. He adds that winning would qualify them for almost all the internships. The other student wonders what Han Young-hoon is talking about. He recalls hearing on the first day of class that only the top 5 students will get an A, which he considers almost impossible, meaning they have to do things like this. Han Young-hoon asks if the other student is honestly interested in this. The other student apologizes, saying he doesn't think he can do it, prompting Han Young-hoon to ask why. Han Young-hoon points out that the preliminary screening has to be passed by May, which is during the semester. The other student explains that it coincides with the midterms and final exams. Han Young-hoon responds that if that's the case, then everyone's in the same boat, and he can just do it slowly while studying. Han Young-hoon, frustrated, tells the student in the red hoodie not to say that he's not confident in his skills. The student in the red hoodie seems unsure, but admits he's never even thought about it. The student in the red hoodie suggests that Han Young-hoon could find a better teammate than him, excusing himself to head class. Han Young-hoon is greeted by someone off-panel. The student in the red hoodie is walking away when Han Young-hoon calls out, telling him that he should at least say that he'll think about it. The student in the red hoodie's expression hardens as he wonders what Han Young-hoon thinks he is if he refuses so sharply. Despite being older, Choi Jin Sunbae approached Han Young-hoon first, who apologizes. Han Young-hoon wonders why he is apologizing and what he did wrong, realizing that he replied too quickly to Choi Jin Sunbae, who came to find him himself. The student in the red hoodie tells Han Young-hoon that he'll think about it a little more, which Han Young-hoon accepts. Han Young-hoon hands the student in the red hoodie his number, so he can contact him when he decides, telling him to do well. The student in the red hoodie walks away, thinking that Han Young-hoon can do well himself. The student in the red hoodie crumples the paper with Han Young-hoon's number, thinking it's a waste of time and that things like this are child's play as someone listens to music nearby. A voice echoes, lamenting how someone is destroying their life. With a critical mission in mind, the speaker vows not to be distracted as they stand outside the Modernette Cafe. The student in the cap, the same one who rejected Han Young-hoon's offer, anticipates a question. Across town, the student in the varsity jacket is asked if he regrets his second time travel. The student in the varsity jacket is reminded that if he wishes to find and kill someone, the roulette can easily handle that. He is also told that he didn't have to play detective. The student in the cap is told that he can't wish for something like that, and the student in the varsity jacket wonders why he popped up while he was studying. The student in the cap is told that he is in this predicament and is talking about kindness. The student in the varsity jacket is reminded that he said it wasn't revenge. The student in the varsity jacket is told that it's the embodiment of kindness, and he wonders if he said that. The student in the cap seems surprised. The student in the cap is told that those were words he spouted without thinking, but the student in the varsity jacket yells that that's not the problem. The student in the cap realizes that something's disappeared. The student in the red hoodie reflects on his unwavering belief in something since his youth, a belief that even led him to law school. Meanwhile, Han Young-hoon is struck by a strange feeling, realizing he's lost something important. The concept of the time roulette is explained. What humans call the past is karma. Whatever concept of justice a traveler experienced in the past has now been erased. It is explained that these erasures happen frequently to the users of the time roulette. Han Young-hoon wonders what rude-spirited item the student in the red hoodie is talking about. The student in the red hoodie explains that there are times when the time roulette doesn't even fulfill his wish, yet it takes what it needs faithfully. The student in the red hoodie reflects that it's still an uphill battle for Sun Tae-min to be arrested for proper judgment. The extent of the time roulette's power is shown as the student in the red hoodie walks with Han Young-hoon, who can think what he wants. The student in the red hoodie states that the time roulette can do anything, but wonders why he's struggling so much if he has something like that in his hands, asking June for answers. Elsewhere, Sun Tae-min sleeps peacefully in his bed. The time roulette sits innocently on a dark surface, its intricate design hiding the chaos it can unleash. An angel, seemingly connected to the roulette, descends with feathers falling around her. A voice echoes from above, pleading for forgiveness from a young god for the actions of a foolish human. The angel continues to fall through a swirling vortex of colors, a lament echoing that only perfect beings should have been created from the start. The angel questions why incomplete organisms were created and why the most beautiful planet was entrusted to them. A bright light pierces through the darkness, a silent signal of change. The angel, now holding a glowing orb, is startled, realizing the roulette has been used. The angel wonders if the roulette was used to summon someone, and if the time traveler is responsible. The scene shifts to a figure in red robes, standing beneath glowing lanterns, seemingly summoned from another time. The ornate red robes and black boots of the time traveler are shown in detail. The time traveler, now fully visible, is confused, thinking he was asleep just moments before. The scene cuts to a man in a black and gold robe, sitting on a throne, calling out the name June, as the time traveler wonders why he is there. The time traveler, still dressed in his red robes, clutches his head, a wave of confusion washing over him. He wonders aloud if he truly spun the roulette. Nearby, the angel from the time roulette watches him with concern. She wonders what is going on, as the time traveler realizes he thinks he had a dream. The time traveler recalls a figure from his dream, someone important from long ago, someone who shaped him into who he is today. He strains to remember the face of this pivotal figure, the details of the dream slipping away like sand through his fingers. Even now, the time traveler finds the memory elusive, the image obscured by the mists of time and the chaotic nature of the time roulette. The realization dawns on him. This was someone he should never forget, a person of immense significance in his life. A hand reaches out, as if trying to break through an unseen barrier. The scene shifts to a memory, or perhaps a dream. Han Young-hoon stands in a field, surrounded by ghostly figures of himself. The dreamscape darkens as Han Young-hoon's name echoes in the void. A shadowy figure looms, its form indistinct and menacing. Han Young-hoon, now in his school uniform, stares up at the looming shadow, questioning its identity. The darkness whispers, claiming ownership of his dreams. The dreamscape shifts again, showing Han Young-hoon standing alone, as a voice declares he can't be remembered. Han Young-hoon, his expression troubled, admits he no longer dreams, as the voice whispers to him. The voice continues, revealing that he has changed, and is no longer Han Young-hoon. Han Young-hoon jolts awake in his bed, startled by the nightmare. He stirred in his sleep, the remnants of a nightmare clinging to him as he wondered if he was still dreaming. Somehow, the roulette activated, its power compelling him to go in the opposite direction. The white-haired figure realized he was trapped in the middle of a nightmare. The figure in the yellow robes, revealed to be Sun Taemin, recalled his desire to compete and win, wondering if the roulette's activation was unintentional. Taemin's companion, the white-haired figure, stated the obvious: he had woken up. Taemin wondered if thinking about something was a sin, realizing that dreams were usually beyond his control. Taemin questioned why the roulette had activated of all things, the white-haired figure suggesting it was because he kept thinking it was a dream, a mission happening BC, a year that hadn't been expressed to the century. Taemin, visibly shaken, was asked what had scared him so much. The white-haired figure dismissed Taemin's fears as childish, stating that he could build up much with this. The white-haired figure wondered if, since Taemin wasn't human, he didn't understand the concept of shame, but acknowledged the difficulty of the task. Taemin, now lost in the central plane, confessed his confusion. The puppet, dressed in the tyrant emperor's robes, hangs limply as a question hangs in the air. Now that the tyrant emperor is gone, who will take his place? Nearby, a man in a yellow robe wonders aloud if they have to do a puppet show. He declares that this is how the other will understand. The man in yellow continues his explanation, stating that the first human community was a family, and families come together to become a village. Villages come together and become a country. Then one day a wooden figure stands tall. When countries come together, what will it become? He was the king of a country that conquered and dominated all the neighboring countries. All kings. He became the first emperor of this land. The man in yellow robe thinks he's talking about Qin Shi Huang, but time flies. The first emperor, who had a hard time gaining the position, passed away after enjoying 10 years of power. Then at that time, the only thing the other kings of the land thought about was, finally, as the king of all kings, who would take the next seat as emperor. Thus, the drums of the battlefield. But time flies, and the drums of the battlefield resounded once again in the middle of the land. The man in yellow robe asks what the names of the countries are. That we are fighting now? Zhu. The director, Sun Taemin, studies a map, noting the countries of Wei, Yin, Zhao, and Qi. He focuses on the country of Han, realizing that this is the country he belongs to. A mysterious figure holds a staff with a glowing blue gem, declaring that Han will win. The director understands that during these chaotic times, humans are in a situation where they don't trust each other, and that during this war, he will experience betraying and being betrayed. The figure in red robes descends, declaring that he must make some allies. The director confirms that he needs allies, and that the number is 3. The figure in red robes clarifies that they shouldn't just be normal allies, but people who would think that it's okay to die for him. The director's assistant, June, calls out to him, having a question. The figure in red robes wonders what happens if he fails this mission, or if he can't find the three people. The figure in red robes also wonders what happens if he gets killed during this war, and he starts to think. The figure in red robes is told to find out himself. The director remains silent. The director thinks that the figure in red robes is really something, and that the more he gets to know him, the more twisted his personality seems to be. The room is dimly lit, the flickering candlelight casting long shadows. A voice echoes through the space, wondering if they should start the mission, calling out to see if anyone is there. Responding to the call, Exine Guecha throws open the doors, his voice booming as he commands whoever is outside to enter. A voice answers from the shadows, asking if there is anything he can help with, addressing Exine Guecha as Lord Commander. The figure steps forward, revealing himself to Exine Guecha. He states his presence and asks Exine Guecha to tell him if he needs a noble. Exine Guecha acknowledges the man's presence, confirming that he is indeed a noble. The noble bows deeply, declaring himself Exine Guecha's most faithful servant and stating his name. Exine Guecha, observing the expensive garments he is wearing, muses that he is either a king or... The noble admits that he has been thinking about their supplies lately, as the situation has been bad, and he wonders if there is anyone they can trust. Exine Guecha is shocked, his eyes widening as he hears the word me. The noble confirms that he did indeed say me, explaining that it is a word that Qin Shi Huang called himself. When Exine Guecha is in disbelief, unable to believe that the noble used that word, wondering if he is finally getting ready to become the next emperor. The noble is on the ground, prostrating himself before Exine Guecha, as the latter wonders if he is getting ready to become the next emperor. Exine Guecha declares his devotion, though he privately thinks he has created a small misunderstanding. The emperor Exine Guecha contemplates his position, wondering how he could ever covet the seat of Qin. Guecha clarifies that he already served a master when asked about Shi Huang. The emperor presses him, asking if he means Emperor Liu Bang. Exine Guecha demands to know who else Guecha could be referring to. The narration reveals that Emperor Liu Bang was born a commoner 40 years prior. 5 years after the fall of the Qin dynasty, Liu Bang became the emperor of the Han dynasty. Guecha insists that he doesn't know any more than that. Exine Guecha reveals he has summoned Guecha for a reason, demanding that he tell him everything he knows about him. Exine Guecha dismisses the praise, stating it's nothing. He reveals his true intention, to test how well Guecha knows him as his servant, enjoying the perks of his high position. The noble presses Guecha, demanding he tell him everything. The commander reflects on the past. The scene shifts to a flashback, where Exine Guecha is praised as the greatest tactician in the world. He is reminded that when the Chu dynasty stood strong, he broke through the alliance earlier than anyone else. Not long ago, when they faced the emperor of Xiaoqiu, Xiangyu's army head-to-head, he preserved their army's nutrition. The commander is told that without him, there may be no Han dynasty today, prompting a thoughtful "oh" from Exine Guecha. The scene cuts back to the present, where the noble wonders if he is great, and if there should be a lot of people who trust him. The commander is reminded that even those like his fellow generals, or his master, Emperor Liu Bang, saw him fight. The commander asks if they'll save him, right? Exine Guecha asks why he is asking that. The commander is told that until now, he was a man who knew nothing apart. The scene shifts to a wide shot of the two men, as the narrator states that basically, humans are animals that don't trust each other, and that the fact that he's always won until now is because of that. He scoffs at the notion of trust, deeming it a naive concept. Feigning understanding, Exine Guecha's expression betrays a hint of amusement. Elsewhere, a messenger urgently seeks out Commander Han Exine to deliver critical news. The news spreads quickly. The Qi dynasty has surrendered. Han Exine, receiving the report, is taken aback by the sudden turn of events. The commander's face hardens as he contemplates the potential consequences of the Qi's surrender. Han Exine curses the cowardice of those who surrendered, realizing the dire situation they now face. The news of the surrender reaches even the common soldiers, one questioning if it is truly a good thing. The messenger confirms the message is indeed from Li Yiji, further solidifying the reality of the situation. The message, relayed from soldier to commander, carries the weight of the Qi dynasty's decision. All eyes turn to Han Exine as they implore him to make a wise decision in light of this unexpected surrender. Han Exine acknowledges the gravity of the situation, understanding the weight of the decision that rests on his shoulders. Xin Gui Gipausis, As Gui Giaproshim, visibly opposite. Guecha questions why Li Yiji, a soldier, is acting as a diplomat. Exine Guecha states that they could conquer the Qi dynasty because of people like Li Yiji. The noble Exine Guecha thinks to himself that this is why Han Exine cannot lead. Exine Guecha continues to muse that Han Exine fails to notice how he is being treated because others are scheming. The noble believes that the naive idea that one just has to fight and win to live long will ruin Han Xian someday. Gui Che asks Xian Gui Che to explain in a way he can understand. Xian Gui Che thinks about why their army camped in front of the Qi dynasty. Xian Gui Che explains that they needed to conquer the Qi dynasty. Xian Gui Che reveals that Emperor Liu Bang gave the command, and that Li Yiji is his servant. Gui Che looks up, finally understanding the situation. He wonders why two groups are carrying the same order. Xian Gui Che reveals that Liu Bang never trusted Gui Che to conquer the Qi dynasty, and instead sent Li Yiji. Furthermore, Li Yiji has succeeded in his mission. Xian Gui Che explains that everyone in the dynasty believes Li Yiji's tongue is more useful than Han Xian's fighting ability. Gui Che finds this absurd. Xian Gui Che states that he likes the current situation. He continues, explaining that winning without fighting is the best strategy, but after the rabbit hunting is finished, the hunting dog will be thrown away. Xian Gui Che reveals that Liu Bang thinks of Gui Che as a hunting dog, and that the other vassals are envious of him. Xian Gui Che advises Gui Che to keep living with the same mindset, because the following years won't be good for him as a commander. Gui Che seems to be realizing something. Xian Gui Che states that in this situation, it's hard to make even one ally, let alone three. The commander remains silent, listening to Xian Gui Che. Xian Gui Che suggests they continue their conversation tomorrow, as it is getting late. The commander agrees, acknowledging him. Xian Gui Che bids the commander good night. Alone, Xian Gui Che reflects on his life, wondering how he has lived it. The commander thinks to himself that Xian Gui Che is a genius, but doesn't even have one friend. The commander's thoughts are interrupted. Considering that Xian Gui Che gave him proper advice, Gui Che is summoned. Gui Che is summoned, and the commander reflects that he can't believe he is saying he is dull and going to die. The commander demands to know how Gui Che dares say something. Xian Gui Che speaks to the commander, questioning his loyalty. The commander asks why Xian Gui Che is angry. The commander explains that he is only giving advice as a servant, and that no one else would dare speak to Xian Gui Che in such a way. Xian Gui Che turns to Gui Che, asking how much he trusts him. Xian Gui Che continues, asking if Gui Che will still be with him even if it means risking his life. Gui Che responds that it's obvious, wondering why Xian Gui Che would even ask such a thing. Elsewhere, drummers beat a war rhythm, signaling the preparation for battle. The troops prepare for battle, ready to fight. The banners declare that there is no conquest without force. The soldiers are commanded to crush their enemies and open the way to the unification of the world. The commander declares that enough is enough, stating he will live selfishly from now on. The commander reveals that above all, he needs to gain Gui Che's trust so he can achieve things faster. The commander's face is unreadable as he listens to the reports coming in. Meanwhile, the emissary sent to Castle Gaomi has returned. Li Yiji, who couldn't leave the Qi dynasty, was executed last night. To stop them from advancing, the Qi ally, Chu dynasty, sent reinforcements. The commander's subordinates report that reinforcements are coming. They ask who is leading them. The answer comes, it's Long Ju. The commander's advisor seems surprised by this news. The subordinates confirm that Long Ju is Xiang Yu's right hand, and some even say he's stronger than Xiang Yu himself. They then ask how many troops he commands. The commander is sending someone to investigate, but he declares that it doesn't matter. The commander states that they must win the fight, no matter who the opponent is. The advisor is told that no matter how strong the opponent is, there's always a way to win, so he shouldn't worry about it and just follow the strategy. The commander demands to know why they aren't answering, and one of the subordinates hesitantly responds. The subordinate understands the commander's orders, as the panel shows the vast army at their command. Rumors of Long Ju's approaching troops spread among the soldiers. The soldier clarifies that the issue isn't the strength of Long Ju's forces, but something else entirely. At Gaomi Castle, a voice calls out to Tianjiang, the king of Qi dynasty. The king is relieved to hear that the Chu dynasty's troops have finally arrived. Tianjiang demands that General Long Ju be brought before him. The king's advisor urges him to devise a strategy to protect the Qi dynasty as quickly as possible. The advisor nervously admits that General Long Ju drank alcohol the previous night. The camera pans down to reveal General Long Ju, slumped in his chair, clearly inebriated. The king repeats the general's name in disbelief. Long Ju, bleary-eyed, greets Tianjiang as brother and claims that Captain Xiang Yu sends his regards. Enraged, Tianjiang confronts Long Ju, questioning why he is drinking in the middle of the day and if he understands the gravity of their situation. He sits, listening to reports about Han Xian's impending attack and his reputation as a formidable warrior. A sinister chuckle escapes Long Ju's lips, hinting at a deeper understanding of Han Xian's true nature. The general reflects on King Tianjiang's unusual behavior, noting that he has never seen him act this way before. He is accused of being scared of many things. Tianjiang questions Long Ju's apparent lack of fear towards Han Xin, but the general simply states that there are many things to fear. Long Ju recalls that he and Han Xin are from the same hometown, and that the first time he saw him was when they were young. The general advises against believing only the positive stories about Commander Han Xin, hinting that he is currently in a difficult situation. He recalls that 10 years ago, Han Xin was famous in a different way. Long Ju slams his cup down, declaring that Han Xin is the second-to-none coward in this world. Tianjiang, confused, asks what he means by that statement about the famous Han Xin. The answer comes. Han Xin is famous for his cowardice. A muscular figure steps forward, his voice booming, "Hey." The group behind him questions who would dare challenge the Hanjin group. One of them asks if he is from the Jiri fam. The muscular man demands to know where they think they are, warning them to be careful with what they say. Elsewhere, a student with blonde hair asks if they think they will be number one forever. The muscular man, now face-to-face with the blonde student, comments on how much the student has grown, calling him a betrayer. He says he should have stepped on him from the beginning. The blonde student proposes making a deal, stating that it's between him and the muscular man, whoever lasts until the end. He shouts a hey. Suddenly, a student yells for them to stop, warning that their homeroom teacher is coming. He urges everyone to hurry and split up. The blonde student curses, realizing that if they get caught again, they'll be expelled. He tells the others to run away. The muscular man demands to know who ratted them out, declaring that it's a fight between men about strength and fairness. A student peeks from behind a corner, lamenting that someone called an adult and ruined everything. Han Xin, the subject of much discussion, is seen in profile. Meanwhile, Xin Gue Che wonders aloud if Long Ju knows what Han Xin's weakness is, noting that he avoided or stopped the fight. Long Ju scoffs, declaring that people who have never fought before don't know the hearts of soldiers. A figure in red observes that Long Ju might have been lucky to become a commander, but he doesn't even know how battles work. Long Ju, brimming with confidence, vows to grab Han Xin by the neck. Xin Gue Che wonders if Long Ju will be okay. Long Ju draws his sword, stating that no matter how good Han Xin's strategy and tactics are, the figure in red thinks that soldiers are useless if they don't get along with the commander. The figure in red muses that it won't be easy for Han Dynasty soldiers to unite to fight against Long Ju. The narrator reflects that, just like what the king of the Qi Dynasty, Tianjiang, thought, their commander has finally lost his mind. It is said that Long Ju's strategy was just a head-on charge, and at this time, the unity of the Han Dynasty was facing a crisis. The soldiers question what kind of strategy a charge is. As expected, hearing Long Ju's name made him the commander. The commander charges forward, his strategy questioned by those who witness it. He wonders if he will eventually. The man's name is Hong Jixuan, one of the soldiers under Han Xin. But he was originally not a soldier. His previous job was farming. Hong Jixuan was a cultivator of rice fields near the Han Dynasty palace. He was just an ordinary farmer, born in a rural village. He didn't study or learn how to write. He cultivated paddy fields inherited from his family from generation to generation. The farmer doesn't want to die. He is now on the battlefield. His father was also taken to work for the construction of the Great Wall of Qin Shi Huang, and he died while doing labor work. But that time, rather than being sad about his father's death, he felt resentment in his heart. What if someone else in their family gets taken to do labor too? When Qin Shi Huang died, the villagers secretly had a party, happy that no one had to be dragged away anymore. He sat hunched over, the weight of the impending battle pressing down on him. Why must there be another war? He wondered, the question echoing in his mind. The soldiers' thoughts drifted to the powerful, those who squabbled over supremacy, indifferent to the suffering of the common folk. Tears welled in his eyes as he considered their plight. He hated war. No amount of training or experience could prepare anyone for the horrors it unleashed. The soldiers charged forward, knowing they would never get used to the fight. It had been so scary then, he remembered, unable to even open his eyes properly. The fact that he was still alive felt like a miracle. The soldiers' thoughts turned to Han Xin, the commander of their army, and the rumors surrounding him. He considered the long-standing rivalry between Long Ju and Han Xin, but dismissed the idea that they were merely rivals. That wasn't it. A more appropriate word for them, he thought, was predator and prey. The soldier marched forward, his spear held ready. Those memories were not easily forgotten. Seeing that they were coming up with a lousy strategy like charge, he realized Han Xin was still afraid of something. He is frozen by the mere mention of Long Ju's name, the thought of death weighing heavily on Hong Jixuan's mind. Amidst the overwhelming violence of war, Jixuan, a young man from the countryside, felt himself succumbing to despair. The Chuchi allied forces, numbering around 200,000, stood ready for battle. The year is 204 BC, and the drums of war echo across the land. The 120,000 troops of the Han Dynasty army, led by Han Xin, were camped in front of the Wei River, ready to face their enemy. The one force standing in their way was about to make themselves known. The The Chuchi allied forces, numbering about 200,000 troops, were about to face Han Xian. Long Ju, the second general of the Chu dynasty, greeted Han Xian with a familiar taunt. Long Ju, mounted on his horse and clad in armor, complimented Han Xian's appearance with a mocking tone. Long Ju remarked on Han Xian's arrogance, questioning if he had become so bold as to attack his youngs. Sword drawn, Long Ju declared that Han Xian would die by his hand that day. The sound of hooves echoes through the mountain pass, a sign of approaching riders. The riders approach, their destination unknown. Below, a rider clad in red observes the approaching figures, his expression unreadable. The clash of steel rings out as the riders engage in combat. The rider in red, Hong Ji-Xuan, parries a blow, his face contorted in a grimace. A figure on horseback leaps through the air, engaging the enemy. Long Ju, mounted on his steed, compliments Hong Ji-Xuan on his endurance, noting that he has been doing some exercise. The rider reflects on the past, remembering a time when Hong Ji-Xuan was considered strong. Hong Ji-Xuan realizes that his strength isn't from muscle, but from the weight of his fat, which gives power to his blows. He rode forward, his horse kicking up dust as he charged towards Long Ju. The clash of steel echoed as their swords met, a shower of sparks erupting from the point of impact. Hong Ji-Xuan, struggling against the force of the blow, spat in frustration. Long Ju offered to teach him something. Long Ju, with a sneer, pointed out that camping with their backs against the river was exactly what Han Xian wanted. The soldier, struggling to comprehend, questioned the general's words, stating he didn't need tactics to deal with a loser like him. Long Ju, still mounted, asked if Hong Ji-Xuan was finished talking. General Long, observing the battlefield, realized that Hong Ji-Xuan was falling for his provocation too easily. The narrator explained that Han Xian was known for using the drainage strategy, and that Long Ju had already explained everything about the formation. The drainage strategy, as the narrator clarified, referred to the flow of water behind them, creating a blockade of exit and cutting off supplies and reinforcements. The narrator continued, explaining that the footing along the river's edge was steep, and because of this, Sun Wu, a strategist of the era, called this formation taboo. However, the narrator revealed that taboo was broken in midfield about 3 years ago, leaving the soldiers in disbelief that there was no way to retreat. The soldiers, facing the grim reality, resolved that rather than die while running away, it was better to die while fighting, a tactical formation that stimulated allies and raised their combat power to the limit, becoming an opportunity for Han Xian to conquer the Zhao dynasty. The soldiers from the Han dynasty begin to advance, their cries of loyalty echoing across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Long Ju, observing the enemy's movements, declares that they too must advance. The Han soldiers surge forward, their commander shouting that there's no time to receive instructions. They must destroy the enemy with the opening they have. The order to attack is given, and the soldiers charge forward with renewed vigor. The Battle of Wei River has begun, the clash of armies promising a brutal confrontation. The soldiers collide, the sounds of battle filling the air as the two sides clash in a desperate struggle. Long Ju, observing the battlefield, muses that Han Xian is lazy, wondering if he thinks the same strategy can work twice. He notes that the opponent they face today is different from the chaotic Zhao dynasty, as the Chu dynasty's last line of defense prepares to fire. Long Ju reveals his secret weapon, the private corps, infamous for their craving for war, Long Ju's elite cavalry. He declares that Han Xian's tactics are already in the palm of their hands, and it's time to move forward with a strategy that wins by spirit or luck. But it is revealed that Han Xian's true intention is the greatest obstacle of this era, as the Chu dynasty's forces stand ready. He and his soldiers observe the battlefield, confusion etched on their faces as they try to make sense of the unfolding events. The castle, once a symbol of strength, now stands vulnerable. Even with the best tactics, some things are unavoidable. The castle is engulfed in flames, a clear sign of the enemy's successful assault. Panic sets in as the soldiers realize the gravity of the situation. They are ordered to return to the military base, but it may already be too late. The soldiers realize they've advanced too far into enemy territory, leaving their castle exposed and vulnerable. The Chu flag falls, signaling the castle's capture and the collapse of their defenses. The general, Long Ju, is visibly confused and concerned as he tries to understand how their defenses failed so spectacularly. The realization dawns on them. The castle has been taken. Their strategic advantage is gone. Elsewhere, a lone rider gallops through the water, seemingly oblivious to the chaos unfolding at the castle. The soldier wonders where the enemy has gone, unaware that the castle has already fallen. The lone rider continues his journey, the castle's fate unknown to him as he approaches a rocky cliff. The rider, cloaked in red, surveys the landscape from atop the cliff, his purpose still shrouded in mystery. Hong Ji-Xuan makes an offer, stating he has a proposal. The man in the helmet declares that by now, Gaomi Castle would have fallen. The commander on horseback states that according to the principle of a commander like him, he can't let the other live. The armored commander questions the statement, asking what the other is talking about, and then says to consider their past. Hong Ji-Xuan demands an apology. The commander in the helmet says that in the past, the soldier used to be mean to him. Hong Ji-Xuan states that if the commander apologizes now, he will forgive him and show him mercy. A large group of soldiers stand guard at the edge of a body of water. The soldiers remain vigilant, their presence a silent warning. Hong Ji-Xuan pauses, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. Long Ju, atop his horse, questions the wisdom of someone's actions, goading them to reconsider. Long Ju reflects on the situation, unsurprised by the foolishness he perceives in his opponent's actions, attributing it to pride. Han Xin, unseen, declares that all of Long Ju's men will be slaughtered by his hand. Han Xin vows to kill Long Ju today, promising no mercy when he catches him begging and crying. The unseen figure orders someone to stay put, threatening them with the consequences of running away. Long Ju stands atop a rock formation, his thoughts revealing that he believes his opponent is even more stupid than he remembers, and that thanks to him, they can stay in a valley until night. He considers the importance of timing. The water level of the river is low, but the timing of the dam's explosion, built by special forces, remains unknown. Han Xin believed the best position would be himself at the highest point and Long Ju at the bottom. Han Xin calls out to Long Ju, who is unaware of the impending attack. The ambush begins. Long Ju is caught completely off guard. The soldiers descend upon Long Ju, their attack swift and brutal. The soldiers' blades flash as they strike, each blow aimed to kill. Long Ju cries out as the first blow lands, the pain sharp and unexpected. His eyes wide with shock and betrayal. Long Ju realizes the depth of the trap he's walked into. Hong Ji-Xuan watches the assault, his expression unreadable as he remains mounted on his horse. Hong Ji-Xuan reveals his resentment, declaring that Long Ju has been annoying him the entire time. Hong Ji-Xuan continues his tirade, accusing Long Ju of being unskilled and pretending to be righteous. The soldiers, led by Hong Ji-Xuan, continue their assault, the leader declaring that the weak should crawl before the strong. Long Ju, still mounted, questions the statement, arguing that only animals live by such a code. He believes a human's duty is to protect what is important. Hong Ji-Xuan's expression hardens, his eyes filled with determination. The soldier declares that Long Ju will be a punk until the end, as the water continues to rise around them. The water surges violently, threatening to sweep them away. Caught in the deluge, Long Ju exclaims in shock as the water rushes around him. Hong Ji-Xuan's perspective shows the water rising rapidly, engulfing everything. The soldier shouts a command, and Long Ju, now submerged, wonders what is happening. The dam that had been holding the water back has been breached. The force of the water intensifies as the dam collapses. Long Ju and his horse are swept away by the unleashed torrent. The horse's hooves strike the ground as the floodwaters recede, leaving devastation in their wake. Hong Ji-Xuan is surprised by the force of the water he unleashed. He barely manages to keep his footing as the torrent rushes past, thinking how close he came to being swept away himself. Downstream, Long Ju struggles against the raging current. Hong Ji-Xuan watches in horror as Long Ju is carried away by the flood. The sun sets on the river, the scene now serene after the destructive flood. Long Ju, battered and bruised, crawls onto the muddy bank. The general clutches his arm, wincing in pain from the ordeal. Hong Ji-Xuan approaches the defeated Long Ju, asking if he is all right. Long Ju, his face streaked with dirt and blue paint, simply states that he is lost. He demands that Hong Ji-Xuan kill him. The defeated general kneels, admitting his defeat and urging his opponent to end it there. Hong Ji-Xuan tells Long Ju that he is wasting his talent, explaining that his master, Liu Bang, treats talented people equally regardless of their origins, and that he will tell him good things about him. Long Ju laughs, seemingly unfazed by Hong Ji-Xuan's offer of mercy. The general, turning his back to Hong Ji-Xuan, questions if he's being asked to betray his brother, Xiang Yu. The soldier responds that there's no need if Long Ju isn't going to kill him, calling the general's honorable intentions something a scoundrel would consider. Han Xin, unseen until now, holds a blade to his own neck, declaring he'll do it himself. Hong Ji-Xuan shouts for Han Xin to stop, telling him that he didn't ask him to die, but to live. Han Xin is taken aback by this. Han Xin, face to face with Long Ju, is asked if he's going to interrupt his honorable end. Han Xin retorts that if he's going to die, what's the point of being honorable, adding that the problem is that they're always bluffing. A narration box explains that as a result of the battle, Han Xion's army completely defeated the allied forces of Chu and Qi, and the Qi dynasty was transferred completely to the territory of the Han dynasty. It is known that Long Ju was killed in this battle, but his body wasn't found anywhere. Someone remarks that this is really inside the castle. Soldiers notice that the flag has suddenly changed. The soldiers realize that another unit must have infiltrated the castle while they were fighting, but one refuses to believe it. Another soldier remarks that their commander is a genius. The mood of the soldiers is changing, but not yet. He laments the difficulty of finding someone he can deeply trust, addressing someone as commander. Hong Jixuan stands before the commander, apologizing for interrupting him while he's busy. Hong Jixuan declares that he is a soldier. Hong Jixuan begs the commander to teach him how he won this battle. Long Ju looks on with a stern expression. An unseen figure demands to know how the battle was won. Hong Jixuan recounts what he overheard from another general, that camping with one's back against the water is not a good tactic. The unseen figure presses Hong Jixuan, asking how he was able to achieve 2 victories with that formation. Hong Jixuan recalls something he heard from his savior before. The words echo in his mind. If we wish to live happily, we will die. The memory continues, the savior's words resonating. But if you prepare to die, only then will you find a way to live. Hong Jixuan explains that drainage was just a means of arousing that mindset. The unseen figure questions how the castle was suddenly occupied during the battle. The figure asks where Hong Jixuan found a large unit capable enough to attack the castle separately. He hesitates, admitting it's not something amazing. He reveals that it was all just a trick, though he seems to be expecting a different reaction. Hong Jixuan asks if the commander is sorry. The commander explains that even though they only had 2,000 soldiers, the flow of events is important in battle, especially when both sides are high-spirited. He continues, stating that it was a great strategy to beat Long Ju, but to ensure victory for the rest of the battle, one more trump card was needed. The trick was. The commander's words are interrupted by another soldier shouting about flags. The soldier confirms that it is right. The commander explains that the only thing their detached team was aiming for was the hoisting flagpole above the fortress wall, and that in that case, even a small number of people can attack. The commander continues, saying that the castle has been occupied, but if they didn't expect it, they couldn't even think of it. After that, they swept away the panicked Allied forces. He apologizes. Hong Jixuan expresses his surprise, asking if the commander expected all of that, and if so, why didn't he tip the soldiers? The commander is told that everyone insulted him for not saying anything, even Hong Jixuan himself, who thought that the commander was really afraid of Long Ju. Hong Jixuan asks if it doesn't feel unfair for him, since he is the commander. The commander apologizes again. Now that he hears it, he understands. The commander is told that ordinary soldiers like him must have been very confused, because they thought they'd only follow a charge strategy. He seems to be at a loss for words. Hong Jixuan wonders why the commander is apologizing in front of an ordinary soldier like him, but then thinks that they should apologize if they bother someone. He confirms that he wanted to return to his hometown. Following that conversation, 2 soldiers walk together, both longing for a life free from the fear of death and a chance to see their families again. One of them echoes the sentiment. Me, too. The soldier in the red cloak reflects on his desire for a peaceful life, a dream seemingly unattainable. He feels as though the world is pushing him towards the battlefield. The soldier questions if the commander is really a commander. He hates fighting, but another soldier tries to cheer him up. The soldier in the red cloak states that he will find out what this time meant. He wonders what it is, thinking that living as a soldier wouldn't be so bad if he served him. He would rather have the commander be the ruler of the world, rather than Liu Bang or Xiangyu. Meanwhile, news of the Qi dynasty's victory reached Chang'an in the Han dynasty shortly after. The commander is sending a victory message, a subordinate confirms. The subordinate continues, stating that with this victory, the king is one step closer to unifying the world, though there was a lot of noise during the process. It's said that Commander Han Xian doesn't seem to think so, claiming he would rule over it himself. The speaker clarifies that this is from the Qi dynasty, which was occupied for the time being. The subordinate asks if the speaker means that the commander was greedy for territory. The speaker confirms that it is as they say. The speaker reveals that Han Xian said he didn't know what would happen if he weren't given the authority of the prince. The speaker asks Hong Jixuan what he thinks, soldier. Hong Jixuan simply responds that. The speaker states that Han Xian is obviously a general who pledged his loyalty to the king. The speaker continues, saying that suddenly, the authority of a prince can't be tolerated. The speaker thinks to himself that a man like Han Xian should aim for the king. How could he be so content with just a prince? The speaker apologizes, then states that Han Xian is the king of the... The speaker concludes that he is thinking of that. He declares that if the situation demands it, he will personally lead the army, wondering if it would be justified to ravage the land. The soldier, Hong Jixuan, questions if Tianjiang is considering fighting Han Xian. Tianjiang responds, stating that leaders should compete every once in a while so they can become true friends. Hong Jixuan realizes Tianjiang's true intentions. Tianjiang affirms his previous statement. The soldier realizes that Han Xian will be killed by Tianjiang's sword. Hong Jixuan asks if Tianjiang is trying to evaluate Han Xian or if he is angry with him, admitting he is unsure. Tianjiang tells the soldier what to do, ordering him to lead the army right now and advance to the land of the Qi dynasty. Hong Jixuan wonders why he should take the army there. The soldier realizes that it is the day that seals the new king, and he asks if they shouldn't at least prepare that much. Tianjiang laughs, telling him to have a safe trip. Hong Jixuan thinks about Liu Bang, the head of the Han dynasty, noting that he is popular and likes to joke around, but dismissing him as just an old man. He may have received orders from Tianjiang, but Hong Jixuan couldn't shake a feeling of unease. It wasn't that he didn't feel it, but the soldier's thoughts drifted to the emperor's jokes and what was happening with Han Xian. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The you that I know, to be continued. Someone wonders aloud why Han Yong-hoon is so drunk and if anyone knows where he lives. Elsewhere, someone sings to themselves, lost in a dream. The singing is ignored as two figures support the inebriated Han Yong-hoon. One of the figures supporting Han Yong-hoon tells him to be quiet, lest he wake the entire neighborhood. He mutters to himself that even if it's dirty, he'll succeed. The man supporting Han Yong-hoon declares that he will change the world. The two figures supporting Han Yong-hoon are told to be quiet. Elsewhere, Hong Jixuan is lost in thought. A voice says that they like that side of Hong Jixuan, that no matter how hard and painful reality was, he always had hope. The voice continues, saying that Hong Jixuan never gave up on his definition of justice. The voice asks if this is the conclusion Hong Jixuan has come to after thinking, and if his lust for power takes precedence over their majesty's cause, and if the monster of greed has finally swallowed him up. The scroll in his hand feels heavier than it should, the weight of Han Xian's absence pressing down on him. The assistant of Commander Han Xian wonders where his friend has gone. Nearby, a cat watches the assistant of Commander Han Xian, seemingly unconcerned with the man's worries. The assistant of Commander Han Xian recalls his role in recommending Han Xian to the majesty, a decision that now weighs heavily on him. He vows to condemn Han Xian if he becomes an enemy of the Han dynasty. The assistant of Commander Han Xian imagines himself condemning Han Xian under a bright blue sky. A group of riders, led by Kuai Che, travels through the countryside. The riders continue their journey through the night, the sound of their horses' hooves echoing through the hills. Sergeant Zhang Liang is ambushed. Kuai Che approaches Zhang Liang, revealing that he came to meet him under the orders of Commander Han Xian. Kuai Che introduces himself to Zhang Liang, finally revealing his name. Kuai Che, the assistant of Commander Han Xian, states that they have already met before. Zhang Liang remembers Kuai Che, confirming that he has been well. Kuai Che acknowledges Zhang Liang's hard work in getting there. Kuai Che apologizes, explaining that Kaomi Castle is currently cluttered after its ruler changed, and there isn't enough space to accommodate the troops. He continues, relaying Commander Han Xian's instructions to entrust the troops to nearby villages for food and rest, and to bring Sergeant Zhang Liang separately. The news strikes Han Xian as odd. He voices his suspicion, finding the situation strange. Han Xian questions why Zhang Liang would be sent alone, emphasizing his noble character and importance. Kuai Che agrees, stating that they arrived right after a large-scale battle, and that it's better to reduce formalities at times like these. He then instructs to guide the way. Kuai Che confirms that he will meet the commander alone, and the two set off. The pair continue their journey through the darkened landscape. Zhang Liang is addressed directly. Kuai Che expresses his respect for Zhang Liang. Kuai Che assures Zhang Liang that his name will remain forever in this midfield land. Zhang Liang is reminded of his past, specifically how he first planned to assassinate Qin Shi Huang when he was 20 years old. He is also called the best tactician that unified the world, prompting a quiet thank you. He affirms the necessity of his actions, recalling how the cruel emperor Shi Huang trampled and destroyed his country, leaving him no choice but to act. The wise man is praised for his courage and wisdom. The speaker continues, describing the person who chose Liu Bang as a nearly perfect human figure, suggesting that a world full of such people would be much more peaceful. The compliment muses on the talent that would have made a mark in history. The man who is being praised reveals his true intentions, declaring that the person he's speaking to has to be killed by his hand. The target of the declaration, Zhang Liang, looks up, questioning what he is saying. Kuai Che, standing behind Zhang Liang, wonders what the object in his hand is, lamenting that he cannot answer. The fact that he is here right now, Han Xian thinks, is because the karma is quite heavy. Kuai Che calls out to Zhang Liang, referring to him as the third apostle, as he is struck by a blast. The dying Kuai Che thinks that if he goes to the underworld, he has to tell the name of the one who killed him to the Reaper and Demon. The dying man continues, thinking that if he says his name, then Han Xian wonders how much they would laugh. Han Xian's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he processes the implications of Kuai Che's final words. The question hangs heavy in the air. Had Zhang Liang been a devil from the very beginning? Far away, silhouetted against the fading light, birds fly across the horizon. Hong Jixuan, the soldier, lets out a small sound, his expression unreadable. The winged messenger stands tall, light radiating from him as he faces an unseen foe. The messenger is confronted, accused of being an enemy of the roulette. The messenger is questioned for daring to touch a human being and for how far he has fallen. The unseen figure demands to know what exactly the messenger is doing. The messenger declares that he is carrying out his mission, protecting the creatures of the young god, but the unseen figure rejects this. The unseen figure states that the human the messenger should protect is only the traveler, and that this human is not a traveler. The messenger retorts, stating that he will protect whoever he wishes to protect. The unseen figure insists that in order for the traveler to accomplish his mission, they need this human. A voice echoes, lamenting the fate of the winged messenger. The unseen figure calls him a soulless doll, claiming he was merely a pawn of the time roulette. He is told to worry only about himself, as intervention with humanity means resistance to the flow. The messenger prepares for battle, his wings spread wide. The voice continues, stating that apostles are those who are prepared to perish from the beginning. The messenger gasps, realizing the gravity of his situation. The messenger declares that as long as he eventually saves humans, he does not fear the karma he will receive. The voice questions the messenger about his own fate. The unseen figure asks if he is ready to fight and perish for a cruel and selfish God who loves him not. The winged messenger reflects on the events that have transpired, remembering how she was the last of her kind to escape the bondage of the young god. The messenger recalls the words spoken to her, that she is pitted for being an angel who couldn't open her eyes, and that even messengers are mere disposables. The memory continues, the messenger remembering that even after seeing the miserable calling of the messenger Maria, she still couldn't understand. The winged messenger's eyes narrow, and she wonders how anyone could dare. The messenger unleashes her power, declaring that no one can insult Maria. The winged messenger demands that the other open their eyes, insisting that Maria's death was not miserable. The messenger's attack lands, the force of the blow accompanied by her demand to open their eyes. The winged messenger's opponent is struck, the force of the blow revealing that they have been brainwashed by God. The messenger continues her assault, declaring that she was forced to make sacrifices for humanity. The winged messenger insists that Maria had a right to live, and that the same goes for June. The winged messenger shouts in defiance, his voice echoing against the encroaching darkness that threatens to consume him. The darkness responds, a voice echoing with righteous fury, condemning such blasphemous thoughts. The messenger unleashes a surge of power, a blinding light pushing back against the encroaching shadows. The voice continues, declaring the messenger a mere lump of flesh, a caricature born of human delusion. The darkness surges forward, overwhelming the messenger's light with sheer force. The winged messenger, overwhelmed, can only manage a pain groan. Elsewhere, a mark glows ominously on a man's arm. The man, revealed to be Han Young-hoon, wonders if the mission has made progress, noting that only 1 out of 3 people currently trust him, and questions if that person is Kwai Che. Han Young-hoon reflects on the unsettling nature of someone's eyes, realizing that he might betray Han Xian someday. He tries to reassure himself that he doesn't have to worry about it, since he's just a time traveler who comes to stay for a while. Han Young-hoon reminds himself that he just has to complete the mission and go back to his life, but he can't shake the feeling of worry about the people here. He reflects on the past, musing that he doesn't know what it was like when his father was young, but in this era, he does too many good things for others. Suddenly, the commander is interrupted. An attendant rushes in, announcing someone claiming to be an aide to Zhang Liang has arrived. The commander is surprised by this news. He realizes that if it's Zhang Liang, it's Liu Bang's closest confidant. The attendant stammers, explaining that this person is very important to the commander right now. He is instructed to ask him to come in. The attendant explains that there's a small problem. The commander is confused, and the attendant continues, saying that the person keeps saying weird things. The attendant calls out for Commander Han Xian. The commander is told that their master, Zhang Liang, is here. He asks where the man who took him was ordered to go. The commander demands to know why Zhang Liang hasn't been brought in yet, questioning his attendant's actions. The attendant is questioned about what he's talking about and who he's looking for. He's told not to pretend as if he didn't know, and asked if he didn't send someone to escort him here. The attendant recalls that it was definitely a person. The attendant holds a scroll, realizing that Zhang Liang was ordered by the commander to be taken. He recalls that there was something he forgot, so he rushed after him, but he doesn't know what this is. The commander demands that the attendant say something, telling him to calm himself first. Han Xian, still reeling from the news of Zhang Liang's capture, wonders who could have been responsible for such a bold move. He reflects on the fact that the person who took Zhang Liang's troops was acting under his direct orders. Meanwhile, an angel kneels in a forest clearing, seemingly aware of the events unfolding. The angel reflects on their existence, stating that they have been an angel since birth. The angel declares that they are one of the lions of God, created to achieve God's will. A monstrous, tiger-like entity looms, its voice booming with disdain for humanity, accusing them of arrogance and selfishness. The angel, holding a staff topped with a glowing blue gem, acknowledges the price from the Creator, stating that their God is perfect and impeccable, and that they are willing to disappear at any time if it is for God. The monstrous entity acknowledges that the angel has gone through time and heard stories of it. The massive claw of the tiger-like entity descends, poised to strike. The angel remains resolute, awaiting the inevitable. The angel is struck, the impact creating a burst of dark energy. The winged messenger is consumed by a dark aura, his form twisting in agony. The darkness swirls, a voice echoing a dire prophecy. The angel's faith will be betrayed. The monstrous entity looms over the fallen angel, its presence a stark contrast to the golden staff he wielded moments before. Nearby, a hand reaches out, seemingly try to grasp at something just out of reach. The winged messenger cries out, his voice strained as he falls to the ground. Tianjiang gently shakes the fallen messenger, asking if he is all right. In the distance, a soldier calls out, searching for Zhang Liang in the darkness. A figure holding a torch responds, revealing that they have found him. Zhang Liang, his expression pained, pleads for help, indicating someone is injured. The scene shifts to show the group with torches, the speaker reflecting on how a young boy helped him. The speaker, revealed to be Tianjiang, looks on with a questioning gaze. The soldiers finally locate Zhang Liang, who is dressed in a yellow robe. He is confronted by Tianjiang, who expresses his displeasure at the winged messenger's sudden arrival. The king also questions how one of his subordinates could have attacked him. Tianjiang suggests that the messenger should simply disappear, claiming that the path he's on leads elsewhere. Meanwhile, someone, presumably Han Xian, is being confronted, accused of pretending not to know something. The accuser demands to know what he is up to. The winged messenger continues to argue with Tianjiang, pointing out that the attacker didn't even look like one of his subordinates. From atop the castle walls, a voice booms out into the night, demanding an answer from Han Xian. Inside the castle, the commander, Han Xian, is confronted by a superior, who threatens to kill him if he lies or gives a ridiculous answer. An aide attempts to calm the superior, reminding him that Han Xian is a valuable subordinate. The superior demands that Han Xian say something, anything, to explain the situation. Another aide asks if Han Xian is okay, suggesting they return to the castle and inquiring if he's hurt. Han Xian, seemingly in shock, acknowledges the situation, and the aide, Zhang Liang, is told to rest. Zhang Liang warns someone, presumably Han Xian, not to come closer. It's explained that Zhang Liang will be taken to accommodations prepared for him, as he was attacked by subordinates, implying that the superior should understand the situation. Regarding subsequent contact, it's stated that they will be contacted separately later. The aftermath of the attack leaves the group shaken, the air thick with unspoken tension. One of the men asks Zhang Liang where his attackers went. He admits he doesn't know, only that they vanished into a strange shape. Another suggests they search for the attackers, fearing they might still be targeting Zhang Liang. He refuses. The cat, seemingly able to sense more than the others, thinks that the attackers might even be dead, but Zhang Liang isn't so sure. He wonders what he saw earlier. The man asks if something happened, pressing Zhang Liang to reveal what he knows about the devil from the beginning. Zhang Liang questions if he means a devil. He clarifies that he's talking about the monster from Panga mythology, the one who longed for death and ruin. The narrative shifts to the origin of the world, stating that before its creation, everything was like a tiny egg. The first human to wake up inside the egg was Pangu. At some point, Pangu woke up and wanted to create the world, but he realized that he had impurities within him. Pangu had a nature that longed for death and ruin, a darkness that would shape the world to come. He spoke of the origin of the world. A part of Pangu was molded into the form of a headless beast. The beast was called Hundun, and after it grew wings, it disappeared. Pangu finally stood up and created light in this world. Of course, all of these are legends, and there is no way an animal like that could exist, the sergeant thought. But earlier, it's the sound of footsteps. Someone is coming, the man with the gray hair warns. The commander wonders who exactly is approaching. The sound of footsteps grows louder as Han Xian approaches. Han Xian calls out to the commander, suggesting they talk to Zhang Liang. Now, the commander understands what just happened and resolves to apologize and explain. The commander asks Han Xian to go back, as he said earlier, and then laments the situation. He attempts to explain himself, revealing he was deceived by someone he trusted. The king, Tianjiang, expresses his surprise, admitting he was unaware of Zhang Liang's arrival and Kuai Chei's departure to meet with him. The assistant questions why the king is shouting. Tianjiang relents, agreeing to talk, stating he wanted to do so as well. The assistant addresses the king, but Han Xian assures him that he can protect himself, urging him to say what he wants to say. Tianjiang states that there are many things he wants to hear from Han Xian. The king suggests they move to a different location to talk. Elsewhere, the focus shifts to a young man, identified as a friend of Han Xian, by Zhang Liang. The young man stands outside a military encampment. He attempts to get the attention of the soldiers, explaining that he is trying to get a job. The young man wonders who he should talk to, expressing his desire to work for the government. A soldier dismisses the young man, telling him this is not a place for beggars and questioning if he thinks working for the government is easy. The soldier's words were harsh, suggesting that if the young man wanted a job, he could clean up horse manure. The other soldiers chuckled. Another soldier, with a gentler demeanor, chided his comrade. He questioned the need to mock those who aspired to be colleagues. The kinder soldier continued, stating that every person has their own value and purpose. He then asked the young man to follow him, so they could assess his skills. Zhang Liang, watching from a distance, found the situation annoying. He wondered who the new recruit was. The kinder soldier recalled that not too long ago, a person named Liu Bang joined the army. He mused that the young man was likely another pawn that Zhang Liang always brought around. He also remembered that the young man was originally a member of a royal family of another country, but Qin Shi Huang destroyed the country, and he became a commoner in a day. The kinder soldier guessed that was why Zhang Liang couldn't pass by a beggar just like that. The student gasps, clearly impressed by something. The student asks if the other has read the 6 Strategies of War before, revealing that the book was written by his teacher. The student asks if it's hard, and the other admits it is, but that the seat will be empty. The student asks if he should teach him, but the other declines, saying that if he's confused, he could just memorize the whole book. The student is even more amazed. The other claims it's nothing, but thinks to himself that he's still far from it, wondering if he perhaps wants to be the master of the world. The student states that if the Qin Empire collapses, the emperor's seat will be empty, which is why they're all like that now. The other says it's nothing like that, and that it's just that if he could get an official job. The student tells him not to be like that, and just tell him. The other tells him not to laugh at him, and that actually it is his mom's lifelong dream. He wanted her to see him make a career out of it. The student says that she's dead now, but that she might be still watching him from heaven. He is taken aback as the woman declares she's decided to take responsibility and recommend him as their official representative. The woman, Han Xian, admits she doesn't have much say yet, but believes starting with something is better than nothing. The student is thankful, but questions why she would choose him. Han Xian responds that she wants to make his mom happy too. Han Xian assures him it's all right, stating that she has a good eye for people. Han Xian thinks that he is someone that could be trusted, and asks if he wants her to. Han Xian reveals that all the letters she's exchanged so far were written by Kwai Che, pretending to be him, and asks if he believes that kind of nonsense. The student asks if she is trying to rebel. Han Xian states that he said he saw him turn into a devil, and that she believes his words. The student apologizes, saying he's sorry he was in danger because of him, because he's the Roulette's time traveler. The student says that it's not entirely his fault, but the fault of that cheater, and that it's not the fault of the one that gets cheated on, right? The student is struck by Han Xian, who says he was betrayed by a subordinate he trusted, and asks how he could say that right now. Han Xian states that it's the commander's responsibility to properly manage his subordinates. He demands to know how the other could make someone he doesn't even know his close aide, lamenting that he doesn't have that many people around him. Kwai Che's name hangs unspoken in the air. The commander asks if he knows what he's been thinking these past few days, before the memory of him being choked flashes before his eyes. The commander's face contorts with rage as he asks if the other thinks this is a kid's game, demanding to know what side he's on and calling him a selfish bastard. The commander's rage simmers as he thinks that the real people who trust him won't show themselves because they're quietly watching him, calling him a selfish bastard. The student, Han Young-hoon, acknowledges that the commander is right. The commander thinks to himself that Kwai Che is the person who deceived him, the time traveler and his enemy, but that at some point he accomplished one mission. The commander looks down, lost in thought. The commander thinks that he doesn't know who that person is, thinking that they shouldn't just be normal allies, but people who would think that it's okay to die if it's for him. The commander thinks that he's still trusted a flatterer. Zhang Liang kneels before the commander, who apologizes to him. Kwai Che thinks that he made a wrong judgment, and that he disappointed the commander. The commander is confronted by an individual who questions if he thinks of her as his mother, after he states he will listen to her from now on. Kwai Che dismisses the previous conversation, then asks if that means he has no intention of betraying Emperor Liu Bang. Han Xian, looking annoyed, warns someone to not do something again, while a cat stands nearby. A voice declares that a real friend is one who gets angry and curses when you do something wrong, then demands food because they are hungry and angry. Han Xian's arm is shown, revealing a tattoo of 3 small faces. Elsewhere, a woman with purple hair sits near a vase of flowers, holding a rose. The woman is seen more closely, still holding the rose. The woman is addressed as my lady. The woman is seen with a soldier who is offering her a rose. Han Xian seems to be regretting something, thinking that it was a mistake. The commander had been so busy that he left all internal affairs to someone else, but now his letters have been found in that person's residence. The reply Han Xian sent is revealed to be an apology. There are serious documents here, and the assistant can see that there are a lot of discussions regarding the emperor and the future of the Qi dynasty. The letter to Han Xian reveals that they are delighted that he finally formed an alliance with the Chu dynasty and that they will work together until the end to defeat the cruel Liu Bang. 3 years had passed since Xiang Yu left his hometown. Bound tightly, Xiang Yu remained captive. Elsewhere, the cruel leader of the Qin dynasty was being addressed. The speaker accused him of plotting to claim the title of emperor and ravage the world, adding that he once took possession of the world. Xiang Yu, defiant despite his captivity, was called crazy. The captive insisted he was merely Qin Shi Huang's grandson, a commoner, not an emperor or king. Back in the throne room, the leader of the Qin dynasty questioned why he was being insulted and tormented despite being innocent. The accuser demanded he shut his mouth, stating that he still didn't realize his sin and that his cunning scheme was known all over the world. The accuser continued, pointing out that he also ignored Lord Xiang Yu and even surrendered to Liu Bang to save himself. The man standing over Xiang Yu questioned what agreement he made with Liu Bang, asking if he was trying to raise the Qin dynasty again under Liu Bang. He glares, defiant even in captivity, declaring that no matter what he says, they will catch and kill him. He tells them to think whatever they want. The captive, Xiang Yu, warns that even if they kill him, the world will never be theirs. A soldier, enraged by Xiang Yu's words, raises his sword, deeming him rude. The soldier screams, questioning how Xiang Yu dares to speak to the Lord in such a way, and curses him. The soldier lunges, sword raised, shouting Xiang Yu's name. Xiang Yu, bloodied but unbowed, declares that the soldier will never become the ruler of the world. Xiang Yu vows to wait for the soldier in hell. Meanwhile, Zhang Liang remarks on the quiet, noting that there was no one who could stop him. An advisor urges Tianjiang not to ignore public opinion. The advisor continues, telling Tianjiang that he can't just do what he wants like in the past, and that he has to rule the people based on the virtue of being an emperor. The advisor insists that now that Tianjiang has become the emperor, he should have dignity. Tianjiang screams in response. He insists that he cannot be an emperor. The king scoffs, declaring he doesn't know anything about virtue, and that he is simply getting rid of his adversaries. But now, the tides are turning against Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu finds himself in a tight spot for perhaps the first time in his life. Tianjiang is offered grapes by an attendant. The king recalls a recent event. The purple-haired woman is shocked by the news that Long Ju is dead. Empires dissatisfied with Xiang Yu's cruel treatment have been establishing their own forces over the years. The anti-Xiang Yu forces gather around Liu Bang, forming the Han Dynasty alliance to overthrow Xiang Yu and the Zhou Dynasty. There was a person who once served Xiang Yu, now kneeling and offering his loyalty to the Han Dynasty in exchange for his life. All those who did not surrender were defeated by Han Xian. The purple-haired woman appears contemplative, her hand gently touching her face. The king states with unwavering confidence that he is strong. Meanwhile, the purple-haired woman reflects on her life, admitting to herself that she has always lived by defeating. The king's hand rests on her shoulder as she agrees with his sentiment, stating that this time will be different. The king declares that he will start working tomorrow to defeat Liu Bang's power. The purple-haired woman asks if he wants to go together. The king, standing beside her, orders her to bring his sword. She thinks to herself that he is the only one who understands her feelings, and agrees to bring his sword. Elsewhere, someone yells as they practice their swordsmanship. Two people are seen throwing swords at each other, each yelling for the other to take their sword. The purple-haired woman thinks to herself that if her sword cuts through wind, it would defeat 1,000 cavalries, and that her sword can defeat 10,000 cavalries. The purple-haired woman stands in a gazebo, practicing her swordsmanship. The purple-haired woman continues to practice her swordsmanship. The purple-haired woman practices her swordsmanship, her movements swift and deadly as she cries out, determined to master the art. The training takes its toll, and she collapses to the ground with a pained ouch, frustrated by her lack of progress. Sitting up, the woman wonders where her father is, hoping for some encouragement. Her father appears, concerned. He asks if she is hurt, but she assures him she is fine. The purple-haired woman, eager to impress her father, shows off her swordsmanship. She continues to practice, her father observing her progress with a smile. The father praises her efforts, expressing his pride in her interest in martial arts at such a young age. He affectionately strokes her head, telling her she will become the best general bride in the future. The scene shifts to a serene courtyard, bathed in the soft light of dawn. The father and daughter stand together, their figures framed by the ornate architecture. A close-up reveals the elaborate details of their traditional clothing, hinting at their noble status. As night falls, the father reflects on the future, realizing he doesn't have time to plan wedding ceremonies right now. The king, Tianjiang, announces his departure, stating that thousands of troops await him. His assistant pleads with him to reconsider. The assistant continues to try and convince Tianjiang to stay for the night, but the king remains resolute. Elsewhere, two figures discuss the situation with Lord Xiang Yu, suggesting they follow Sir Wu's advice. The narrator reflects on the ancient tradition of valuing the first night of marriage between a man and a woman. The purple-haired woman is seen, her expression unreadable. The scene shifts to a close-up of bedding. Inside a traditional Korean home, sunlight streams through the papered windows, illuminating the intricate wooden architecture. The purple-haired woman stands in a room, her gaze fixed on something unseen. The scene shifts to a suit of armor, standing guard in a dimly lit corridor. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, preparing to draw it from its sheath. The purple-haired woman stands ready, her sword held horizontally before her, a determined glint in her eyes. With a swift motion, she draws her sword, the blade gleaming in the light. The purple-haired woman executes a powerful downward strike, the force of her swing creating a visible gust of wind. She continues her assault, the air shimmering with the energy of her strikes. Later that night, the purple-haired woman lies in bed, seemingly at peace after her training. She couldn't sleep, the presence of another person in her bed a novel experience. The purple-haired woman admitted that she wasn't used to having someone else in her bed. He wished she would tell him her story. She reminded him that yesterday was the first time they had met, before asking what he liked. He paused, before admitting he liked to play sword fights. The noblewoman pointed out that children usually play sword fights, and he agreed. She revealed that all the kids she used to play with had become warriors, but she was getting married. He seemed surprised that she would become a warrior, but she found the idea of her as a general in a real war to be a funny joke. The purple-haired woman questioned what kind of general would put her in a real war. He admitted that he was neither strong nor brave. He suddenly got out of bed, startling her. He presented her with a sword, offering it to her. The command echoes, "Pick up this sword." The purple-haired woman apologizes, but the shirtless man insists she try to lift the blade. She grits her teeth, focusing her energy. The man observes as she strains, realizing the sword is heavier than it looks. With a grunt, she struggles to lift the sword even an inch. The sword remains stubbornly on the ground. The shirtless man questions why she can't lift it. The purple-haired woman is surprised that he can't lift it either. The narrator explains that this great sword is an heirloom passed down through the Shang family, and only the best fighters were qualified to wield it. The man recalls that since he was young, he thought this sword would naturally be his. He remembers when he asked his uncle for the sword, the man simply laughed at him. He even tried to steal it one night when he felt upset, but only then did he realize. He had realized that the sword was ridiculously heavy, so he learned how to fight, how to run, and how to ride a horse. With only one thought in mind, to be strong, he had been training himself for years. When he was finally able to hold the sword, it had only been a year ago. The purple-haired woman explained that that's what strength is, and he couldn't just get it. Those who have overcome adversity and become strong, he thought, deserve the praise of the world. He wondered what she thought. The noble asked if it made him excited, stating that she would only take the strongest as her generals. The woman's voice echoed in the darkness, offering him the chance to try. The purple-haired woman stood in a dimly lit room, the Shang family, sword resting on a table before her. The woman's hand gripped the hilt of the sword, preparing to demonstrate its power. With a swift motion, the noble swung the sword, the blade gleaming in the dim light. The purple-haired woman's expression was one of effortless ease as she wielded the blade. It was just like that. The archers stand ready, awaiting the order to fire upon the approaching enemy. The narrator reflects on how the shifting sands of fate can alter the course of history in a single day, as Liu Bang stands near a brazier. Liu Bang stands over a complex diagram, contemplating his next move. Liu Bang reflects on the toll time travel has taken, but steels himself, knowing the end is near. He places his hand on the diagram, resolving to finally kill Xiang Yu and end the war. Liu Bang realizes that if he can gain the trust of his lord, Ryu Bang, he can finally return to his own time, no longer lost. The purple-haired woman stands with a confident smirk, believing she can now win everything, while the man beside her scoffs, claiming to have been through war. Right now, he thinks as long as he goes back to the present. A tent stands illuminated by torchlight, a symbol of the present. Liu Bang lies in bed, seemingly recovering from his time travels. A soldier addresses Liu Bang, telling him it's time to go. Liu Bang admits that his body doesn't feel so well, but he will follow. The soldier stutters, relaying information from Zhang Liang. The sergeant apparently drank too much the previous night, but insists that it doesn't matter. Another soldier explains that the king threatened to hit him if he didn't bring him back. The king's assistant questions if he even needs to participate, since they're going to win anyway. A soldier announces that today is a special day for His Majesty, as Commander Han Xin intends to end the war. The king questions Han Xin's motives, calling him a good-for-nothing. The king admits he can't trust Han Xin, believing the commander only likes to fight and that his words are unreliable. He suspects Han Xin will profit from ending the war. Another soldier doesn't know what it is, but he feels Han Xin is rushing things. The final battle was upon them, the Han dynasty's forces marching through the mountainous terrain. This long and terrifying war was about to reach its conclusion. Victory and defeat had been decided long before the battle even began. It was fate. The flow of battle, seemingly irreversible, was about to change, altering a history destined for defeat. But as the Han soldiers clashed with their enemies, the tide began to turn. Those who followed the flow, abandoning everything, were about to face an unexpected challenge. The Chu soldiers, caught off guard, were sent flying, realizing that something stronger than anything else in this world was at play. At the Han dynasty's camp, the soldiers expressed their shock, realizing they could no longer move forward. A mysterious general wearing a black helmet continued to decimate their soldiers. One of the Han soldiers clicked his tongue in frustration, deeming the Chu dynasty's general useless. He overhears the grim assessment. No matter how strong the general is, the outcome of the day's battles is already set. The question hangs in the air. Who is resisting so desperately? The woman with the purple hair adjusts her helmet, preparing for battle. The soldiers lament that there are too many enemies, and at this rate, they won't last. The noblewoman acknowledges that they won't be able to last much longer, no matter how hard they fight. The soldiers stand in formation, their expressions grim as they face the overwhelming odds. The purple-haired woman reminds her troops that if they're dead, they can't win any battle, questioning if they're questioning her strategy. The soldiers, gathered around the noblewoman, realize that at this rate, they won't make it. The noblewoman declares that they must fight, urging them not to dwell on whether they win or lose. Two soldiers whisper that the Lord's wife is scary and pushing them too hard. The purple-haired woman wonders how their military ended up like this. It is revealed that the army of the Chu dynasty was once the strongest armed force, but now even the women are fighting. The purple-haired woman reflects on her fate, lamenting that her sin was being born with the spirit of a warrior. The armor of a Chu dynasty soldier gleams, a symbol of the conflict to come. A powerful figure declares that he will only take the strongest as generals. A lone figure, cloaked and armed, believes that only one person truly understands him. The purple-haired woman, encased in what appears to be a futuristic helmet, reflects that there is no one who could live forever, and that she never wished for such a thing. A mounted warrior, perhaps the same figure from Panel 4, wishes for a beautiful death, one that leave a legacy in this world. The mounted warrior draws his sword, preparing for a death that will tell the world that he was brave and strong. A close-up of the warrior's helmet reveals his determined expression. The scene shifts to a military encampment, where someone questions if the first line of the Chu dynasty has not broken yet. Inside a tent, a commander observes a map, noting that the enemy has fewer soldiers, but something is amiss. The soldier, Hong Ji-Xuan, explains that Xiang Yu's remaining forces consist only of his strongest generals. Elsewhere, the king sits with his advisors, contemplating the state of the war. Tianjiang pauses, considering the information presented to him. The king presses Han Xin, reminding him of his promise to deliver Xiang Yu's head. Han Xin asks for more time, assuring the king that the Chu dynasty soldiers are tenacious. Tianjiang stares intently, his patience wearing thin. Meanwhile, Zhang Liang scouts near the Chu dynasty camp, noting their surrounding tactic. Zhang Liang announces his intention to scout near the Chu dynasty camp and orders a unit to prepare to accompany him. A soldier suggests preparing an armed unit, but Zhang Liang dismisses the idea. Zhang Liang orders the soldiers to gather with a loud voice. The soldiers hear a song coming from the Chu dynasty's campsite, piquing their curiosity. He recalls hearing the song before, somewhere in the past. The soldier thinks to himself that it's the first time he's used his knowledge of the future, but he pleads internally for his mother and father not to come. The song echoes through the Chu dynasty camp, where soldiers stand beneath their flag. A soldier warns that if they don't heed his words, thorn bushes await them in his hometown. The soldiers wonder who is singing the song, noting that rice grows no matter the season, and that it has been a long time. The soldier remembers that his mom always sang this song, reflecting on the tough fight he's endured. He continues the song, remembering his grandmother as he sings that he shall fight like a dog. The song makes him think about his hometown, tears welling in his eyes. Other soldiers notice him crying and question what he's doing. The purple-haired woman states that she doesn't want to die on a battlefield in a foreign country, wondering what the commotion is. The noble asks if anyone has seen Shanghai. The purple-haired woman sees the bodies and asks what she can do to make it better, wishing to be sent back home. The purple-haired woman watches as one of the soldiers declares he'll leave. The soldier behind him admits he doesn't want to be there anymore, prompting the noblewoman to demand what he said. The noblewoman warns that deserting is an unforgivable sin, threatening the soldiers if they move from their spots. The soldier retorts that it's all the same whether he fights and dies or deserts and gets caught. Another soldier, Hong Ji-Xuan, admits he wants to go home too. The purple-haired woman thinks to herself that they are brats. A messenger arrives, calling out for his majesty. The messenger kneels before Tianjiang. Han Xin is seen with tears in his eyes. The purple-haired woman addresses Tianjiang as Your Majesty. The king, Tianjiang, sits alone, the haunting melody permeating even the confines of his chambers. Hong Ji-Xuan stands guard, a silent observer to his monarch's distress. Tianjiang, visibly disturbed, wonders aloud about the source of the song. Hong Jishun speculates that the music is a psychological tactic, a trick from the Han to unsettle the soldiers. The music seems to be working, as Tianjiang is visibly affected by it. The king admits that even the thought of his hometown brings him pain. Hong Jishun, seeing Tianjiang's distress, questions why he is so affected. Tianjiang explains that there was a time when he was on top of the world, hinting at a past glory now lost. The weight of his past seems to crush the king. Hong Jishun reassures Tianjiang that he is not alone, offering his unwavering support. The king, Tianjiang, calls out to his wife. The purple-haired woman asks if he wants her to die with him. He assures her that he will protect her, apologizing for the grim question. The king's wife looks at him with concern as he says they can't. Tianjiang declares his love for his wife, wishing to win the battle. The king states that they can die on the same day, at the same time. The purple-haired woman questions why he would say something like that. Tianjiang insists that they have not lost yet, placing his hands on her shoulders, urging her to fight. The king wonders if she has ever seen a person die in battle, noting that they don't even leave behind a corpse. The purple-haired woman says she can't imagine becoming like that. Tianjiang tells her that she is his wife before she is a warrior. The king asks her to prepare to leave, offering her a place beside him. The king's wife looks on with concern as he states that when the sun rises, the Han Dynasty soldiers will come. He stands amidst the tents, a lone figure contemplating the order to retreat before the impending battle. The rain begins to fall as the army prepares to move, a somber mood settling over the camp. The soldiers march through the downpour, their heads bowed in resignation as they abandon their posts. The purple-haired woman walks alone through the rain-soaked forest, her destination unknown. Close to the ground, the purple-haired woman clutches her head, overwhelmed by the situation. Two soldiers observe the purple-haired woman from a distance, recognizing her as the Lord's wife. One of the soldiers urges the other to be quiet, fearing they'll cause a fuss if they're caught observing the king's wife. Another soldier questions whether it's truly okay for them to leave, but is reassured that it is. The soldiers are reminded that the other generals have already left, emphasizing that they are not alone in their retreat. The remaining soldiers continue their march, a silent procession through the rain. The purple-haired woman continues her solitary journey through the rain-soaked forest. The purple-haired woman stands alone in the rain, her sword at her side, a picture of quiet resolve. The young general's brow furrows as he contemplates the lone figure approaching his camp. Below, the approaching figure, a woman with no name, strides confidently toward the tents. The general wonders if she truly wishes to die, entering the enemy camp alone, her black helmet gleaming. The woman with no name declares herself the one who stopped all their soldiers. The general's eyes widen slightly, a question forming on his lips. Who are you? The woman with no name stands firm, prompting the general to demand her name, stating he's never heard of a general like her. The woman with no name wonders why they need to exchange names. She lunges forward, sword drawn, declaring that the general is going to die here. The general barely manages to raise his weapon in defense, a grunt escaping his lips as the woman with no name attacks. The woman with purple hair leaps into the air, sword raised high, ready to strike. Steel meets steel as the general, Tianjiang, braces to meet her attack head-on, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. The general cries out as the woman's blade finds its mark, slicing through his armor. The woman with purple hair stands her ground, unflinching. Tianjiang, struggling to maintain his composure, admits, "You're strong, and you're weak." The woman, poised for another strike, observes, "Looking at your outfit, it seems like you're the general. How nice of you to come." With a final decisive blow, the woman declares, "Let me guide you on the road to the underworld." The warrior raises his sword, ready to strike. The purple-haired woman clicks her tongue, her expression hardening as she prepares to meet his attack. The warrior lunges, his sword meeting the woman's in a shower of sparks. The warrior, surprised that there were still people fighting, admits he didn't know. The purple-haired woman simply scoffs. The woman calls him a thief, accusing him of searching for loot. The warrior denies the accusation, stating that he has come to seek the surrender of Xiangyu. The purple-haired woman scoffs, declaring that he doesn't know who he's dealing with, that the warrior is the strongest. The warrior retorts that her army has already collapsed. The purple-haired woman muses that even a lord like Xiangyu would have lost his spirit by now, believing people with weak hearts are easily persuaded and always willing to compromise with an appropriate offer. The warrior, now face-to-face with her, shouts, questioning if she thinks the same, Xiangyu. The woman, surprised by his sudden attack, wonders when he managed to get so close as the warrior's sword slashes past her. Their swords clash, the force of the impact evident. The noblewoman expresses her shock as the warrior lunges forward with a fierce battle cry. The warrior presses his attack, forcing the purple-haired woman to defend. The woman's sword falls to the ground, followed by her arm, severed by the warrior's blade. She wonders if he really did it. The woman questions why the warrior would stop his attack on purpose, suggesting that if she cut off her arm, it would be his victory. The warrior asks why he would do that. The warrior declares that all he needs is Xiang Yu surrender. The woman tells him that she wants him to keep living. The purple-haired woman, now missing an arm, looks up with a pained expression. The woman states that the thought of begging for her life is not something to misunderstand. Despite having severed her arm, Hong Ji-xuan tells the purple-haired woman that he respects her. The woman reflects on the difficulty of overcoming the conditions one is born with, recalling others who tried hard. Hong Ji-xuan insists that she is a better general than anyone else and that it's a waste to end her life here. He continues, saying she'll do great in other places too, before asking what she knows. The woman's severed arm lies on the ground, her sword beside it. The purple-haired woman responds to the soldier's question, asking if he intends to keep fighting her. Hong Ji-xuan states that it's not a good judgment, as she is wounded and doesn't have a weapon anymore. The noble replies that she knows this already, but that she has something else. The purple-haired woman kneels on the ground, her severed arm and sword lying nearby as she faces Hong Ji-xuan. She pleads with the soldier to kill her. The woman explains that her lord has ordered her to die. Tears stream down her face as she struggles with the order, realizing she can't just follow it. Hong Ji-xuan reveals that he, too, wants to be like everyone else and wants to fight for honor. He stands opposite the purple-haired woman, both of them resolute. Hong Ji-xuan declares that if he cannot fight for her, he has no reason to live or run away. Even for people with impossible dreams, the woman thinks, kneeling on the ground. Tears well in her eyes as she wonders if they can choose their own death. The soldier urges her to get up. Rising to her knees, the noblewoman insists that she is not a tool to do his favor. Hong Ji-xuan explains that he is merely a general of her country's enemy, who wants to force Xiang Yu surrender and win his master's trust. He acknowledges that if the negotiations don't go his way, he may need to kill him. The purple-haired woman agrees. The soldier approaches his lord, declaring that they will fight. The noblewoman charges forward, knife in hand, declaring that she is coming. Hong Ji-xuan is struck by the woman's attack. The woman's knife drips with blood. The purple-haired woman's blade pierces Hong Ji-xuan, the attack swift and brutal. Her grip tightens on the sword, blood already slicking the steel. Blood spills from Hong Ji-xuan's mouth as the sound of the blade echoes. The scene shifts to a memory. Hong Ji-xuan embraces the purple-haired woman, a younger version of himself. The sound of the memory fades as the scene transitions back to the present. The younger Hong Ji-xuan standing alone. The purple-haired woman's eyes narrow, a cold resolve hardening her gaze. The sword, still embedded in Hong Ji-xuan, casts a long, dark shadow. Another memory surfaces. The younger Hong Ji-xuan is embraced by the purple-haired woman, a shared moment of tenderness. The memory continues, a voice echoing, identifying Hong Ji-xuan as a general of the Han dynasty. In the past, Hong Ji-xuan receives a thank you from the purple-haired woman, a moment of gratitude. The memory culminates with the purple-haired woman expressing her trust in Hong Ji-xuan, stating, "I'm glad that I trusted you." The scene abruptly shifts to a modern-day bedroom, where Sun wakes up in a cold sweat, jolted from a vivid dream. He gasps, jolting awake from a dream. His eyes dart around, searching for something. He sits up in bed, the familiar sight of his desk and computer doing little to calm his racing heart. He realizes with a start that the roulette is gone. The world spins as a figure plummets through the sky. A soft gasp escapes her lips as she falls. Still falling, the woman's hair fans out around her. Panic sets in as she wonders if she's dead again, muttering a curse under her breath. The woman continues her descent, her expression a mix of fear and resignation. She berates herself for being such an idiot. Far below, a church stands tall against the sky. Inside a coffin lies a young man, surrounded by flowers. Mourners gather, their grief palpable as a priest reads from a book. An angel stands watch over the scene, his wings a stark contrast to the somber atmosphere. The angel stands beside a figure with auburn hair, their destination unknown. With a gentle hand, the angel urges the auburn-haired figure to move on, stating simply, "Let's go." The angel, adorned in flowing robes and carrying a jeweled staff, is asked where they are going. The angel replies that they are going to the place he came from. The angel pauses, a moment of silence hanging in the air. The angel asks if they can stay a bit longer. The angel expresses sadness for their mother and father, but the veiled figure insists that they are not their mother nor their father. The veiled figure, adorned with a golden crown, declares that they are the angel's father. The angel looks on with pity. Looking toward the church, the angel wonders if they can make humans a little happier. The veiled figure states that they cannot. The angel questions the veiled figure's judgment, wondering why humans are deemed sinful. The veiled figure explains that humans are imperfectly created and have caused great trouble. Therefore, the deity concludes, they are undeserving of pity. Meanwhile, in a modern office, a detective sits at his desk, arms crossed, waiting for answers. The detective's colleague asks if the man across from him was traveling to Seoul by train from his father's house that day. He confirms that he was. The colleague continues, stating that it's a big deal for students in rural areas to commute to school. The man replies that it's not really a big deal, as the trains nowadays are fast. The colleague then asks what he did to pass the time while on the train. The man responds that he was just sleeping and doesn't remember much. The colleague counters that kids these days play games on their smartphones. The detective interrupts, excusing himself and identifying himself as a detective. The man claims he doesn't understand what they're talking about and questions why he's being investigated. The detective asks if something is wrong, then clarifies that rather than doing something wrong, So-yoon is a witness. The detective explains that there were people who made prank calls to all public institutions that day, adding that it also appeared in the newspaper. He continues, stating that a prank call may seem harmless, but it's actually a very serious obstruction of work. That's why he's in the middle of investigating the perpetrator of those prank calls. The detective explains that he tracked the phone calls made that day. The detective reveals that the number used can be sourced to So-yoon's cell phone, causing him to exclaim in shock. So-yoon is shocked to hear that the prank calls came from his phone number. He asks how that can be, questioning if the detective is saying that he's the one doing the prank calls. The detective explains that it seems like that's what came out during the investigation. So-yoon ponders what about something. He recalls that he was asleep on the train that day, so he put down his phone and bag next to him. So-yoon realizes that's when someone took his phone and made the prank calls. He wonders who would do that, then states that of course he doesn't know about that. He considered the possibilities. A child, a stranger, anyone could have used his phone. That line of reasoning might work, but the detective across the table remained unconvinced. The detective questioned how it made sense that a Korea University School of Law student would be making prank calls. The detective demanded that So-yoon investigate his own phone. So-yoon wondered if there were any transmission records he didn't remember, or if someone had stolen his phone and used it for a crime. The fact that there was a transmission record on his phone didn't prove he was the one making the prank calls, right? Still, he needed to know. The detective pressed him, asking how he could not know about a transmission record on his own phone. The detective asked if So-yoon looked through the call log, at what hour and minute he was calling, or when he did anything at all. So-yoon, growing frustrated, asked if the detective was aware of the possibility that someone had stolen his phone. The detective countered that it wasn't like there was CCTV on the train, and if So-yoon couldn't prove he wasn't the one making the calls. So-yoon asserted his constitutional right to the presumption of innocence, reminding the detective that he knew that better than anyone. The Korean Constitution states that the accused are presumed innocent until a judgment of guilt has been pronounced. The detective remained unmoved. The veiled deity offers the guide a golden staff. Take this. The guide accepts the staff, a symbol of their new role. The deity declares, from now on, you are a guide. The guide, now holding the staff, asks what their purpose is. The deity remains silent. The deity explains that the guide's purpose is to show humans the vision. The guide looks down at the staff, understanding the weight of the task. The deity hopes to give humanity a chance. The guide holds the staff, ready to fulfill their duty. The deity reveals that the chosen one will see the past of his own kind. The guide wonders what a guide does, as the scene shifts to a battlefield. A narration box states that blood-stained footprints stain this world, and human problems are always repeated. The scene focuses on a child huddled in a corner, a victim of the endless cycle of conflict. The deity believes their conflicts reflect the past, and they must let them know. The guide questions what kind of chance that is. The deity responds that it is a chance to see and figure out themselves. The guide holds the staff high, ready to face the challenge. The deity declares that if even a single human realizes their wrongdoings, they will forgive this world. The veiled deity wonders aloud what would happen if there were no humans. The deity continues, stating that the earth will mourn, the sky will darken, and mankind will face their wrath. The angel-winged figure, June, nervously greets someone. The angel introduces herself as the Roulette's guide. A man in simple robes identifies himself as Messenger June, explaining that the sudden space movement may have been surprising. The Roulette's guide declares that from now on, the messenger is a traveler through history and time. The messenger lies on the ground, coughing, as the Roulette's guide cries nearby. The Roulette's guide apologizes, blaming herself for not being good enough. The veiled deity states that the messenger's belief that he could have done better is untrue. The deity tells the Roulette's guide not to pity the human's misfortune, as he died from the weight of his sin. The Roulette's guide questions why humans must die. The veiled deity responds that all beings other than humans die. The angel-winged figure questions the veiled deity's love for humans. The deity responds that they love them very much, but their sins run deep. Elsewhere, So-yoon relaxes on her bed, reading a book. So-yoon receives a message from Young-hoon. Young-hoon asks when her class will end tomorrow, and So-yoon replies that it ends in the 6/4 period, questioning why he wants to know. The scene shifts to a table with 2 cups of coffee and a message asking if she is interested in joining a competition. So-yoon looks surprised at the mention of a competition. Young-hoon explains that law school students from all over the country are participating and the judge is a real judge. So-yoon, after hearing the details, declares that she will do it. Young-hoon asks if she will really do it, and So-yoon confirms that she also heard about the competition, which is hosted by the Ministry of Justice. Young-hoon says that if she passes the preliminary round, she'll have something to write on her resume, and that if she asks him to do it with her, he's in. Soyeon asks Young-hoon, surprised, why he would want to do it with her. That's because Soyeon is a bit of a loner. Continuing the conversation, the purple-haired woman admits that she doesn't know a lot of people. The protagonist clarifies that he only has Daeho or Cheolju as friends. The noble asks what about Daeho, repeating his name with a questioning tone. Soyeon doesn't think so, finding Daeho a bit much. The purple-haired woman thinks that Daeho doesn't seem to be interested in studying or competitions, and that it would be difficult to do it together with him. The noble laughs, asking why Soyeon is laughing and suggesting they go out and grab a drink. The purple-haired woman says no, that she thought she was the only one that thought that. Soyeon admits that it sometimes feels uncomfortable around Daeho, going around showing he's born with a golden spoon. The noble bets that Daeho will say he doesn't have time for this, but they have the same thoughts once again. They high-five, excited to be on the same page. Suddenly, Soyeon is shocked to see that Daeho is studying at law school and doing private tutoring at the same time. He walks alongside the purple-haired woman, who questions if he finds his busy schedule difficult and tiring. The purple-haired woman continues, explaining that she's going to stop private tutoring. She mentions that the kid she was teaching asked her to stay until the midterm exam, but she will continue until May, ensuring it doesn't interfere with the competition preparations. The woman praises Young-hoon, calling him amazing. Young-hoon waves his hand dismissively, saying that looking at her makes him feel like a very lazy person. She asks him what the secret is to doing everything so well, including preparing for the competition. Young-hoon replies that he has a magic lamp. The purple-haired woman places a hand on Jung-hoon's shoulder, asking what he's talking about. He says that if he makes a wish, it'll come true. She tells him to then get an A in all subjects this semester, adding that he can just ask for that. Young-hoon says he can't now, revealing that he actually hasn't been able to find a lamp since yesterday. The purple-haired woman tells Young-hoon that he's a really interesting person. One of the messengers, a young man with white hair, states the obvious. The other messenger, a woman with long white hair, is reminded of their purpose. They are messengers. The woman hopes they get along and show her some nice work. The young man wonders how they can get along. The woman pauses, then asks if he's also... She finishes her question, wondering if he is also dead. The young man confirms that he is, in fact, also dead. The woman wonders why Father called humans sinners. The young man asks what kind of sins they commit. He considers the suffering of humanity. Seeing so much pain, the new messenger believes it must be a great sin. The angel-winged figure questions if that sin is killing other humans. The new messenger recalls that his parents didn't kill anyone. Despite that, the angel-winged figure and the new messenger were still punished by losing him. The new messenger wonders if their father can forgive humans, just like his mom and dad. The angel-winged figure asks if he can forgive. The angel-winged figure believes that is why they exist, to guide the traveler. The new messenger recalls that their father said that if even a single human realizes their wrongdoings, their father will forgive humans, the angel-winged figure realizes. That's why they're guiding the traveler, to find that human. They must work hard and make sure humans are forgiven. Then their mom and dad will. The angel-winged figure hopes that humanity will be saved someday. Meanwhile, a man sits on a couch, contemplating. He asks if that's the purpose of the time roulette. The angel-winged figure confirms that is right, and apologizes for deceiving the traveler this whole time. She speaks of making wishes come true, a bait to lure travelers through time. Whenever an irregularity is experienced, the past of mankind will be seen. The man realizes that the problems faced are always the same, over and over again, just as his father wanted. Humans are meant to realize their limitations through the cycle. Their lives, worries, and existence are nothing but insignificant. Realizing that they are not special beings, the traveler is about to be confronted with the truth. The man remains silent, while the angel-winged figure apologizes to the traveler. She insists that she didn't mean to deceive him, but the damage is done. The man declares that he will do that mission. The angel-winged figure believes in God, stating that their creator gave humans a chance. The man declares that he will be their savior, traveling through time again and again. She will look at the history of mankind again and again, so that God could reconcile with humans. The angel-winged figure expresses her gratitude to the traveler, promising they will meet again. Messenger Maria embraces a man, the sound of their embrace echoing in the room. The man tells Maria that he has a son as old as she is, and for that child, he will call forth a world without any irregularities. The angel-winged figure envisions a paradise for humans. The promise echoes. They will find each other again. A staff lies broken on the ground, its magical aura fading. The new messenger, now holding the broken staff, stands atop a rocky precipice. The angel-winged figure's expression hardens, a newfound determination in her eyes. The sound of shattering glass reverberates through the air. The new messenger stands in a room, looking up at a figure looming over him, questioning what is happening. The new messenger demands to know what the figure means. The figure, his face obscured by shadow, declares that he won't time travel, but the new messenger insists that he doesn't want to. Lost in what he calls an unidentified delusion, So-yoon covers his face, declaring he doesn't want to see anymore. Meanwhile, the angel-winged figure clutches the time roulette, admitting she almost couldn't come back from a place she doesn't even know where or when is. She insists she doesn't need any wishes, having had enough of the time roulette. The angel-winged figure remembers her promise, the memory causing her distress. So-yoon, remembering his wish to make the roulette wish come true with Maria, lets out a hollow laugh. The angel-winged figure kneels, insisting it doesn't have to be her. She explains that if she fails, the roulette will be given to another traveler, as Maria told her. She begs someone to stop. So-yoon, overhearing, realizes she's already failed once and that it's too dangerous. He grabs the time roulette, a strange sound emanating from it. The angel-winged figure urges him to turn it, as So-yoon wonders if she is the messenger. The angel-winged figure declares that while she doesn't have much authority as a messenger, she can kill at least one human. The angel-winged figure stands ready, staff in hand, as So-yoon kneels before her, prepared to turn the time roulette. The scene reveals the aftermath of a brutal attack. A man lies dead, an arrow piercing his chest. The man's killer, a child with white hair, stands over the body amidst a burning building, holding a staff. The child's father, unseen, declares that another traveler has failed. He asks the child, June, for his thoughts. The father asks if the angel-winged figure still feels sad. The child, Messenger June, holding the staff, simply states no. A close-up reveals Messenger June's cold, detached expression. Messenger June states that he now understands the crimes humans commit, speaking to his father. Candidate Sun Jin-seok, recently nominated as a presidential candidate, visited the National Cemetery that morning. Sun Jin-seok expressed his determination to run for president, vowing to faithfully fulfill the heavy mission. Experts, however, predicted that it would be difficult for both candidates to maintain positive support. However, voices criticizing candidate Sun continued at the scene. Protesters demanded that Sun Jin-seok withdraw from his candidacy and explain the suspicion of illegal real estate speculation. While Lee In-jung, the candidate of the United Democratic Party, was swept up in the election controversy over a fraudulent primary. Meanwhile, someone sits at a desk, seemingly unconcerned with the political turmoil. The director is addressed. The director is presented with the report that was requested earlier. The previously canceled KV Square convention case is currently under investigation, but it has been difficult to find the culprit who made the prank call. The main suspect denies the crime. And because they've received a lot of compensation, the sound of shattering porcelain echoes as the man in the suit clutches his head, seemingly regretting his interruption. Because of his timing, the purple-haired woman sharply rebukes him, unwilling to be bothered with trivial matters. The man apologizes, head bowed. The noble sighs, dismissing the interruption as nothing, her mind preoccupied with her cultural foundation business. Turning to her associate, the purple-haired woman inquires about Yoon Cheol-hwan's situation. The man seems surprised by the question, asking who that is. The noble reflects on the detective with small eyes, recalling that he was caught trying to manipulate the evidence. Her associate expresses his understanding. The lawyer they appointed has reported back, relaying that so far, he hasn't admitted anything about her to the prosecution. However, due to his lack of compliance, it is very likely for an increase in his sentence. The noble instructs her associate to tell him that they'll do anything he wants. The associate assures her that even if he's sentenced to jail, they can have him released through a parole, and that they'll give him plenty of consolation money. The noble is determined that they can't let that detective open his mouth, even if just a disembodied voice urges someone to turn themselves in, stating that's all they have to say. The purple-haired woman slams her fist on the desk, frustrated that someone dares to confront her. The noble thinks about that annoying little student, plotting for their next move. The purple-haired woman states that the Ministry of Justice has been embroiled in a controversy regarding traditional damage. According to promotional materials distributed by the Ministry of Justice, the competition will be held this year. The competition will take the form of a survival program broadcasted through cable TV. So-yoon looks at the document in his hands, surprised that the competition is now a survival program. The woman with short brown hair wonders if making it to the finals means she'll be on TV, but guesses that it does. She wonders why the competition suddenly changed, as it was just a normal academic contest until now. Last year, the competition was different. A man and the woman with short brown hair sit on a bench, looking at a laptop and documents. The woman with short brown hair heard a rumor that the broadcast sponsor bought the contest. They initially wanted to make a law survival program, but if they just made it... So-yoon and the woman with short brown hair discuss the change. She says that normally, it wouldn't be a hot topic, but he wonders why it must be this year. The woman with short brown hair asks if he's hesitating to participate because of this. He says of course not, but thinks to himself that he's not sure if he can. So-yoon thinks that it's useless to think about the broadcast now, whether he makes it to the finals or not. He and the woman with short brown hair sit on a bench, discussing the upcoming competition. Passing the preliminary round will grant extra points for legal ethics. The woman with short brown hair mentions that they could also withdraw from the finals. Meanwhile, a close-up reveals that the competition involves both civil and criminal law, with the pair planning to challenge the criminal aspect. Criminal law, they learn, includes 3 written questions about records and 1 problem based on a case. The woman with short brown hair considers the challenge, noting that they must choose a position for a given case. They must choose a position, either lawyer or prosecutor, and submit a defense statement. So-yoon reflects on the challenge of advancing to the finals. Back on the bench, the woman with short brown hair apologizes for not finding much information, citing the need for a lot of research. So-yoon reassures her that she's busy. So-yoon asks about the level of the questions, as the woman with short brown hair explains that the record type is. She admits that while it may seem easy, it isn't so easy to write the answers, and the case type problem looks difficult. The pair reviews the document together, So-yoon questioning if it is. The woman with short brown hair explains that it is a written submission as a prosecutor or defendant's lawyer in this case. He reviews the defendant profile with a woman with short brown hair. The accused is 43 years old and a detective. The case involves perjury and the destruction of evidence. The woman with short brown hair explains that it's a trial against the detective who is actively involved in the destruction of evidence. So-yoon notes that it's not a common case, revealing he has already looked through it to hide something. The case also involves the manipulation of a non-existent CCTV video and the perpetrator of the accident. So-yoon wonders if this is a real case. The woman with short brown hair doesn't think so, explaining that the notes indicate it's a hypothetical case created for the competition, a fact that surprises So-yoon. The pair must first decide whether to stand in the position of a prosecutor or a defense lawyer. The woman with short brown hair states that they don't have to think about it, and that they should choose the prosecution. So-yoon is confused, wondering how they can choose to be a lawyer for this detective. The woman with short brown hair states that for her, it's definitely the lawyer, leaving So-yoon in shock. So-yoon asks if she thinks the detective is innocent, but she reminds him that this is a competition, and of course the defense side will have room for argument. The woman with short brown hair explains that this question is also used in the finals. Meanwhile, So-yoon states that in order to create a survival show, the contestants need to somehow stand together, adding that this is what makes it fun. The woman with short brown hair points out that if they look at this case, there will be a lot of people who choose the prosecutors, since it's a case that's hard to defend. The woman's eyes narrow as she considers the implications. The woman wonders if they should play the role of a lawyer. So-yoon, sitting with his laptop, asks if she wants to be this detective's lawyer. The pair sit together on a park bench, the tension between them palpable. The woman with short brown hair asks So-yoon if he is upset. He responds that he'll think about it, non-committal. So-yoon turns away, telling her that they should end things for the day. The woman with short brown hair wonders aloud if she said something wrong. The man walks away, leaving her alone. Meanwhile, the news reports that the presidential election has turned from a disclosure battle to a series of scandals. The news continues, stating that the public's opinion of all leading candidates is decreasing, and that Sun Jin-seok has been accused of illegal real estate speculation. Analysts say that the number of floating votes that have yet to decide on a candidate to support is increasing. The news concludes that the presidential election has become more unpredictable, focusing on presidential candidate Sun Jin-seok. The revelation hits like a thunderclap. Sun Tae-min's father is a key player. The investigator, Sun-yoon, leans back, considering the implications. Was there any way he could leverage this information? The clue about Sun Tae-min had come from that secret resort. It was a suspiciously closed facility that had drawn his attention. That resort, he knew, was a place where bribes and black money flowed freely. Sun Tae-min had gone to great lengths to hide the fact that she was there. Her father's candidacy for the presidential election added another layer to the mystery. Tomorrow, he realized, was the day he should come for the investigation. Sun-yoon sits back in his chair, hands behind his head, contemplating the investigation. Since he was an important witness in Yoon Cheol-won's case, he knew he had to tread carefully. Sun-yoon yawns, covering his mouth with his hand. The investigator recalls his visit to the scene of the incident. It's okay, he thinks, trying to refocus. So what are we talking about? When Sun-yoon had personally gone to the scene of the incident, he felt something was off about it. Oh, is that so? Right? He mutters, hearing the clatter of a keyboard. He thinks to himself that this investigator has zero motivation, even though he is amazing for a law student. Sun-yoon stretches, a realization dawning on him. Was he a person planted by Sun Tae-min? Or was he just told to roughly? He wonders aloud if he should investigate. He hadn't expected the police investigation to solve the case. Meanwhile, at the police station, a man interrupts the detective at his computer. The man asks where Detective Yoon Cheol-hwan is. The detective explains that Yoon Cheol-hwan is in the detention center since he's under arrest. The man asks if he can meet him, and the detective replies that he could apply for a visit. Elsewhere, Yoon Cheol-hwan sits in his cell, wondering why someone would want to visit him. Later, Yoon Cheol-hwan sits across from Sun-yoon, separated by a glass partition. Yoon Cheol-hwan grits his teeth, realizing that Sun-yoon was the one who applied for a visit. He thinks to himself that he was wondering who applied for a visit. Sun Yun demands to know why he is there, calling him detective. Sun Yun asks if he knows Sun Taemin. He presses Yoon Cheol-hwan, demanding to know who the woman is. The detective seems surprised by the question. Yoon Cheol-hwan retorts, accusing Sun Yun of pretending not to know who she is. He reminds him that she's the one who struck his father and ordered the cover-up. A fist clenches, the speaker addressing someone directly. Yoon Cheol-hwan asks if Sun Yun received something from her, then tells him to shut his mouth. The detective continues, questioning if Sun Yun hasn't been told to work for her. Sun Yun seems confused by this. Yoon Cheol-hwan asks if that's how he came to work under Sun Taemin, claiming he had no choice. The detective insists he had no other choice, stating that Sun Yun should know since he met her. The narrative shifts to a woman with red hair and a regal bearing, with the implication that she is no ordinary human and that Sun Taemin's title is king. Sun Yun, visibly agitated, demands to know what Yoon Cheol-hwan means by that. Yoon Cheol-hwan reveals that she is the result of Sun Jin-seok's affair. Sun Yun is shocked by the revelation of an affair. The truth is revealed. Sun Jin-seok only recognizes his wife and 2 sons as his family, and he tried to hide his illegitimate child forever. It appeared that Sun Jin-seok provided child support, but he had no intention of acknowledging her publicly or recognizing her as family. However, once the red-haired woman reached middle school, she began searching for her father. The young girl stood before a large door, determined to find him. She pleaded, wishing he would officially adopt her. The red-haired woman vowed that if given a chance, she would prove her worth. Sun Jin-seok seemed surprised by her sudden appearance. Years passed, and once she became an adult, with Sun Jin-seok's sons all having left for foreign countries, she became his successor. She became the successor in both name and reality, much to the shock of So-yoon. Yoon Cheol-hwan, when asked what happened, claimed he didn't really know. The details were vague, but the implication was clear. She knew how to persuade and embrace opportunities. She knew her abilities, understanding how to keep what the opponent wants most and then throw it away at just the right time, and she would do everything to achieve her goals. The detective, Yoon Cheol-hwan, is told to give up, that he can't beat her if he intends on going against her. Elsewhere, Sun Yun is warned that even if he works hard, only his life will be ruined. Yoon Cheol-hwan is told that she only rewards those who are loyal, and for him, the detective is reminded that he messed things up this time and ruined his father's case, but Sun Yun should. Sun Yun thinks that he is probably more useful than Yoon Cheol-hwan. Sun Yun recalls that he also lost his brother in a hit-and-run accident, and another person thinks that if they become the lawyer, they'll have to prove the detective's innocence, but it's a case that's hard to defend emotionally. Yoon Cheol-hwan is addressed as Sir. Sun Yun wonders if he should prove Yoon Cheol-hwan's innocence. The man in the prison uniform sits across from another, a question hanging in the air. Should he prove his innocence? The man in the prison uniform, Yoon Cheol-hwan, looks away, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he's asked a pointed question. The unseen man presses, asking Yoon Cheol-hwan if he doesn't feel wronged by his current predicament. The man continues, stating that everyone knows the truth, that Sun Taemin is the real culprit. The unseen man's words carry a veiled threat, implying that Yoon Cheol-hwan will be discarded as soon as he becomes useless. The man warns Yoon Cheol-hwan that he will be abandoned. The man admits he doesn't know what Yoon Cheol-hwan was promised after covering his dad's case. The man believes that what he's offering should be enough. The man concludes by saying that even after Yoon Cheol-hwan goes to jail, there's no guarantee that Sun Taemin will protect him, and that even now, he's under arrest. He listens intently as the unseen man explains that Sun Taemin is assisting with his father's campaign, all while walking free. The detective, Yoon Cheol-hwan, is told what he can do now. The unseen man proposes that they work together. The man continues, suggesting that if they join hands, Yoon Cheol-hwan wonders if it's possible to bring Sun Taemin to justice, and if they can expose him. The man assures him that he has him, the one who led him into the trap. Yoon Cheol-hwan hesitates, realizing that it may be an accusation. But still, the detective knows he wouldn't be innocent. Yoon Cheol-hwan admits that there's something that he did. The man explains that if everything goes well, the only thing that might happen is that Yoon Cheol-hwan will be imprisoned with Sun Taemin, but there are loopholes in the law. The detective asks what is guilty. The man responds that the person who committed the crime isn't deemed guilty, and that there are legal conditions for becoming a criminal. The detective, So-yoon, emphasizes the legal basis of judgment, stating that only those deemed guilty are truly guilty. The young detective's eyes narrow as he warns that violating any of the 3 conditions will have consequences. The unseen man questions what Yoon Cheol-hwan intends to do, given his position as a policeman. The detective proposes that they work together, promising to reveal his plan then. The unseen man gives the detective time to consider his offer. So-yoon turns to leave, promising to return to the detective. Yoon Cheol-hwan stands alone, his arms crossed, seemingly deep in thought. The detective wonders if the visiting students are relatives of the prisoner. The prisoner confirms that they are, in a way, before the guard notes that only his lawyer visits him, implying he has no family. Yoon Cheol-hwan, now, with a smirk, thinks to himself that there is no suitable candidate. The detective observes that it's a major election, but no one is suitable, questioning if Sun Jinseok is the strongest candidate. The narration reveals that the situation was different a few months ago, showing Yoon Cheol-hwan and So Yoon in the same frame. It's revealed that his approval rating dropped again. The detective remains in his cell, lost in thought. Time passes, and Yoon Cheol-hwan sits against the wall, contemplating his situation. He recalls So Yoon's words, urging him to think carefully about the offer. The detective knows that So Yoon wants him out immediately, but it's too dangerous given the media's focus on his father and him. Yoon Cheol-hwan thinks to himself that if he could enter the Blue House, everything would be taken care of, and it would be easy for So Yoon to save him. The detective sits reading a newspaper, his expression unreadable. The thought of Sun Jinseok becoming president makes someone nervous. The man believes that as long as Sun Jinseok becomes the president, everything will be fine. The problem, however, is what happens when Sun Jinseok fails, as shown on the newspaper the detective is reading. Someone believes that So Yoon is almost out of cards, and that if he loses this election, he may never make a comeback again, leaving Yoon Cheol-hwan to wonder what to do. Yoon Cheol-hwan is caught in a prisoner's dilemma, wondering what he should do. Elsewhere, a woman asks someone, presumably a detective, to consider something. Detective Yoon Cheol-hwan considers his position, aware that he is seen as an ally of Sun Tae-min. He wonders if he possesses evidence of Sun Tae-min's other corrupt dealings. Elsewhere, Sun Yoon realizes that if he can get the detective on his side, bringing down Sun Tae-min wouldn't be just a dream anymore. The man in the suit excuses himself as he approaches Sun Yoon. The man apologizes and asks Sun Yoon for help. Sun Yoon thinks to himself that he needs to load heavy luggage into his car, but doesn't think he can do it on his own. The man in the suit leads Sun Yoon down an alley, telling him to go this way, and asking where it is. Suddenly, the man in the suit raises a metal pipe, preparing to strike Sun Yoon from behind. The pipe connects with Sun Yoon's head, the sound of the impact echoing loudly. Sun Yoon is sent sprawling to the ground, stunned by the sudden attack. From a nearby van, a man observes that the attacker looks similar to the guy in the photo. The man in the van questions why the attacker hit him, without verifying his identity. The attacker retrieves Sun Yoon's wallet. An ID card is discovered, revealing the identity of the target, Han Young-hoon. Elsewhere, two men discuss the unconscious So Yoon. One orders the other to put Han Young-hoon in the car, confirming that he is the person the VVIP requested. A man in a suit holds the ID card, instructing someone to bring Han Young-hoon safely to the hotel. Footsteps echo through the long, dimly lit hallway as someone approaches. A man holds a glass of dark red liquid, his expression unreadable as he stands with another man in a suit. The man in the suit explains that they brought the person requested and put him asleep to secure him as soon as possible. The man with the drink expected this from the DK group. The Korean branch handles things quickly. So Yoon lies unconscious in a bed. The man in the suit asks if the guest has woken up yet, but the man with the drink says no. So Yoon stirs, his eyes fluttering open as he wonders who these people are and where he is. His head throbbing, So Yoon sees the men in suits and wonders if they were sent by Sun Tae-min. He tries to sit up, but a hand pushes him back down. So Yoon realizes that the woman noticed he was trying to recruit Yoon Cheol-hwan, but still, kidnapping someone in the open doorway suggests a hasty exit, the speaker wondering if Sun Tae-min would risk something so dangerous. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the shadow of a figure looms over two pairs of feet. The unseen speaker inquires if their guest has awakened. Elsewhere, So Yoon lies unconscious. Two figures stand over him. One, impatient, declares they don't have much time and orders the other to wake him up, questioning how they should do it. The two figures consider their options for waking So Yoon, one suggesting pouring cold water on him. The other figure suggests an electric shock, believing it will restore consciousness quickly. An electric shock is indeed administered to So Yoon, causing him to groan in pain. The shock works, and he begins to stir, asking where he is and clutching his head in pain. A voice tells him he's awake. As So Yoon sits up, rubbing his head, a voice asks if he can speak English. He looks up, confused, and the voice continues, assuming he can, given his background. The woman, standing over him, states that since he is a student at the best university, So Yoon, now fully awake, is told to have everyone leave. The woman says she will call them once they are done talking. The woman with short blonde hair offers him a drink. Meanwhile, in another location, So Yoon sits alone, deep in thought. Back in the room with a blonde woman, a bottle of wine is poured into a glass. Miss Wong asks if he has heard of her before. She continues, remarking that she is not well known in Asia, but is quite famous in the West. So Yoon reflects on her words, realizing that she wants to expand her business to Korea, but hasn't been easy. Miss Wong calls out to him. He wants to know just one thing: if she is related to a Korean named Sun Tae-min. Miss Wong curtly replies, no. She claims she doesn't even know who that person is, stating that she was looking for him. The woman states that she kidnapped him purely for her own purpose, while So Yoon remains silent. So Yoon demands that she first apologize for bringing him there in such a violent way. As So Yoon demands an apology, Miss Wong expresses her confidence in Mr. Han, questioning if he isn't afraid. The protagonist counters, asking why he should be afraid. Miss Wong points out that he used the word purpose, implying she wants something from him, but he believes she won't simply kill or harm him. The blonde woman notes that So-yoon spoke as if he knew of her school, implying that she didn't just bring in some random nobody. So-yoon states that she brought him, specifically someone named Han Young-hoon, and asks what he needs from her. The woman apologizes for contacting him in such an impolite manner, stating that since he seems like someone who could easily understand, she'll get straight to the point, asking if he is right. Miss Wong thinks to herself that Young-hoon is brilliant. The woman compliments Young-hoon, saying he's really smart and no ordinary person. Miss Wong states that she will begin with apologizing to him. The blonde woman calls out to Young-hoon, telling him that she needs him to do some acting with her. So-yoon questions if it's acting, and Miss Wong clarifies that she's not asking him to act on stage. The protagonist is confused, as Miss Wong states that it's just to deceive someone. Miss Wong reassures him not to worry, stating that it's not for a crime and nothing illegal. He finds himself in an unfamiliar place, questioning what exactly is going on. Meanwhile, Miss Wong explains that Young-hoon has a sick friend who suffers from a severe delusional disorder. She continues, stating that this friend believes he is to be the savior of mankind, and that Han Young-hoon can help him. Jung-hoon's face is etched with concern as he thinks about this person. He wonders how this delusional man even knows him. Miss Wong admits she doesn't know why he chose Young-hoon, but reveals that he hacked into someone's PC. The woman continues, explaining that the man collected a lot of personal information. Miss Wong warns that he's very stubborn, and if he didn't meet the person he wanted, things could get difficult. Young-hoon realizes that's why she's going to have him meet this man, to help with his friend's delusions. Miss Wong instructs him to pretend to be a time traveler. The two men sat in a high-rise apartment, the city lights twinkling outside the window. Meanwhile, So-yoon, standing before a similar cityscape, considered the implications of what he just learned. He was dealing with a time traveler. The man in the apartment was being told to report back everything, So-yoon said. The man being addressed, presumably the one who was told to report back, questioned why he should. The conversation in the apartment continued, one man warning that keeping him there would only worsen his condition, while the other countered that his daily life was disrupted because of delusions. The first man suggested putting him in a hospital. The other agreed that it was true, but there was a reason why he couldn't do that. Back with So-yoon, he was being described as a very talented software engineer, a genius that only comes once every generation. The other man in the apartment was told that So-yoon was the mastermind behind the financial code that underlines the companies he runs. The man was warned that if So-yoon was kept there, then the entirety of Europe's stock market would be paralyzed. The man being addressed, the one with the short blonde hair, stated that in the end, it's all about money. The woman with short blonde hair considers that there might be another reason for recent events. Elsewhere, Han Young-hoon is asked what the reason is. Miss Wong, sitting on the steps, thinks to herself that she loves that person. Han Young-hoon is asked if he has answered the question. The camera focuses on Han Young-hoon's worried expression. Miss Wong wonders what she should do. She is asked if she should meet that friend of hers right now, but she refuses. Miss Wong thinks that Han Young-hoon had something to do as soon as he came to Korea. Han Young-hoon questions if he needs to save June or something. Han Young-hoon is asked if he said June, as Miss Wong thinks that June is one of the characters in his delusions, specifically the archangel June Kristen. Miss Wong thinks that a lot of Han Young-hoon's delusions are rooted in Christianity or the Bible, and that although all the angels tried to protect humans against the Creator, June was the only person who remained until the end to protect God. Miss Wong has a realization. She listens as Han Young-hoon recounts a tale so outlandish. He prefaces it by acknowledging its absurdity. The man with glasses insists that she, too, must be aware of the situation. He adds that if he's going to be a time traveler, it needs to happen soon. The woman with short blonde hair counters that she'll pay him well, but first, they need to meet again after today to discuss the matter further. Han Young-hoon asks when she's available, suggesting either tomorrow or the day after. Miss Wong explains that she's not as free as he might think, and therefore can't just come and see him at any time. The woman with short blonde hair presses him, questioning what keeps Han Young-hoon so busy. He retorts, asking if she's also busy saving mankind, considering she's just a student. The woman with short blonde hair clarifies that it's not that, but their final exam is coming up. The man with glasses reflects on his lack of sleep and how he spent the entire night talking, only returning home this morning, all to help with his friend's delusions. He continues, thinking that he'll have to pretend to be a time traveler. He also believes that if he were to talk about the time roulette to someone else, that person would think there's something wrong with his head. The woman with short blonde hair thinks the same goes for her. According to Leia Wong, the person called David on should be. She had been discussing the black roulette and a time traveler, as well as the wish associated with it. The conversation continued, with the white-haired woman stating that humans know their flaws and destroy themselves. Han Young-hoon questioned if the humans would destroy themselves, and the woman with white hair confirmed that he was a traveler. The white-haired woman asked if Han Young-hoon believed in God. He admitted that he used to not believe. Han Young-hoon continued, saying that what he believes now doesn't matter much. The white-haired woman agreed. The white-haired woman spoke of the Earth's creator, stating that the creator put a lot of effort into creating humans. Han Young-hoon listened as the white-haired woman explained that the creator wanted to create intelligent and complete creatures who could resemble themselves. The white-haired woman continued her explanation, saying that the creator formed humans out of clay and gave them a certain consciousness before they breathed. The white-haired woman explained that, in order to be alive, the part that holds memories inside is separated from the rest of oneself, according to the creator. Han Young-hoon listened as the white-haired woman stated that the creator believed this would create the nicest and most perfect creature, implying that humans didn't evolve from monkeys, but the result is a half-creature. The white-haired woman explained that only a finite and selfish being who did not resemble the perfection of God was born. Han Young-hoon listened intently as the white-haired woman asked if God made the time roulette to fix that. She answered no. The white-haired woman's words hung in the air, declaring that the time roulette itself is God, and the dark god fell off when making humans. The time roulette, once a dark god, became the black roulette. Meanwhile, at the library, Han Young-hoon stands with his friends. Thinking weird things, a student walks through the library, wondering if anyone is there, and then asks to eat lunch together. The scene shifts to a cherry blossom tree, then to Han Young-hoon and a girl, who are going out as a team for a categorical court argument competition. Someone suggests Senior Choi Jin. The student who suggested Senior Choi Jin explains that the senior asked him to introduce him to Han Young-hoon to be his partner. Han Young-hoon remembers that person, but wonders how he could introduce someone like him. The girl on the phone says that he's a really nice senior, but the person on the other end of the line disagrees. The girl on the phone says hello, while Han Young-hoon and the other students stand behind her. The girl on the phone is surprised to hear that the preliminary results came out already, and that it's a broadcasting station interview. Han Young-hoon looks surprised. The producer states that he has finished writing a draft of the opening plan. Jennifer, the woman's short blonde hair, asks if he could please review it. The producer holds up the document, stating that he thinks it came out well. He squints, a look of disapproval on his face. Jennifer apologizes, but the producer disagrees with the draft. The producer, already having told Jennifer, reminds her that if this fails, they'd lose the contract and the studio wouldn't even care, so they should work with that in mind. Jennifer questions if it needs a lot of fixing, as the producer tells her that she has to rewrite it again, stating that they can't work with this. The producer tells her not to just write sentences she could find anywhere, as the viewer's expectations are really high these days. He tells Jennifer to rewrite it and make it more interesting and sexy. The producer is doing it again, as someone thinks that they really have just the worst boss. The producer, Han Young-hoon, watches a man walk away, wondering if he thinks he's as good as Bong Joon-ho. Han Young-hoon sighs, pondering how he could get a higher rating. The producer considers the concept of court survival, a concept he believes has never been seen before. Han Young-hoon reflects on being pushed out of his job due to an unfortunate incident, but he believes that if he can make this project succeed, he can recover, as survival programs are his specialty. Han Young-hoon crumples a piece of paper in his fist, determined to secure the viewer's ratings, no matter what, and no matter the controversy, as long as it's fun. The producer believes that people will watch, even if they're cursing, and that he purposely copied the real case for its suspenseful nature. Han Young-hoon plans his main story, deciding that there should be at least one such provocative incident, such as a detective who destroyed and manipulated evidence. The producer smirks, thinking that the audience rating may increase if it were known that this was based on an actual event. Han Young-hoon plans some noise marketing, deciding that the unknown detective will be sorry. The producer declares that the detective needs to be the subject of his program. The detective, Yoon Chil-hwan, is seen walking into a building. It had been some time since they last spoke. The lawyer, Han Young-hoon, inquired about Yoon Chil-hwan's well-being, apologizing for the interruption. He then asked if the detective had requested to meet her directly this time. Han Young-hoon offered to adjust the time of the meeting. The lawyer explained that she couldn't seem to free up any time, but Yoon Chil-hwan dismissed it as nonsense, questioning if he was being serious. The lawyer apologized again, noting that the detective seemed exhausted. Han Young-hoon stated that he understood Yoon Chil-hwan was anxious, as he had been her best confidant until recently. The detective, however, denied being her pawn. Yoon Chil-hwan clenched his fist, remembering how he had done all the dirty work, only to be given a pittance in return. The detective questioned if she would cut the tail now that he was arrested, adding that she would just say she didn't. Han Young-hoon asked what would happen if she lost the election, but Yoon Chil-hwan interrupted him, stating that it wasn't true, but now the election was. Yoon Chil-hwan revealed that Sun Tae-min kept avoiding him, using the election as an excuse, as if she would do everything once her father. Han Young-hoon wondered what she would do if she lost the election, adding that he heard Sun Jin-seok's approval rating was also dropping these days. Yoon Chil-hwan's associate questions what he is trying to say. The detective insists on making a phone call. The man in the prison cell clarifies that he needs to make a call, but not to an agent or a lawyer. He claims to have something important. The prisoner continues, stating that he wants to speak to Sun Tae-min herself. He threatens to do something dangerous if he's not allowed to make the call. Back in the office, Yoon Shil-hwan sits across from his associate, listening intently to the prisoner's demands. Elsewhere, Sun Jin-seok speaks into a microphone, asking who the person is that will save Korea. Sun Jin-seok is approached by an associate who calls him director. The associate apologizes but thinks Sun Jin-seok needs to take a call. Sun Jin-seok smiles, finally ready to take the call. The associate explains that it's the Unification Party calling to unify the candidate. Sun Jin-seok realizes what that means. The associate holds up the phone, the face of the prisoner appearing on the screen. Sun Jin-seok's associate is upset that he is taking this kind of call, but Sun Jin-seok apologizes, stating that according to the lawyer, he has to. The atmosphere is thick with tension as the phone is offered to Sun Jin-seok. The unspoken question hangs in the air. Why doesn't he take the call first? Meanwhile, Yoon Shil-hwan is on the phone, dismissing someone with a curt, "I'll deal with you later." He seems troubled by the call, muttering about the detective being a troublesome old man. On the other end of the line, Sun Jin-seok is conflicted. He told Yoon Shil-hwan to avoid contacting him directly, but he also admits that the detective knows too much. He feels he should at least say something to calm him down. The call connects. "Hello, this is Sun Tae-min," the prisoner announces, relieved to have finally made contact. The prisoner, Sun Tae-min, asks if the director has been eating and living well, his tone laced with a veiled threat. Sun Jin-seok continues his phone call, while Yoon Shil-hwan wonders if he almost thought he was abandoned, and that is because the director keeps avoiding him. The prisoner's voice echoes from the phone. "Why would I abandon you, Mr. Shil-hwan?" Sun Tae-min continues, promising that once Yoon Shil-hwan gets out, they'll work together for a very long time, but only if he took this call. Yoon Shil-hwan admits to having done something a bit dangerous, and that he too has a lot of worries. The detective reflects on his situation, realizing that he had to find a way to live. Sun Tae-min warns Yoon Shil-hwan that if he sees any sign that he's being used as a card to be thrown away, he will turn his back. Sun Tae-min asks if there's a problem, Mr. Shil-hwan. The prisoner, listening intently, is informed that Han Young-hoon came to see someone. Elsewhere, a woman with short brown hair receives a call. She learns that the victim's son from that accident plans on proving someone guilty. Meanwhile, Yoon Shil-hwan is told that Han Young-hoon asked someone to work with him. The detective, Yoon Shil-hwan, sits across from an unknown individual, the silence thick between them. Elsewhere, a phone rings, the screen displaying an incoming call. A sinister laugh echoes from the device. The woman with short brown hair answers her phone, a grim expression on her face as she confirms something. The woman with short brown hair recalls someone saying they'd find her guilty. The detective, Yoon Shil-hwan, is asked if he cooperated on something. The woman with short brown hair is asked how she responded, and she notes that the person on the other end of the line might find the situation funny. The woman with short brown hair remembers thinking Han Young-hoon was crazy at first, but then realized he was serious. She reflects on the fact that Han Young-hoon is just a student, and no matter how hard he tries, no one in this world would believe him. The detective, Yoon Shil-hwan, is told that Han Young-hoon is the one behind his worries, but he denies it to the director. The woman with short brown hair is told that there is a third party who's using the accident that day for content. The woman with short brown hair is asked to elaborate on the details. Meanwhile, Yoon Shil-hwan is presented with documents related to the case. He wonders what it is. The detective, Yoon Shil-hwan, continues to read the documents, finding similarities between the incident described and his own case. He believes it's about him. Elsewhere, prisoner Gray Hair clutches his head, seemingly in pain, as he summarizes the situation. The prisoner continues, explaining that he's going to join the law school version of a super K-pop star program, but somehow, accidentally. The prisoner, Han Young-hoon, realizes that the incident being used as the subject of the program is the same as the story. He knows that Yoon Shil-hwan is pretending to know nothing about it while preparing for the program. Han Young-hoon knows that once the program has finished airing, they'll reveal that the detective who had manipulated evidence is based on a true story. The prisoner, Han Young-hoon, realizes that people will naturally ask themselves who the real culprit of the accident is. He knows that even though he's under Sun Tae-min, he'll still be investigated by the police. Han Young-hoon wonders if that's all there is to it. He thinks it would also be nice if Sun Tae-min was investigated and prosecuted, but it's alright if they don't get there. Han Young-hoon knows that Sun Tae-min is the daughter of a leading presidential candidate, Sun Jin-seok. He realizes that if a rumor surfaces that a family member of his was involved in a hit-and-run car accident, the approval rating of Sun Jin-seok would be far from safe. Han Young-hoon concludes that Sun Jin-seok is now struggling with his political career. He believes that if he lost the election, it's only natural for Sun Tae-min to suffer as well. The detective, Yoon Shil-hwan, pauses, lost in thought about the upcoming broadcast. Meanwhile, Han Young-hoon is informed that they don't yet know if everything will go as planned. He learns that his opponent is Sun Tae-min's son. Elsewhere, a plan is being discussed, one that acknowledges the attention the show will attract, but also the risk of it remaining unknown. The detective expresses his worries, recalling his meeting with the PD in charge of the program. Backstage, Shin Soyeon asks if the preliminary results are in, requesting that they be put on loudspeaker since it's a broadcast. Shin So-yeon is informed that the program filming schedule is being reviewed, along with their answers and application forms. The PD in charge insists that their team must appear in the broadcast. The production team expresses their desire to conduct a camera test and a preliminary interview. Someone suggests visiting Hankook University campus later. The production team confirms that they want Miss Shin So-yeon and Mr. Han Young-hoon. The interviewer asks if Han Young-hoon has ever appeared on a television show before. He admits that he appeared on the Golden Bell Challenge in high school. He reveals that he was eliminated after the first question. The interviewer expresses surprise, and the director, Sun Jin-seok, prepares to be honest. Sun Jin-seok declares that there's one serious problem with the team, but then quickly adds that Miss Shin So-yeon is perfect. The production team continues to prep Han Young-hoon for his TV appearance. He expresses his gratitude for the opportunity, but seems unsure of what to say. The director, Sun Jin-seok, explains that to attract attention on television, one needs to have a certain aura. He adds that Young-hoon seems like a very serious person. The student acknowledges that he hears that a lot. Sun Jin-seok reassures him, holding up a tablet, and says not to worry. Sun Jin-seok praises Han Jung-hoon's self-introduction letter, highlighting that he grew up with a single father. The director continues reading from the tablet, noting that Young-hoon was very close to his father and dreamed of becoming a lawyer thanks to his father's righteousness. He declares that he's going to highlight this aspect and focus Jung-hoon's character on that. Han Young-hoon, overhearing the director's plan, interrupts, asking him to wait a minute. He questions whether Sun Jin-seok should really go that far. The student explains that the story about his father is his private life and that he doesn't want to get attention for that. Sun Jin-seok reminds him that this is a TV show. Sun Jin-seok explains that while Jung-hoon's arguments and skills are important, they also need to show something to get enough footage. The director questions whether Han Young-hoon didn't apply knowing that he was going to be on a TV show. He adds that he shouldn't have said that he wanted to join a TV show contest if he didn't want that attention. Han Young-hoon counters that if this were any ordinary TV program, he wouldn't have applied either. He asks if the director agrees. Sun Jin-seok states that the program they're doing right now is called Firm Court Debate Competition. He asks if Young-hoon even knows what that competition means in the legal profession. Sun Jin-seok's face is shown in close-up as he states that that's why he created this program. The woman with short brown hair attempts to defuse the situation, urging Han Young-hoon to calm down. He seems taken aback by something he's just heard. Meanwhile, Sun Jin-seok continues to pressure Han Young-hoon, suggesting that reaching the finals would be a valuable addition to his resume. The director's hand rests firmly on the student's tie. The director elaborates, emphasizing that winning the competition would be the best possible qualification for law school students. Sun Jin-seok then proposes a deal. If Han Young-hoon allows him to use his father's story, he will ensure that the student reaches the finals. The director adds that he wouldn't want to lose a character like Han Young-hoon, implying that his personal story is what makes him valuable to the show. A disembodied voice promises to ensure someone reaches the finals. The detective, Yoon Chil-hwan, presses Han Young-hoon for an answer, demanding to know if he'll do it or not. Han Young-hoon, provoked by the question, asks what someone would answer in this situation, before declaring that of course he'd do it. The detective scoffs, remarking that it's as if Han Young-hoon has no mother, adding that it's just a little embarrassing experience. He believes most would agree. Han Young-hoon questions the detective's statement. Yoon Chil-hwan wonders if he's trying to use lame or weird reasons to refuse the opportunity, but Han Young-hoon denies it. Han Young-hoon, agitated, asks if Yoon Chil-hwan didn't hear him, explaining that they'll be using that TV show to expose all of Sun Tae-min's wrongdoings. Yoon Chil-hwan acknowledges Han Jung-hoon's statement, admitting he thought he'd start doing something frustrating again. The detective reveals he heard what Han Young-hoon said and knew that he'd definitely make the show a successful one. He adds that when he searched him up, he succeeded in making many survival programs. Han Young-hoon states he doesn't watch much TV, but he's heard of many of his shows. Yoon Chil-hwan asks if, with his ability, he thinks he could be trusted. Yoon Chil-hwan expresses his concerns, noting that the presidential elections are only a month away and that they can't be certain about their plan. Meanwhile, the director considers the situation. Even if the show causes a stir from the first episode, he wonders if they will be able to gain the needed popularity and ratings in such a short amount of time. That's why he needs the detective's help. The director emphasizes that he really needs Yoon Chil-hwan's help for this plan, prompting the detective to ask if he means him. Yoon Chil-hwan wonders what he could do, as the director, Sun Jin-seok, asks if he heard him. The detective responds, saying, "Ah yes, of course." He finds it very difficult to trust anyone close to him who can reveal his weaknesses right now. Elsewhere, the woman with short brown hair is on the phone. She asks what Han Young-hoon asked the person on the other end to do, adding that it was nothing too unexpected. She finds the situation interesting. Yoon Chil-hwan thinks to himself that if he could use anything as evidence, while the woman on the phone asks if that's so. The detective thinks that Han Young-hoon is not acting like himself. He receives a call, but he attacked the caller to shake him up. Sun Jin-seok thinks that if someone had his weakness, it would be Yoon Chil-hwan. Yoon Chil-hwan thinks that Han Young-hoon is an unexpected variable, adding that it's The woman with short brown hair is seen walking outside, thinking that Han Young-hoon is... The woman with short brown hair continues her phone call, thinking that it must have been a huge decision for him to join hands with the detective who tried to cover up his father's accident. What Han Young-hoon hates the most in the world is about to unfold. The words echo in the air. You're like an enemy to me, but I'll give you one last chance to eliminate a greater enemy. That's what he said, setting a dangerous game in motion. The student laughs, seemingly unconcerned. He thinks young kids are full of spirit. The question hangs in the air. So, what will you do, Mr. Chil-won? The detective pleads, insisting he won't betray them, trying to avoid any misunderstanding. Han Young-hoon, on the phone, asks someone to believe in him. Even now, he continues to report everything, afraid the other person might do something stupid. He ends the call with a simple, okay. The student reflects, realizing he didn't even know that Han Young-hoon was sharpening his knife at him. He expresses gratitude, feeling defenseless without the other person's help. Ah, thank goodness, he sighs. The detective declares his ambition. He really wants to be the right hand of director Sun Tae-min. The woman with short brown hair calls out to the director, asking if he is finished. She then asks how it went, her expression unreadable. Han Young-hoon is struck by something, exclaiming in pain. He complains about being forced to listen to all this crap. The director wonders if what Yoon Chil-won said is true and serious. He questions what Han Young-hoon, just a college student, could possibly know or do. The woman with short brown hair expresses her annoyance, stating that the really annoying one is Yoon Chil-won. The director clenches his fist, muttering about that bastard using Han Young-hoon. The director reflects on a recent interaction, realizing the other party was testing him. He recalls how they hinted at joining Han Jung-hoon's side, likely as a means to extract more money. He continues his internal monologue, musing that perhaps if Han Jung-hoon's plan had been more thorough, they would have thought twice about betraying him. He realizes that there was no sign of accepting his offer, and that he is being tested. Elsewhere, the woman with short brown hair expresses her worry. She asks what they should do now, fearing that if they leave things alone, Han Young-hoon might take action. She then asks if the other person knows where Yoon Chil-won's house is, revealing her name to be Min Se-op. Meanwhile, Yoon Chil-won, alone in his cell, contemplates his next move. He wonders what Han Young-hoon wants him to do. He imagines a conversation where he states he will finish what he's been asked to do, then questions what comes next. The detective thinks to himself that for this plan, he really needs Yoon Chil-won's help, and wonders if he is the right person for the job. Yoon Chil-won is conflicted, wondering what he should do. He decides to contact Sun Tae-min. Back in his office, Sun Jin-seok instructs someone to let her know that he's working on this plan, but is interrupted by a thought. The director tells the person not to say that he told them to tell her. He reveals that he received an offer to ally with Han Young-hoon, who plans to use a TV show. Sun Jin-seok thinks to himself that he would rather keep this good relationship with Sun Tae-min, rather than a new one with Han Young-hoon. That's why he's secretly telling him what he'll tell her. The detective, Yoon Chil-won, expresses his surprise at the plan. Meanwhile, Sun Jin-seok explains that this way, Sun Tae-min will move, elaborating that the goal is to ruin Tae-min by causing Jin-seok's electoral loss. Jin-seok continues, stating that their current situation is advantageous to Sun Tae-min, but acknowledges that, as Yoon Chil-won pointed out, his plan is full of holes. The director, Sun Jin-seok, finds the holes in his plan annoying. The detective is instructed to make Sun Tae-min impatient, and to make her suspect that Jin-seok might do something. Jin-seok explains that she's a brilliant and smart woman, so she'll definitely respond to the risk. Yoon Chil-won has a realization when Sun is mentioned. Sun Jin-seok considers that when Tae-min moves, there'll be a gap within that moment. The title card proclaims, The Lawyer Game. A man with short, light brown hair, wearing glasses and a red robe, solemnly swears to tell the truth. The oath continues, promising to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, urging the listener to seek justice. A man in a suit stands at a podium, holding a paper. He declares that they must uncover the truth. The stakes are high. Only one of the teams will rule the court, receiving a prize of 100 million won and the highest honors. The man at the podium continues to speak, his words hanging in the air. The scene shifts to Ivory Tower Law School, where 4 teams are gathering. The speaker declares that they have been underestimated their whole life, but that is about to change. Lee Eun-young, an 18-year-old from Dongju University, thinks to herself that she is still young, but people just don't recognize her genius. Lee Eun-young, wearing glasses, resolves to win and prove herself. Yu Sung-deok, from Sungkwon-kyeon University, admits that she surprised him. The older man wonders if all kids are like this these days, referring to the younger generation of lawyers. Han Young-hoon, a lawyer from Hankook University, believes there's a way to keep the client's trust and reveal the truth. His colleague finds his idealism amusing. Park Jimin, from Yonsei University, retorts that Han Young-hoon can say that because he doesn't know how cruel the world of law can be. Park Jimin continues, stating that he thinks he knows how Han Young-hoon feels. Someone off-screen yells to cut, as the director recalls his father's words about working as a lawyer. The director, Sun Jin-seok, scolds Park Jimin for talking about his father again, hinting at a sensitive topic. A voice expresses realization that the characters will overlap, referring to the narrative structure of the show. Another person urges Park Jimin to be more aggressive, reminding him that he's on the prosecutor team. Jimin stutters in response. A voice defends Han Young-hoon, stating that he didn't say anything wrong. Two people discuss how the PD is extreme towards all participants, not just Park Jimin, and that the more extreme he is, the more successful the show will be. They announce that the lawyer teams should start shooting in the studio. The production team prepares to film a sequence of client interrogations, confirming that everyone has heard the detailed explanation earlier. The students excitedly discuss their opportunity to meet young I-sung. One of them gushes about having seen him during makeup, finding him incredibly handsome. The program, The Lawyer Game, features other characters besides the participants. The narration explains that the head of the jury acts as the judge, and the program also features an announcer from a prestigious university. And young I-sung, dressed in a blue prison uniform, greets someone off-panel. A fan expresses her admiration for young I-sung, who is playing the role of suspect, noting that the PD paid a lot of money for him. The actor, Young I-sung, poses for a selfie with a female participant, highlighting his popularity. Young I-sung shakes hands with another man, expressing his anticipation to work with him, referring to him as Mr. Lawyer. The scene shifts to a dimly lit table covered with documents and photographs, emphasizing the need to figure out the case. The text explains that the participants must independently uncover the circumstances of the case during the trial. To enhance the realism, Young I-sung is asked to explain something. He confirms that he is a detective. The detective explains that he was charged with attempted destruction and tampering of evidence, accused of manipulating CCTV footage to track traffic accidents. The woman with short brown hair looks concerned as Young I-sung speaks. Someone asks why he did it, but the detective denies the accusation. Standing before the others, Young I-sung pleads for them to believe him. He insists that he didn't do such a thing. The woman with short brown hair looks at Young I-sung with a worried expression. Young I-sung stammers, as he is told that evidence was found in the computer. The detective claims he doesn't know what happened. He explains that he is computer illiterate and doesn't know how to manipulate footage, adding that he heard there was something on his computer. Young I-sung expresses his ignorance of the situation, wondering if it's the setting. The question lingers, is Young I-sung lying? As the interrogation continues, the woman wonders if it's time to question the credibility of Young I-sung's statement, but Han Young-hoon remains unsure. The woman's concern grows. This could be different from the whole case, she knows. Meanwhile, Young I-sung is told that he is also a suspect. He vehemently denies the accusation, exclaiming, "Of course not." Back in the interrogation room, the woman asserts that they are Young I-sung's lawyers and the only ones in his corner. The woman asks Han Young-hoon if she is right, and he confirms that it is their job to prevent unfair treatment of their clients. The interrogator states that they have no choice but to believe what Young I-sung is saying, but questions the evidence found on the computer. Young I-sung ponders why the computer had traces of video editing software. The interrogator asks about the computer being found in Young I-sung's house, and he admits there's something he needs to explain about that as well. The interrogator lays out two scenarios for Young I-sung, beginning with the possibility that someone broke into his house. The second scenario is that after someone manipulated the video, they secretly used the computer to edit videos. The interrogator concludes by stating that they moved the computer to Young I-sung's house. The possibility of someone manipulating the video crosses Young I-sung's mind as he considers the implications. Considering the two scenarios presented to him, the actor, Young I-sung, believes the second option is more likely. He recalls having installed CCTV at home because he is worried about his dogs. He reasons that if someone had broken into his house and spent a long time there, he would have caught it on the CCTV. The woman with short brown hair realizes that if they find the person who took the computer to Mr. Lee's house, then they'll get a clue to the person who tried to frame Mr. Lee. Han Young-hoon thinks to himself. The woman with short brown hair understands how it goes, but then wonders why. The detective, Yoon Chil-hwan, is determined to collect some information from Young I-sung. This is the information obtained from interrogating Young I-sung so far. According to the interrogation, Young I-sung claims he doesn't know why he was involved in this case. Further investigation revealed that the computer found in his house belongs to Young I-sung, but he denies installing a video editing program. The interrogation also revealed that Young I-sung claims he has never had anyone else in his house. The actor, Young I-sung, reflects on how tiring the filming was. The woman with short brown hair admits she didn't know filming for a show would be this tiring, adding that they ended up staying in the studio for 11 hours. Han Young-hoon, holding his phone, thinks that he still needs to write a final report. The woman with short brown hair thinks that despite the long hours, it was still fun. The woman with short brown hair and Young I-sung discuss how they are different. The woman with short brown hair admits she even forgot she was in a show because she was so into it, asking when they could see the scene. The response is that they will see it today once they interrogate. He listens as the woman with short brown hair explains that in the next filming session, they'll switch sets and film the prosecution interrogating the suspect. She adds that he'll get to learn a lot. Following her explanation, Jung Isung asks when the next filming will be, now that he's gotten close to the writer. The actor learns that it's on Wednesday, and the schedule is really tight. He also hears that the producer wants to air the program as soon as possible. He is told that the first episode will air tomorrow, and he responds, like that too. The woman with short brown hair checks her phone, realizing the actual show will air in 2 weeks. She explains that it means people will only start watching tomorrow, admitting she's nervous. Jung Isung pauses, then asks Soyoon if she told her family about the show. Soyoon responds, surprised, and explains that her sister even braided her hair and told her to do well. The woman with short brown hair asks why he didn't tell his family. Jung Isung admits he thought he'd make his dad worry. Soyoon realizes that he didn't mention that his dad's a bit conservative, and Jung Isung confirms that his father doesn't really understand entertainment or business shows. Jung Isung reflects that he still needs to tell his father about this. He realizes that tomorrow, everyone will know about this show. The screen displays the title of the show, The Lawyer Game, promising to uncover the truth and seek justice. The show is billed as the world's first court survival, The Lawyer Game, and the people watching seem to think it looks fun. The show has a fresh format, though one viewer thinks it might be difficult to understand since it talks about law. Word is spreading that Jung Isung and Lavi from Fairies will be on the program. The show promises to seek justice and uncover the truth. The words, the truth, hang in the air as a woman in a robe sits on a couch, watching the show. The television screen shows the host announcing that the winning team will receive the grand prize of 100 million won, as the woman in the robe watches intently. The woman gets up and walks away for the television. David brings a bottle of wine and 2 glasses to the man in the robe, questioning why he is suddenly watching the show. The man watching the show points at the screen, exclaiming that Jung Isung is on it. The man watching the show notes that the Roulette Traveler is appearing in that show. The man watching the show wonders if the Roulette Traveler is the only person the client could trust in court. The man watching TV wonders if Jung Isung is acting as their lawyer. Meanwhile, in another location, the man with blonde hair states his desire to protect that trust, as the other man reacts with surprise. The blonde man wonders if the Korean they're looking for is Han Young-hoon, recalling that he said he was busy after his tests. The blonde man can't believe that someone who needs to treat David as soon as possible is wasting his time on a TV show. He thinks that he needs to pretend to be surprised, as he considers the idea of court survival. The blonde man, speaking to someone named David, says that he must be surprised that the person they're looking for is appearing in the show. The man with dark hair thinks that this isn't some coincidence. The blonde man thinks that it's the guy to Roulette, questioning if that's the one he is telling. The dark-haired man thinks that the Roulette is the bad god who pretends to grant wishes. The blonde man asks if the Roulette self-destructs humans, questioning if Han Young-hoon asked the Roulette. The blonde man wonders if he could appear in this TV show. The dark-haired man thinks about the Roulette. The disembodied voice declares that the Roulette always has a greater purpose, dismissing trivial matters. Meanwhile, Jung Isung, dressed in a bathrobe, expresses his frustration, noting that he has started it again. 2 glasses, each containing a red liquid, sit on a table as a voice declares someone is involved, but not yet. Jung Isung stands beside another man, both in bathrobes, as one wonders if the program has some kind of meaning. The perspective shifts to a view inside one of the glasses, where a figure is submerged in the red liquid. A voice questions what is cruel about the Roulette. A voice states that the Roulette explains nothing to humans, and that it is always like that. The voice continues, saying that they simply won't know anything until it's all over. The scene changes to a dimly lit room where a man sits at a table, a television displaying a courtroom scene. A voice declares that the only person a client can trust in court is their lawyer. The man watching TV is revealed to be Mr. Han Young-hoon. He reflects on wanting to protect that trust, but another voice calls it funny idealism, adding that he can only say that because he doesn't know just how cruel the world can be. A voice declares what the nature of law can be. An advertisement for the lawyer game is displayed, promising to seek justice and uncover the truth. A group of people stand outside, looking at the advertisement for the lawyer game. One of them expresses that they can't wait, while another notes that the ad keeps appearing these days. He stands among a crowd, eager to see the show. He is definitely going to watch it, and needs to see Lavi. Others around him wonder if she is a member of the girl group Fairies. Nearby, a woman with short brown hair stands next to Jung Isung, who is wearing a hoodie and a cap. An unseen person urges them to think about the presidential candidate they're going to vote for. A close-up reveals Jung Isung's face, his expression unreadable as he considers the upcoming election. The comment was pretty interesting. The comments section for The Lawyer Game was buzzing with activity, some viewers speculating that Jung Isung was the culprit. Over the internet, the preview was receiving amazing feedback. The viewers were hooked. The woman with short brown hair mentioned that she had seen a bad comment earlier. The comment had said that she looked like someone that wouldn't be much help. The man reassured her not to worry about it. The woman with short brown hair, however, wondered how she couldn't worry. She was surprised that anyone could recognize her on the street. The man thought that being famous was a good thing, but she felt like she was the only one to think that. The man thought that it was a success that the show got a lot of attention, but the story he wanted hadn't been talked about yet. Then, at times like this, he felt the weight of the situation. Just a little, he thought, wondering if he should set the comment section on fire. A question lingered. Are the cases in the show based on true stories? The host of the lawyer game, Kim Gi-sung, greets the audience, his voice amplified through the venue. The crowd erupts in applause as the stage lights illuminate the presenter. Since the announcement of the lawyer game, Kim Gi-sung explains, many have sent messages of support. The audience listens intently, ready to seek justice and uncover the truth. Many people, the host continues, have been looking forward to seeing the greatest law school students Korea has to offer. A supporter holds up a sign, declaring their excitement for the pursuit of justice. Kim Gi-sung announces that he will present the first trial of the case. Before that, the host suggests they should watch the lawyers prepare for the trial together. The director explains that they're going to film the crime scene verification sequence, and there won't be any dialogue for today, so the actors should feel free to interact with the people on the scene. One of the actresses asks if they can get some clue, like where they should start investigating. The other actress replies that she can't do that. The director, Sun Jin-seok, announces that they are ready to begin filming at the house where the evidence related to Young Ae-sung's case was found. Han Young-hoon and the woman with short brown hair, who is known as Shin Soyeon, exchange a look, a silent question passing between them. Behind them, Park Jimin and Min Yoo-young, both members of the prosecutor's team, observe the filming with a critical eye. Young-hoon voices his confusion, wondering aloud why the prosecutor's team is present at the filming. Shin Soyeon whispers to Young-hoon, believing this is the start of something significant. Soyeon suggests that they were made to run into each other on purpose, and that someone wants to see their reaction. She then asks Young-hoon if he sees Park Jimin and Min Yoo-young. Park Jimin introduces himself as the prosecutor in charge of the case, while Min Yoo-young introduces herself as being in charge of the investigation. Young-hoon asks what the prosecutor's team is doing there, admitting that he thought they were supposed to protect the scene themselves. Park Jimin replies that Young-hoon will be busy preparing for the prosecution, adding that they are, of course, preserving the scene. Soyeon thinks that destroying the evidence or ruining the scene is not only done just by the... Park Jimin states that someone didn't destroy this important scene, and that's why. Young-hoon says that he thought they protected themselves, but Soyeon replies that they're not that kind of people. The man with purple hair firmly states that he is not Young Ae-sung's lawyer. The man's statement prompts a reminder that there are two teams vying to defend Young Ae-sung, but he hasn't clearly chosen his lawyer from among them. The woman with short brown hair explains that, in conclusion, they are not officially his lawyers yet and have not been authorized to conduct an investigation. The woman adds that the other team has been there before, but they were not allowed to enter the house either. The woman's statement prompts Young-hoon to ask what she said. Suddenly, a loud noise is heard from inside the house, prompting the question of how someone could have entered if they weren't allowed. The woman with pink hair states that she heard a loud noise. The woman with pink hair wonders if something is happening. Young-hoon exclaims in surprise, recognizing the person inside the house. The woman with pink hair hugs the man with purple hair, stating that they are just preventing the intrusion of suspicious people like before. Young-hoon calls out for them to wait, questioning if they said they were preserving the scene. Young-hoon points towards the house, questioning why it is. The revelation hangs in the air. Miss Lavie is Young Ae-sung's sister, a fact that underscores the need to protect the crime scene. They had no reason to stop the homeowner's friends or family from entering, a decision that now seems questionable given the circumstances. The conversation continues, though the words themselves are less important than the underlying tension. The woman with short brown hair asks if they are friends or family. Miss Lavie responds, stating that they are Young Ae-sung's friends. The woman with short brown hair presses further, asking if Young Ae-sung had said anything about them. Miss Lavie assures her that he would say they are his friends. Miss Lavie, holding her phone, confirms that she has heard something. She reveals that Young Ae-sung had spoken about Shin Soyeon to his sister, and that she had a video call with the detective just yesterday. The woman with short brown hair demands to know what Young Ae-sung said, her urgency palpable as she mentions the detention center. Miss Lavie is asked what Young Ae-sung said at that time, as the video call plays on her phone. She explains that a few days ago, she met people who would be her lawyers Han. They seem nice, she thought. The video call reveals that the lawyers, Young-hoon and Shin Soyeon, believe that Young Ae-sung did not commit a crime. The video continues, showing Young-hoon and Shin Soyeon stating that they would stand by Young Ae-sung's side in court. He thinks to himself that they might become good friends for him. Miss Lavie, holding her phone, excitedly tells them that it's a message left by her brother himself. Even though it's the first time she's met Young-hoon and Shin Soyeon, Lavie explains that these are the people her brother trusts, as he calls them friends. Park Jimin, visibly annoyed, insists that they can't just kick them out. Jimin relents, telling them they can come in, but there's no guarantee. Jimin thinks to himself that they'll find anything there because there is no way. Young-hoon states that they don't know that yet, and they'll go in for scene verification. Young-hoon and Shin Soin enter the house. The woman with short brown hair asks Miss Lavi what she's doing here. Lavi responds that she was taking care of the dogs. The woman with short brown hair thinks that these guys have to be taken for a walk every day, and that Young-hoon seems very familiar with this house. Young-hoon asks Lavi if she perhaps knows something. Lavi thinks to herself that she knows this house better than anyone else. She asks if there is anything that he wants to ask, and if it's something she knows, she'll answer it. Lavi holds a small white dog. Inside the house, the woman with short brown hair wondered where they should begin their search. The woman with short brown hair reminded the others that the computer used in the hit-and-run case was found in this house. Lavi, holding her stuffed dog, clarified that it was the one the prosecutors took. The woman with short brown hair pointed to where the computer had been located. Han Young-hoon agreed that it looked like something used to be there. He then asked if someone had fabricated evidence of the hit-and-run with that computer. Lavi confirmed that was correct. Han Young-hoon revealed that Yizeong was in charge of that case. Lavi reasoned that Yizeong must have felt anxious because he couldn't catch the culprit. Han Young-hoon sighed, still processing the information. The woman with short brown hair asked if they thought Yizeong actually did it, noting that he was denying the charges. Lavi admitted she didn't want to believe it either, but there was too much evidence. Han Young-hoon realized he knew why Yizeong did it. Han Young-hoon wondered what motive Yizeong would have to tamper with the evidence. He realizes that money is, of course, a factor in this situation. The woman with short brown hair reveals that one of Young Izong's dogs recently became very sick and asks if the other person has any idea how much it costs to take care of them. The woman with short brown hair believes that the real culprit of the hit-and-run paid Young Izong to manipulate the footage. Han Young-hoon realizes the importance of the dog's illness. He wonders if the woman with short brown hair can be trusted. Han Young-hoon reminds himself not to forget what Vidic taught him. Anyone can lie. The woman with short brown hair is asked to elaborate on which dog was sick and what the exact problem was. The woman with pink hair, Lavi, asks why the woman with short brown hair is so interested in that. Han Young-hoon asks if knowing about the dog is going to help her defend Young Izong, and tells her not to tell him she's going to try to defend him. The woman with short brown hair's attitude suddenly changes. The woman with short brown hair is asked if she has everything she needs. The woman with short brown hair states that she has to walk the dogs now. The woman with short brown hair tells the others to leave. The room is set up for filming. Han Young-hoon whispers to the woman with short brown hair, asking if she noticed something was off. The woman with short brown hair confirms that the person they were interviewing seemed cooperative in front of the prosecutors, but something changed when they started asking detailed questions. Han Young-hoon wonders if they missed something. He realizes there could be something important in the house, but they only got to see the living room. The woman with short brown hair asks Han Young-hoon if he is sure this is okay, admitting she feels like a stalker. Han Young-hoon thinks to himself that this is exactly what they are supposed to be doing, at least. The woman with short brown hair tells Han Young-hoon to look. Through the window, they see a room in disarray. He and the woman with short brown hair peer into the window of what they believe to be Yizeong's bedroom. The woman with short brown hair wonders why the room is so messy, speculating if Yizeong had to leave in a hurry. Han Young-hoon, alarmed, tells her to hold on. Suddenly, a woman with pink hair confronts them, demanding to know what they think they're doing. The woman with pink hair walks her dogs, telling them that they can't just go peeping into people's houses. The woman with pink hair expresses her disbelief, questioning if they are thieves or stalkers. Han Young-hoon stammers, trying to explain that they were but the woman with short brown hair says that this makes her feel very uncomfortable. The woman with pink hair declares that they shouldn't expect her to help them from now on. The woman with pink hair, now revealed to be an actress on set, says that she is very disappointed. A voice yells, "Cut!" The director claps, seemingly pleased with the take. The director announces that it will be it for the day, prompting a surprised reaction from someone who questions if they're ending it there. The director's abrupt decision to end filming early leaves Han Young-hoon stunned, as he blurts out that he is a stalker. Recovering from the shock of the confession, the woman with short brown hair tries to downplay the situation, insisting that he didn't really mean it. The actress with pink hair, however, suspects there was more to the scene than meets the eye, questioning if something else happened. With a wink, the actress reveals that all they did was look into Yizeong's room. The actress with pink hair declares that her role ends there, leaving the rest up to the other two. The woman with short brown hair wishes Han Young-hoon good luck, urging him to prove Yizeong innocent. The actress with pink hair is reminded of someone as she watches them. Soin Shin is asked about her first investigation, but she admits she's not really sure. For some reason, Lavi can't believe Yizeong had a motive. Soin Shin laments that they didn't even get to investigate the house properly. Someone exclaims that they can't believe they have to start the first trial like this, announcing that the moment everyone has been waiting for is now. The first trial is about to shed light on the truth as court is in session and the crowd cheers. The trial is about to begin, and Prosecutor Jimin Park announces his presence, standing alongside the investigator. The witness affirms to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. The investigator states that if he is wrong, he accepts the punishment for perjury. A voice booms, welcoming all to the proceedings. The Chief Justice, Jeong-wee Kim, announces the start of the world's first legal survival program, the lawyer game. The audience erupts in applause, a gesture the Chief Justice acknowledges with pleasure. Jeong-wee Kim chuckles, remarking that this is the first time he's received applause for an opening remark. The applause continues as Jeong-wee Kim prepares to hand things over. The Chief Justice notes the unusual applause in a courtroom setting. Before the trial begins, Jeong-wee Kim bows and passes the floor to the MC, Ki-song Kim, who will explain the order of the trial and evaluation criteria. The conditions to win are about to be laid out. The MC, Ki-song Kim, explains that the lawyer game will consist of 3 cases. One case will be civil, and the final case will be criminal, involving a detective who manipulated evidence. The teams that place first in each case will compete in the final round, which will involve the vanished hotel. The final trial of the lawyer game is about to begin, presenting a completely new case. Today's proceedings will unfold in the criminal court, focusing on a detective accused of manipulating evidence. For this particular case, the format remains the same. 2 teams of lawyers and 2 teams of prosecutors will face off. It's been decided that there will only be one trial, without appeal, spanning 3 sessions. Both teams of prosecutors and attorneys will participate in the first 2 hearings, narrowing the field for the final showdown. Only one team from each side will advance to the final hearing, setting the stage for a decisive battle of legal minds. The opinion of the court, comprised of real judges, will carry a significant weight, accounting for 40% of the final verdict. The vote of the jury, encompassing all those watching at home, will determine the majority of the outcome, counting for 60%. The judge's opinion will account for 40%, while the public vote will contribute 60% of the total, ensuring a balance between legal expertise and popular sentiment. The speaker expresses his gratitude to Mr. Kim, likely for his contributions to the proceedings. It's emphasized that in order to judge a crime fairly in court, the judge's role is paramount, given their extensive legal knowledge. However, it's argued that even more important is the opinion of the people who make up society, as their collective judgment shapes the course of justice. The speaker, with a knowing smile, seems confident that the people's voice will ultimately prevail in this trial. The youngest judge, Justice Pyong Dong-jong, is asked to consider the implications of their engagement. Justice Kim notes that this is the first trial they've seen with 4 lawyers and prosecutors. The judge agrees, finding the situation amusing. The rules of fair trial will be upheld during the lawyer game. It's reiterated that all arguments and hearings must take place in the courtroom, and any unapproved evidence will be inadmissible. The lawyers are reminded that evidence not submitted to the court will have no impact on the court's decision. The prosecutors are reminded to keep this in mind, ensuring all important evidence is submitted. Each team will be given 3 chances to object during the lawyer game. An objection gives a team a chance to refute their opponent's evidence or witness and back up their argument. If the justices deem the objection permissible, there will be no penalty. However, if the objection is overruled, it uses up one of the team's 3 chances. Other than that, the lawyers are free to ask questions. They are attempting to prevent arguments over minor details. Once a team exhausts all of their objections, they can no longer participate in the trial. However, there is one exception. It's called the cross chance. The opposing team holds the power to approve the cross chance. In other words, the attorney team can only proceed if they receive approval from the prosecutor team, and vice versa. They can use this one final wild card, even after they've used up all of their objections. You only need the approval of one of the 2 opposing teams. Chance activated. That wraps up the explanation of the rules, Justice Jong concludes. Thank you, Justice Jong. There are a lot of detailed and complex rules here. The path to ensuring justice sure is rough, the speaker notes, as the crowd erupts in laughter. From the public jury system to borrow the wisdom of the viewers to the unpredictable cross-chance system. How will these rules affect the court of the lawyer game? What will be revealed to be the truth in the end? To uncover the truth behind the case of a detective who manipulated evidence, let the first trial begin. The man in the courtroom clears his throat, drawing attention to the proceedings. An unseen speaker calls for Seon-mun, the witness, to take the stand. Seon-mun, dressed in a white suit, raises her hand, solemnly affirming that her testimony will be the truth. The audience erupts in cheers, surprised and excited by Seon-mun's presence on the show. The prosecutor team is praised for bringing the sports entertainer, Seon-mun, to the stand as their first witness. Even those unfamiliar with the legal world have heard of Seon-mun, the retired boxer turned streamer. Someone observes that Seon-mun's appearance in court suggests she has a significant role to play, just like Yiseong and Lavi. The man from the prosecution team asks Ms. Mun to introduce herself. Seon-mun confirms her identity and mentions she is currently running a fitness club. The questioning continues, with the prosecution asking if she was asked to come to the Hongshan police station on February 23rd. Seon-mun confirms that she was. The prosecution then asks her to elaborate on the situation. Seon-mun agrees to share her story, recalling her younger days as a promising boxer. Seon-mun reflects on her life, revealing that she has always believed boxing was her only path, despite her talent and potential in other areas. Se-mun recounts her early success as a boxer. She was quite lucky, she admits, and earned a few champion titles. But even her luck and skill couldn't overcome the inevitable age. She didn't want to admit it, but no matter how hard she trained, she couldn't keep up with the up-and-coming young boxers. It devastated her at the time, but her coach, who'd always been by her side, offered words of comfort. Back in the present, the prosecutor reminds her to keep her testimony centered on things directly related to the case. Se-mun apologizes, promising to stay on track. She continues her story, explaining that she eventually became a fitness trainer. She acknowledges that she certainly threw off the court with all that talking. Her fitness center only had a few members, but it was slowly finding its place. But one day, the police asked her to come to the station for questioning, and she learned that she was a suspect in a hit and run. A shocking revelation indeed, as Se-mun's testimony takes a dark turn. The prosecutor asks about the crime, and Se-mun confirms that it happened, of course. Se-mun admits that she may be a bit of an aggressive driver, but she always follows the law. She insists that she hasn't been in an accident even once over the 10 years she's been driving. But suddenly, she's being accused of a hit and run. She vehemently denies the accusation, swearing she would never commit such an act. The man in the suit questions if he appears capable of such a crime. The man in the suit considers that Se-mun might not be a real person from the actual case. He then recalls that in the actual case, Detective Yin was actively involved in fabricating evidence. The fabricated evidence included a fake getaway vehicle. The man in the suit realizes that there must have been a fabricated perpetrator as well. The man in the suit thinks to himself that lies lead to more lies. Se-mun, meanwhile, expresses her frustration at being accused of something she didn't do. The man in the suit realizes that his guess is right. The man in the suit realizes that this is why he decided to dig into the case himself. The man in the suit realizes that Se-mun is the first person to realize that the detective fabricated evidence. In other words, Se-mun is playing the role of the man in the suit from the actual case. At first, while being interrogated, she was astounded, unable to believe what she was hearing. The woman recalls seeing her car in the footage the detective showed her. She states that neither she nor her car were anywhere near the crime scene on the day of the accident, a statement that draws a nod from Han Young-hoon. So, the woman did some investigating herself and realized that the footage had been manipulated, a fact that seems to surprise lawyer Song Dikyu. Yiseong Zhang's expression remains unreadable. The woman declares that she would like to ask one last question. She asks if the detective, Yiseong Zhang, is responsible for the manipulation in the courtroom. She answers her own question, confirming that he is. The woman points out Yiseong Zhang, the man sitting over there in the defendant's seat. The crowd murmurs about the handsome detective, Yiseong Zhang. The shocking truth is revealed. The woman states that is all she has to say. The narrator identifies the witness, Se-mun, as an upstanding citizen and the biggest reason this case was brought to light, as the crowd reacts with shock. The lawyer for the plaintiff states that they would like to use Se-mun's testimony in place of their opening statement. The judge clarifies that while Se-mun is not an official investigator, she is a trustworthy individual. The judge sighs, announcing that the lawyer teams may now cross-examine the witness. The judge continues, reminding everyone to adhere to the rules on objection limits. Lawyer Team B announces that they have a question for Se-mun. The lawyer for Team B begins the cross-examination. The lawyer asks Se-mun what made her realize that the footage was manipulated. She replies that it was the traffic light. Se-mun explains that in the footage Detective Yiseong Zhang showed her, there was a traffic light. Se-mun recalls going to the scene of the accident to uncover the truth. She realized it was a road in the mountains without any traffic lights, which meant... The lawyer asks if she ever directly pointed out this fact. Se-mun confirms that she pointed out the traffic light to Detective Yiseong Zhang, of course. Se-mun states that she immediately went to someone upon realizing something. The lawyer asks how Yiseong Zhang reacted. The crowd watches with bated breath, eager to hear the answer to the lawyer's question. Someone remarks that it's a strange question, wondering what kind of answer the lawyer is looking for. Saha munis testimony causes aster. The lawyer, Song Dikyu, pauses, realizing the significance of her words. He asks if the prosecutors were already certain that Yiseong Zhang had committed a crime at that point. The lawyer realizes where the questioning is headed. The witness hesitates, unsure of himself. He recalls that one of the prosecutors told him something at that time. The prosecutor had said that they must detain him immediately because he committed 2 serious crimes. Yoon Cheol-hwan and the woman with short brown hair are confused by the mention of 2 crimes. Yoon Cheol-hwan interrupts, stating that his team has a question. The lawyer asks what 2 crimes the witness is referring to. Se-mun states that Yiseong Zhang manipulated the evidence and unfairly framed her as the culprit of the hit and run. The implication is clear. The fake evidence was planted to conceal the true culprit. The witness, Se-mun, drops a bombshell, revealing that Detective Yiseong Zhang is the real perpetrator behind the hit and run, having manipulated the evidence to frame an innocent person. The revelation hangs in the air, the natural conclusion of the evidence presented. A murmur sweeps through the courtroom as the audience absorbs the shocking turn of events in the lawyer game. The lawyer, Song DQ, apologizes to the court and requests a 10-minute recess. A recess is called for the first time, prompting speculation about whether the lawyer team needs an internal meeting to regroup. The announcer comments that you never know what to expect in a lawyer game. The announcer declares that they'll be back after a short break. The announcer states that the lawyer game is back. Song DQ and the woman with short brown hair step out of the courtroom. Yoon Cheol-hwan asks if they needed to coordinate their opinions with their partner. Song DQ listens intently, his expression unreadable. The court acknowledges the statement, thanking the speaker for their patience. Continuing, the lawyer mentions their team's findings. Suddenly, the lawyer team raises an objection, a surprising move after the recess. The lawyer explains that there was an inconsistency between Seon-mun's testimony and their investigation. To support their statement, the lawyer announces they'd like to call a new witness to the stand. The lawyer clarifies that the new witness is Ms. Lavi Jong, the defendant's younger sister. The judge instructs the witness to introduce herself. Smiling brightly, Lavi introduces herself to the court. She proudly proclaims that she is a rapper and dancer in the Fairies, the best female idol group in Korea. The scene shifts to a crowd of Lavi's fans, holding signs and cheering for her fourth studio album release. The lawyer, Song DQ, warns that if Lavi's testimony doesn't align with the defense's claims, they risk losing their first chance to object. The prosecution team reminds themselves that they are forbidden from asking speculative or suggestive questions when talking to the witness, just like any other trial. Lavi mockingly greets the prosecution team, referring to them as Mr. and Ms. Stalker, before questioning if she really has to go through with this. The idol, still seemingly holding a grudge against lawyer team, sarcastically suggests they call her Mr. and Ms. Lawyer in court. The lawyer, Song DQ, begins to ask Lavi a question. Lavi is called to the stand. The question throws the courtroom into a murmur as Lavi asks if they trust their team. The strange question throws the court into confusion, as one of the lawyers on the prosecution team thinks that the question is on the verge of misconduct. The lawyer on the prosecution team believes the question is on the verge of misconduct. It's not clear what the intent of the question is. Meanwhile, Han Young-hoon tells the woman with short brown hair that things were so hectic in there that he couldn't say a thing, realizing that this is what a real trial is like. Despite the chaos, the prosecution team has found a hole in the prosecutor team's reasoning, and Seon-mun tried to pin the charges on Detective Yeon-jong. The woman with short brown hair emphasizes her point, stating that the logic only holds true if Detective Yeon-jong manipulated the evidence. More importantly, the woman with short brown hair continues. They heard a statement that directly contradicts Lavi's words. She asks if he remembers what Lavi said at Detective Jong's house. The detective, Yoon Cheol-hwan, recalls that Lavi said he had a motive. The woman with short brown hair adds that she wonders if he has any idea how much it costs to take care of a sick pet. Lavi's words echo in their minds. The woman with short brown hair believes the real culprit of that hit and run paid him to manipulate the footage. She admits they don't know if the pet story is true. Yoon Cheol-hwan considers that maybe she knows something about that accident. The woman with short brown hair asks if they think they should object. Yoon Cheol-hwan acknowledges that if they're wrong, they'll lose a chance. The woman with short brown hair points out that Lavi did mention there was a real culprit of the hit and run. Yoon Cheol-hwan acknowledges that there's a chance they may be wrong. She believes the bigger problem is that Lavi doesn't like them. Yoon Cheol-hwan thinks to himself that if the prosecutor team's witness really did slip up, this is a great chance for them. He tells himself to first calm down, Soyeon. He realizes that even if they call her to the witness stand to question her, she may not be cooperative when giving her testimony. The detective's partner questions whether Soo-won would commit perjury simply because of a personal grudge. Witnesses can't commit perjury, the detective explains, but anyone can lie. The partner sighs, conceding that he's right. He wonders if they should just let the case go if the witness changes her story. The detective explains that they felt something was off for a good reason, because Lavi hinted that a third party is involved in this case. He continues, explaining that Lavi also hinted that Detective Jong is only being used as a scapegoat to cover up the truth. The detective stands with his arms crossed, explaining that what's really important in this case is the person behind it, the real culprit who wanted the evidence manipulated, and that person is most likely accountable for the accident, too. The partner responds that they can't just turn a blind eye to what Lavi said. The detective's partner asks how he can be so sure, stating that he seems pretty confident, almost like he's playing a game he's already beat. The detective responds that it's just a hunch, and that he feels like this is the way things are going to play out. He adds that he didn't take his partner to be the type to follow his gut, and that he thought he'd only listen to logic. The detective's partner tells him to listen to logic, and that first, they need to get things straight about Ms. Mun, the prosecutor team's witness. The detective's partner explains that Ms. Mun claimed that Detective Jong manipulated evidence and is the real perpetrator of the hit and run, but Lavi, Detective Jong's sister, told them back at the house that Detective Jong manipulated the evidence, but he's not the one who caused the accident. The detective's partner concludes that this is critical evidence to prove that the prosecutor team's logic isn't perfect, and that if they dig a bit more, they'll find a way to prove Detective Zhang's innocence. The plan is laid out. The most important thing is to have Lavi repeat what she told him on the stand. And if they want her to give the testimony they need, they'll have to be strategic. There could be two obstacles, the detective notes. First, as he points out, Lavi doesn't like them. But if they ask her the right questions, that won't be a problem. Yes, the questions. That's their second obstacle, he realizes. There's a limit to what a lawyer can ask a witness in court. First, the detective explains, you can only ask questions related to the case. And you can't ask a witness to speculate, only the facts. All right, in courts worldwide, it is forbidden to ask irrelevant questions or speculative questions, and also hearsay or leading questions to get an answer containing information that is advantageous to the examiner. The detective realizes that they can't ask questions like, you don't think Detective Zhang is the culprit behind the hit and run, do you? So then how? Then how about? 1 minute is left until the recess ends. He realizes with a start. If you have an idea, tell me now. We can't ask questions like that, he thinks. First, once they're back in session, they need to call Lavi to the witness stand. And then, the questioning continues. The focus now is shifting to Ms. Zhang. The detective, Lavi, considers the question. She wonders if she can simply give an honest answer, but she doesn't trust the questioner. Lavi states that if she were Yixiang Zhang, she wouldn't choose the current team to defend her. The questioning continues. The topic shifts to the hit-and-run accident, specifically the day and time of its occurrence. The questioner presses, asking if Lavi knows what Detective Yixiang Zhang was doing and where he was. Lavi is shocked by the question, the accident being brought up again. The date of the accident, February 2nd, 2021, is mentioned, and Lavi wonders how she would know that. A murmur spreads through the courtroom as Lavi questions how she is supposed to know what her brother was doing. The questioner states that they will ask their last question. The questioner asks if Lavi knows what the most decisive piece of evidence was. That revelation led to Detective Yixiang Zhang being indicted for manipulating the footage. The focus shifts to the computer, Lavi emphatically stating it belongs to Yixiang. It was said that Yixiang Zhang manipulated the footage used for evidence with his computer, and decisive evidence was found on the hard drive where the footage was edited. The questioning continues, now focusing on who provided the hard drive to the prosecutors. The lawyer, Song DQ, pauses, considering the question, while Lavi looks on. Lavi suddenly remembers something, realizing that she was the one who gave the hard drive to the prosecutors, now that she thinks of it. She also recalls that her brother was apprehended. The prosecutors appear surprised by this revelation. The recording shows the timestamp 1 hour 31 minutes and 56 seconds. The question remains, what could lawyer team A's strategy be? Song DQ thanks Lavi for her testimony, indicating that he has no further questions for her, Your Honor. The judge listens intently, awaiting the next phase of the proceedings. Song DQ states how that refutes the statement made by the prosecutor team's witness. The lawyer admits that he is not sure either, stating that he did as Zhang Han said, but Song DQ requests to elaborate further on the matter. Song DQ addresses the court, his words carrying the weight of a significant accusation. The courtroom is stunned as the lawyer's words land with the force of a hammer blow. Lavi Zhang, the defendant's own sister, is accused of being the true culprit. The gallery erupts in murmurs of disbelief. Lavi, seated at the witness stand, looks shocked by the sudden turn of events. The lawyer from Hanyuk University continues, his line of questioning having led to this unexpected accusation as the murmurs of the crowd grow louder. The detective, Zhang, is claiming that the defendant is completely innocent and that Lavi has suddenly been accused as the true culprit. The detective wonders what is happening. The lawyer explains that the footage was manipulated. The lawyer reasons that if the defendant's claim is true, then someone else manipulated the evidence, and that person is the true culprit. The lawyer acknowledges that he understands the reasoning, but asks what the basis of the accusation is that the witness is the culprit. The lawyer states that Ms. Zhang testified herself. The lawyer recalls that when the defendant was being interrogated by the prosecutors, he said that no strangers can come inside his house, leaving the lawyer to wonder. The lawyer explains that it's a different story if it's his sister, because she's not a stranger, and if she manipulated the evidence herself. The lawyer states that it belongs to her brother, and the other lawyer says he sees. Still reeling from the accusation, the lawyer, Song DQ, presses on, questioning why the other lawyer asked Lavi Zhang those questions. The lawyer, Song DQ, implores everyone to judge based on reason and common sense. Song DQ continues, pointing out how strange it is that Lavi's brother is being accused. The lawyer, Song DQ, notes that despite the crime, Lavi seems uncomfortable around the lawyers her brother trusts. Song DQ states that her uncooperativeness raises suspicion, but Lavi interrupts, telling him to hold on. Lavi suddenly claims to remember something, addressing Song DQ as Mr. Han. Lavi declares that she knows what Yixiang Zhang was doing on February 24th, the day the accident took place. Suwon, shocked by this sudden revelation, points out that Lavi had just claimed to have no idea. Lavi explains that she got flustered because the question came out of nowhere, but now she remembers. Song Dikyu demands that Lavi tell them now. Lavi begins to explain what happened on the evening of February 24th, the day of the accident. Lavi reveals that Yixiong Zhang was with her. Yixiong Zhang is on the phone, asking how Lavi is doing. Lavi responds that she is well, explaining to the detective that she's heading to his city for a shoot. Yixiong Zhang sounds surprised, curious about the nature of the shoot. Lavi teases him, suggesting that only one thing comes to mind when thinking of Hanshin. She elaborates, mentioning that the music video director believes Yixiong's city is perfect for their new song's concept, so she's going with agency staff for the shoot. The detective says it would be nice to see her while she's there, suggesting they have dinner and that he introduce her to someone from his agency. Meanwhile, in a courtroom, Lavi recalls that she saw Yixiong Zhang on February 24th and that he was with her the entire evening. The lawyer team seems surprised by this revelation, rushing to speak. One of the lawyers questions Lavi, pointing out that she previously claimed not to remember, asking how she can now recall the exact date so clearly. Lavi explains that she was taken by surprise earlier, which caused her to forget for a moment, but she remembers the exact date because it was a really important one. Song Dikyu warns Lavi that changing her testimony will severely impact her statement's credibility, clearly not trusting her. The lawyer for the defense presses, asking if there is anyone or anything that can corroborate the witness's story. Considering the question, Lavi hesitates, a thoughtful expression on her face. After a moment, she remembers something. Someone from her agency had come to dinner that night. The lawyer inquires if she has ever shared this information with anyone else. The lawyer, Song Dikyu, stands beside Lavi, a sense of unease washing over him as he realizes the implications of her testimony. The lawyer explains that the prosecutors sitting in the prosecution seat have not been told this information. Lavi confirms that she hasn't. Song Dikyu finds it very odd that the prosecutors hadn't asked Lavi this just once. The lawyer thinks that the prosecutors could have easily found out where the defendant was and what he was doing on the day of the accident. If they had, Ms. Mun would have never made the absurd mistake of accusing Mr. Zhang of the crime. Song Dikyu turns to the prosecutors, demanding if they have anything to say for themselves. The lawyer questions the thoroughness of the prosecutor's investigation, suggesting that the defendant's bad reputation, influenced by Lavi's testimony, could have swayed the court's decision. The lawyer team argues that this raises reasonable doubt on the prosecutor's statement, emphasizing that Ms. Mun is an upstanding citizen and a trustworthy witness. The defense has successfully turned the situation to their advantage, cornering the prosecutors. The prosecutor on the stand believes the defense accused the witness just for shock value. Perhaps he thinks it was all part of their plan. The judges consider how they will rule after all of this. One of the judges notes that the testimonies of Ms. Zhang and Ms. Mun are contradictory, and that this is a problem. Another prosecutor apologizes for the confusion, stating that they will have to conduct an additional investigation as to whether Ms. Zhang can be trusted. The prosecutor team requests to speak in court for the first time to explain. Eunjong Lee, the young genius prosecutor from Dongju University, speaks for the first time, admitting that Ms. Mun had a tongue slip. However, she continues, Ms. Mun's claim that Mr. Zhang is the culprit of the hit and run is her own opinion. One of the judges asks if this means Ms. Mun is at fault, and if there is no issue with the team's argument. The prosecutor responds that, to be frank, yes. The prosecutor continues, stating that not all of them on the prosecution trusted Ms. Mun. The judge asks the prosecutor to clarify. The prosecutor explains that their team was split on whether to let Ms. Mun give her testimony, and that they chose to summarize the incident instead of using their investigator, but that this is an internal issue. Song Dikyu slams his fist on the table, declaring he won't speak any further on the matter, emphasizing that the most important thing is what he's about to say. The lawyer team argues that this trial isn't about the hit-and-run case itself, but about uncovering whether the detective manipulated evidence. The lawyer team continues, stating that the only truth they need right now is whether the detective manipulated evidence. The lawyer team questions whether the team with the greatest responsibility is lawyer team A. The lawyer team claimed that the real culprit behind this case is the defendant's sister, causing a visible flinch from the prosecution team. The prosecution team finds this statement shocking. The lawyer team must provide evidence backing up their claim. If they don't, it means that lawyer team attacked Ms. Zhang, an innocent citizen, only to protect their client. The judge nods, acknowledging the point. The judge thanks prosecutor team B, stating that what they said is correct and most important. The judge states that they have to consider finding the actual culprit who manipulated the surveillance footage. To uncover the truth, the question of who is the culprit of the hit-and-run case must be answered, as that question helps to shed light on the truth. The judge states that the question of who is the culprit of the hit-and-run case may be discussed in this trial. Since additional investigation is needed, the judge announces that the court is adjourned for today. The prosecutors are given until the next trial date to investigate the matters discussed. Then, with that, the judge remembers something and receives a document. Before adjourning the court, the judge announces that a decision will be made regarding lawyer team A's objection chance. Ms. Zhang, newly called to the witness stand by lawyer team A, gave a testimony that directly contradicted Ms. Mun's statement, and she seems quite pleased with herself. Therefore, lawyer team A's objection stands, and their objection chance will not be deducted. However, as prosecutor Eun Lee said, the judge states that one must take responsibility for the claim they made while defending their client. That concludes the first trial of the criminal court of the lawyer game, and the crowd cheers. The courtroom erupts in applause. Someone thanks the judge. The announcement is made that they would like to thank everyone who joined them today, and that today's recording will be officially broadcasted in 2 days. The speaker asks everyone to refrain from talking about the program, and someone calls out to Jong-un. The gravity of the situation settles over the two lawyers. The junior lawyer, eyes wide with worry, asks what they should do now, realizing the potential consequences of their actions. Apologizing, the senior lawyer, Song Dikyu, acknowledges their risky move. He notes that their chance for an objection was successful because of it. The junior lawyer presses Song Dikyu, asking if he seriously believes that Lavi is the culprit. The senior lawyer admits he knew it, and that he just blurted it out. Song Dikyu admits he said it without thinking. The junior lawyer worries about the repercussions, fearing they'll be marked as the team that took the biggest risk ever. Song Dikyu reassures her that it's fine. Song Dikyu insists they'll find a way to make it work. He adds that maybe Lavi really is the culprit. The two lawyers leave the courtroom, their footsteps echoing in the hallway. Elsewhere, Eun Lee is complimented on her defense. She acknowledges the praise. The unseen observer notes that her argument was really impressive. Eun Lee speaks with Yoon Cheol-hwan, addressing him as Mr. Han, while he addresses her as Ms. Min. Yoon Cheol-hwan admits he didn't think Lavi would be called to the witness stand like this. He looks forward to working with Eun Lee. The two detectives shake hands, sealing their agreement to work together should they ever run into each other while investigating. Eun Lee apologizes and thanks the detective, then excuses herself with a bow. The man with brown hair wonders aloud what the deal is with the pink-haired woman. He questions why Lavi came over to greet them. The woman with short brown hair whispers to Yoon Cheol-hwan, telling him to look at something. Resting in the palm of a hand is a small, folded piece of paper. The man with brown hair realizes what the paper is as the sound of crumpling fills the air. The crumpled note contains a message. After the recording, meet the sender at the 24-hour cafe behind the broadcasting station for a private chat without cameras or producers. A voice calls out, beckoning T-Zong. The man waves him over. The man asks if T-Zong is all right, having heard about the accident. T-Zong wonders if he's sore from the accident or simply from old age. He smiles, rubbing the back of his neck. The reason for his aches is a mystery, he jokes, though he insists they're still in their prime. The man puts a hand on T-Zong's shoulder. He grabs a remote, promising something that will make T-Zong feel better. A voice booms, declaring that one should pursue justice and find the truth. The television displays a legal survival show called The Lawyer Game, and the man comments on how great Jong-hun looks, calling him a good-looking kid. The man wonders how Jong-hun ended up on a TV show, speculating if he was scouted for his looks. T-Zong expresses his surprise, not even knowing Jong-hun was going to be on TV, and asks what's going on. The man recounts how he first learned about Jong-hun's appearance on the show, explaining that he was just idly watching TV when an advertisement caught his attention. At first, he thought he was mistaken, but then the subtitles confirmed it. Jong-hun Han, Hanguk University. It took him by surprise, so he called Jong-hun, who dismissed it as nothing important. The man continues, stating that Jong-hun had said he'd only be on for a couple of episodes. He sighs, admitting he understands why the other person might be hurt and wonders why Jong-hun didn't tell them. The man reveals that Jong-hun didn't tell him either, adding that he is kind of upset to be honest. He has heard that actual lawyers really hate that program. The man explains that it's a disgrace, making a spectacle of the courtroom to earn a few bucks, and that his kid went all the way to Seoul to take the bar exam, only to end up on that show instead of studying. He reminds the other person that they got rid of the bar exam in Korea. The man sighs, admitting he didn't know that's what happened, but urges the other person not to be too harsh on Jong-hun. He states that, in his experience, young people all have their own reasons, as the title card for Time Roulette is shown. The woman on the right admits that she never knows what to say if there's a question she didn't prepare for. The woman on the left responds that a lot of people say that, but that Soo-won is doing very well. The man watching the interview is impressed. He thinks Jong-hun did a great job. The man with purple hair claps, congratulating Jong-hun on his performance. The man with purple hair compliments Jong-hun, saying he thought he was just a handsome face, but he's also a great entertainer. He suggests Jong-hun consider a career in television. The man with purple hair nudges Jong-hun playfully, thanks him. Jong-hun reflects on what he said during the interview, specifically the part about how he was inspired by his father's commitment to doing the right thing, which led him to become a lawyer. He realizes he only blurted out what came to mind without thinking. The man with purple hair reassures Jong-hun that it's fine, adding that his father knows about the program too. Jong-hun confirms that his father does. The man with purple hair thinks to himself that he wants to invite Jong-hun's father as a guest in the next trial, believing it would be great if he could. Jong-hun asks if he heard correctly, questioning if the man with purple hair is talking about his dad. The man responds that they had a deal and that Jong-hun needs to add more drama to spice up the show, but Jong-hun doesn't want to go that far. Jong-hun says he'll do whatever the man with purple hair needs him to do, but bringing his father into this is a bit much. The man with purple hair responds, saying that if Jong-hun feels that way, then fine. He tells him not to worry about it, as it was just a suggestion. The man with purple hair looks at Jong-hun, his expression unreadable. A woman with short brown hair agrees with Jong-hun, saying that it was obvious he was taken by surprise in court. She adds that they kept asking him about it during the interview, and Jong-hun says it sounds tough. He is told that the situation is tough because of him. The producer, the man with purple hair, apologizes to Soo-won for dropping the bomb without warning. Soo-won asks what he told him. She admits she was just honest and found it harder to lie. Soo-won sighs, wondering why she put him in such a tricky situation, while she notes that the producer seemed happy about it. The producer is flustered by Soo-won's words. Soo-won tells him that she is counting on him and that they are on the brink of disaster. The producer realizes that they have no chance to win if they can't prove that Lavi is the real culprit. Soo-won asks if he wants to win this too, and he confirms that he does. The producer declares that he won't let it slide and that he's still going to prove the haters wrong. Soo-won asks if he's bothered by the comments, then tells him to remember the note the prosecutor team gave them and that they should go. She finds it suspicious that they are seeing them after the shooting, since they're their opponents, but suggests that they should hear them out. The producer reads over the document, absorbing what it contains. Night has fallen over the city as a lone figure walks down the street. The bell above the door jingles as someone enters the cafe. Jong-un Kim and Soo-won arrive at the cafe. She wonders if they are in the right place, but the producer assures her that this is the only 24-hour cafe nearby. The producer spots their opponents. He points out that they have arrived. Yiseong Jong and Eun Jong Lee are already waiting for them. Yiseong Jong welcomes Jong-un Kim and Soo-won to the meeting. The producer thanks him for coming. Eun Jong Lee compliments the producer on his work in today's trial, saying it left a good impression. The producer acknowledges the compliment, addressing Yiseong Jong as Jimin. Eun Jong Lee observes that the producer gives off a different vibe than when he is in the studio. She suggests they cut to the chase. Yiseong Jong, seeing that they're the only team he and Eun Jong Lee called, assumes that the producer and Soo-won have some special business with them. He asks why they were called here. The producer confirms that there is something he wanted to tell the two of them. The producer explains that they weren't sure who to confide in, but they believe Soo-won's team is the only one they can trust. The man with purple hair asks if this is about the trial. He continues, stating that things might get complicated, but he wants to get straight to the point, as he feels something is off about the trial. Yiseong Jong asks Eun Jong Lee if she also feels that something is off. The producer scoffs, saying that it's a show and won't be the same as an actual trial, but that's not what he's talking about. He explains that the lawyer game is supposed to be a real survival game, and that they, like Soo-won and her team, don't have a script. The producer continues, saying that they have to carry out the trial and investigation entirely on their own, once they give them the setting. He admits he kept feeling something was out of place as he was investigating. The feeling was that something was out of. The producer leans in, telling Soo-won that if his guess is right, the trial is rigged. The beginning, process, and ending are all already set. He finishes his thought, saying that it may look like they're all competing of their own free will. But in fact, they're being controlled. A tall building stands against a bright sky. Inside, Jimin eats breakfast, his name hanging in the air, as if someone just called him. He continues to eat his breakfast. His mother asks if he is shooting for the trial today, to which Jimin replies with a reluctant yes. Jimin's mother notes that it's unlike him to talk about the show. He is reminded that he hated the lawyer game. His mother reminds him that she always cares about whatever he does, but Jimin insists that isn't the reason he's doing it. Jimin expresses that he is still not happy about this. His mother explains that the mock trial contest has a long and honored history, and she doesn't understand how it ended up selling out to some commercial TV program. She continues, complaining that she doesn't understand why the professors agreed to it either. She mentions people like Professor Yun, implying that they are to blame, and then says that Jimin has always been a weirdo, but elsewhere, Professor Yun states that they are living in a capitalist society now, and even academia needs money. The man with purple hair listens, as someone off-panel states that something is more important. He learns that the trailer portrayed him as a villain, but he dismisses it as manipulative editing. The producer laughs, explaining that he is trying to get good ratings, and people like to root for the underdog. The producer adds that the purple-haired man looks like an extra. The producer assures him not to worry. The man with purple hair states that if it's a fair competition, he is confident he can win, as the title card for Time Roulette is displayed. The beginning he thought was right. The man with purple hair reflects that the process and ending are already set, or in other words, this trial. Someone off-panel states that Time Roulette isn't fair and that they don't understand. The man with brown hair reveals that he was never given a script and acted entirely based on what he thought was right. The woman with short hair wonders how they are being controlled, asking if the producers hypnotized them or something. The producer, with a knowing look, states that the contestants are being controlled. Meanwhile, the man with brown hair and Seo-mun sit at a table, unaware that the producer is watching them from behind. The producer's eyes narrow as he commands the two contestants to turn around. He reveals that the contestants are doing exactly as he wants, as that is how they are. The man with purple hair continues, telling the man with brown hair that they are being controlled. The man with brown hair, now visibly concerned, asks if the producer is saying everything they did on camera was being manipulated. The producer admits he only had his doubts until now, but he found some actual proof in today's. He states that he will only share that information after. The man with brown hair confirms that their beliefs align, prompting Seo-mun to question what beliefs he is referring to. The producer, with a serious expression, asks if the man with brown hair believes in destiny. Seo-mun and the man with brown hair exchange a look, as the producer asks why he's asking all of this so suddenly. The producer asks if the man with brown hair thinks Admiral Sun Shin won in the Battle of Myeongyang because it was predetermined destiny and that the Joseon Navy. The text references Admiral Sun Shin, a Korean admiral of the 16th century, and the Battle of Myeongyang, questioning if their victory was due to a mysterious force. Someone off-panel retorts that the producer is talking nonsense. The woman with brown hair asks if they're talking about history. Jong-un, the man with brown hair, listens intently. The woman continues, suggesting that Admiral Yi's miraculous victory was decided by the gods. Jong-un questions if that's how she thinks they should interpret it. Countering her point, someone off-panel states that it was the power of people that secured the victory. Jong-un admits that he doesn't believe in destiny because he pauses, then suggests that God may exist. The producer, the man with purple hair, leans forward, adding that there may be an absolute being controlling them. The off-panel voice argues that the flow of fate is created by human will because it's always humans who make worthwhile changes. The image shows a woman in a white dress. Jong-un agrees with the producer, suggesting they put it another way. The producer asks Jong-un that if he knew in advance that his fate was to win in the lawyer game, would he still put in meaningful effort? Jong-un considers the question, admitting that he doesn't think it would change his actions much. The contestant, Jimin, reflects on his approach to the competition, admitting he would investigate and defend his client as he normally would, but perhaps with less worry. The producer, standing nearby, wonders what would happen if the opposite were to occur. What if Jimin's fate was to lose? The producer presses the contestant, asking if he would simply sit around and wait for that to happen. The producer continues to question Jimin, wondering if he would instead use his great human will to change his fate. Jimin responds, asking if the producer is suggesting he should do anything he can to try and rectify the situation. The producer confirms that is indeed what he is saying. He adds that since Jimin's team is playing a leading role, he hopes they can help him. The producer explains that he is practically the god in this trial, controlling every participant and knowing what they are all thinking thanks to the interviews. However, he admits that the god they have is an evil one, with his own goals, caring only about his well-being. Jimin states that he doesn't care whether he wins or not. He clarifies that if he loses in a fair trial because he wasn't good enough, he'll accept it. Jimin nods, stating that he'll happily accept the result. The producer counters that this isn't right. He recalls a survival show in the past, where the production manipulated the viewers' votes to get the result they wanted, sparking a huge controversy. Jimin understands how the producer feels, stating that he would have done the same. But the man with brown hair questions why Soo-yoon and Jeongwi Kim should help him. The response is blunt. They don't get much out of helping him. The group sits around a table, the tension palpable as they discuss the terms of their potential alliance. The producer begins to explain his reasoning. The man with brown hair states that he trusts that the producer has a conscience, but the producer thinks he is wrong because he needs to win this. The producer asks if the reason he needs to win is for the reward or the bonus points he gets towards an internship, stating that they all have reasons they need to win. The man with brown hair retorts that he doesn't need to explain his reasons to the producer. He continues, saying that even if he did explain, the producer wouldn't understand, and that either way, he wants to win at all costs. Soo-yoon, listening intently, observes that the way he's putting it, it sounds like if he wins, there would be a problem. The producer argues that winning that way would make him a conscienceless person, and that there wouldn't be a problem if he were winning fair and square. The man with brown hair replies that it's the unfairness that bothers him, and that the producer keeps talking about fairness. He concludes that it's the producer who's being unfair, not him. The contestant insists that the producer is the one acting unfairly, not him. Jong-un is urged to think about it, but he retorts, questioning what the other man is implying. Jimin counters that winning isn't everything. Jimin argues that it's a competition and of course he's going to try to win. Jong-un remains unconvinced, wondering if he was really scripted to win. The producers discuss how Soyeon and the contestant were taken by surprise during the trial. The producers consider the possibility of script, and the contestant wonders about the bomb that was dropped. The producers speculate that if there was a script, there would be characters playing along with it, suggesting that's what Lavi is doing. Lavi apologizes, and Jong-un responds that she may not have noticed something. The producers note that during the trial, Lavi was acting the strangest, and everyone was stunned after the contestant dropped his bombshell. The contestant recalls that the team suggested they investigate Lavi. The producers exclaim in realization, with one stating that they think they remember now, referring to Mr. Han. Lavi claims she got flustered because she was asked out of nowhere. The producers discuss when Lavi suddenly backed up Jeong-hun's statement, wondering why. She is being discussed by the woman with glasses, who explains that Lavi is an actor, not an actual witness, so her flustered testimony should be expected. The producers' machinations are further revealed as the woman with glasses continues, explaining that if Lavi hadn't changed her story, Jeong-hun's statement wouldn't have been convincing enough, and their team would have lost a chance to object. The producers are pleased that Lavi testified at the right time, which not only made Jeong-hun's statement more. The woman with glasses finishes her thought, stating that she is sure Lavi would have gone along with whatever Jeong-hun said. The man with purple hair explains that this is what the producers want, and that's how the script is supposed to be played out. He adds that there were a few other times when he felt something was off. The man with brown hair thinks to himself that the world was never fair in the first place. The man with brown hair interrupts the man with purple hair, excusing himself. The man with brown hair questions the man with purple hair, asking if both of his parents are legal professionals. The man with brown hair continues, stating that he wasn't born rich like the man with purple hair. He thinks to himself, asking if he has ever complained about it. The man with brown hair states that everyone gets lucky at least once in their life, while the man with purple hair retorts that he is talking about equity. The man with brown hair declares that he is talking about fairness, no matter who you are or what your background. The man with brown hair's words hang in the air, as the producer, Jeong-wee Kim, states that social leaders are obliged to help people make the most of their abilities. The conversation continues, with Jeong-wee acknowledging that he may have been lucky at various points in his life. The producer continues, explaining that as an elite intellectual born into privilege, he believes it's his responsibility to lead their society fairly, which is why he wanted to be a legal professional. The conversation shifts, with Jeong-wee asking the man with brown hair why he went to law school, inquiring about his ideals. The man with brown hair's hands are shown clenched as he states his reason for going to law school: to make money. The man with brown hair elaborates, explaining to Jeong-wee that he was sick of being on the bottom with nothing. Jeong-wee expresses his disappointment in the man with brown hair's answer. The man with brown hair retorts, calling Jeong-wee great and stuck up. The man with brown hair declares that he'll do everything in his power to achieve his goals. The man with brown hair turns away, stating that he doesn't care what Jeong-wee thinks about him, because he has his own reasons for doing this. The man with brown hair asserts that he's fighting against a great unfairness in his own way. Suddenly, Soo-won calls out to the man with brown hair, calling him by name, Jae Jeong-hun, and asking him to wait. The man with brown hair is called after by Soo-won, who demands to know where he's going and to wait for her. The conversation continues between the two lawyers. Soo-won thinks to herself how Jeong-hun could be so shameless, and that he has a victim mentality. She observes that you see people like that sometimes. The woman with brown hair continues her internal monologue, thinking about those who think they've had it the toughest. The title of the show, Time Roulette, is displayed, and the narration states that the world has always been unfair to them. Outside, Soo-won dashes to catch up with Jeong-hun, asking him what's gotten into him. The lawyer with brown hair accuses Jeong-hun of never asking for her opinion, always going a step ahead by himself. The woman's anger rises as she declares that she's not some doormat for him to walk all over. Jeong-hun retorts that she also said she wanted to win, but Soo-won insists that's not the point. The woman demands that he at least explain to her before he makes any big moves. Jeong-hun replies that she always acts on her own and never discusses anything with him, just coming out with things. Soo-won asks Jeong-hun that if he was going to act like this, why did he even ask her to be on his team, questioning if she's just there to fill out the head count. With a sigh, Soo-won apologizes and announces she's going home. Meanwhile, someone observes that the man with brown hair looks exhausted. The unseen speaker suggests he get some rest. Later, the man with brown hair is seen asleep in bed. He thinks to himself that the idea of fairness is laughable. The thoughts continue, focusing on someone named Taemin, whom he considers to be the most unfair person, born with every privilege and able to change society's rules. He thinks that he is liking the idea of making sacrifices to get rid of such an evil person. The man with brown hair is asked who he is talking about. Someone reminds him that he knows Taemin from the lawyer game, referring to a legal reality show. The unseen speaker reveals that Taemin went to their school, daring the man with brown hair to go and talk to him. The man with brown hair says he can't, as the trial from the show is apparently based on a true story. The man with brown hair's colleague responds with a skeptical, "Oh, really?" She elaborates, mentioning a similar case from earlier in the year that gained traction online. The woman continues, explaining that people get nervous about using a true case because they can escape any legal trouble if it becomes an issue. Meanwhile, the man with brown hair thinks to himself that this is exactly the reaction he wanted from people. He anticipates that soon, people will be paying attention to Detective Yen. The man with brown hair reflects that all that's left for him to do is become the real-life, main character of the lawyer game. His goal is to expand the size of this stage. The man with brown hair walks past a sign showing the candidates Jin Seok-seon and In Jeong Lee. The camera focuses on a poster of In Jeong Lee, candidate for the Democratic Party. Won Jong, leader of the Democratic Party, appears to be in deep thought. Hwaemin Park, the Democratic Party's chief secretary, assures someone that he is fine. Hwaemin Park sits across from Won Jong, who tells him that he shouldn't have done what he did, especially not to him. Hwaemin assures him that it's fine and that things happen. Won Jong is told that Mr. Lee has been stressed lately and that his poll numbers have stagnated. The speaker continues, saying that things won't be looking good if this keeps up. Hwaemin Park explains that he asked to see Won Jong because he has an important favor to ask, noting that it's a rather difficult task and that Won was the only one who came to mind. Hwaemin Park is asked what the favor is about, and he reveals that someone gave a tip-off to one of his junior subordinates. Hwaemin Park continues to explain the situation. Won Jong is asked if he knows that candidate Seon from the Republican Party has a daughter. He asked if they mean Taemin Seon. Hwaemin Park reveals that he ran into Taemin Seon a few days ago. He reflects on his encounter with someone who glared at him with murderous intent, despite them being opponents. The man recalls that she was involved in something. Won Jong is asked if he's heard of a hit-and-run case. He confirms it happened recently. Won Jong is asked if he has heard of the case of the detective who manipulated evidence. Hwaemin Park admits he hasn't heard of it. Won Jong hadn't either until he looked it up. Apparently, there was a detective caught for manipulating evidence to hide the true culprit of a car accident. Won Jong explains that the incident happened early this year, but there were only a few articles about it, and there hasn't been much news coverage compared to the gravity of the case. He suspects someone covered it up. Hwaemin Park asks if Won Jong is sure about the cover-up, but the other man admits they're not sure yet. Hwaemin Park reveals that, according to the informant, Taemin Seon is the one who caused that accident, and to hide it, she also ordered the evidence to be manipulated. The informant said he is the only one who knows this fact. Won Jong is shocked by the revelation, calling it huge. Won Jong wonders how credible the information really is. Hwaemin Park agrees, stating that's the problem. Given the situation, Hwaemin Park admits he would have normally ignored the information. He also acknowledges that the informant's identity remains unknown. The conversation continues, revealing the informant's claim. The daughter of a presidential candidate was involved in a hit-and-run and attempted to cover it up. The implications of this information are significant. If true, the party could regain power for the first time in a decade. Hwaemin Park, sporting a bandage on his forehead, is asked what he is expected to do. The response is clear. He must take the matter seriously and contact the informant. Hwaemin Park recalls that his subordinate described the caller as sounding like a young man, suggesting that his own youth might help him connect with the informant. The name of the informant is revealed to be Jong Han. The phone rings, and Hwaemin Park answers with a simple hello. The voice on the other end asks if this is Jong Han. Hwaemin Park confirms. The caller remarks that he really does sound young before identifying himself as Hwaemin Park. The person on the other end, seemingly surprised, repeats the name Hwaemin Park and asks if he is with the Democratic Party. Hwaemin Park curtly confirms, stating that he doesn't need to explain what he does. Since time is of the essence, the man on the phone proposes a meeting. Under the dim glow of a street lamp, a voice notes that Jong Han seems to have information for their party. Inside a parked car, one of the occupants notices someone approaching. A knock on the window signals the arrival of their contact. The car speeds away from the meeting point. Traffic fills the city streets at night. Inside the car, Hwaemin Park apologizes for the clandestine meeting. He explains that he would have preferred to treat them to dinner, but the election has made discretion paramount. The informant adds that he has other obligations that make finding time difficult. The man in the suit reveals that he is a student, prompting the question of how he became involved in the case of candidate Seon's daughter. Hwaemin Park says that it is a long story, but that she approached him first. The story begins with the revelation that Taemin Seon was involved in a hit-and-run. Hwaemin Park laments that he is involved in some illegal business. The man in the mask reveals that Taemin Seon bribed a detective to manipulate evidence when Hwaemin tried to dig into it. The masked man questions if Hwaemin Park doesn't believe him. Hwaemin Park assures him that he does believe him, but he is bothered by something else. Hwaemin Park states that he believes him and shouldn't worry, but what bothers him is why he came to him. The masked man reveals that Taemin Seon tried to pay Hwaemin Park 30 million won, which is about 23,000 US dollars. The masked man tells Hwaemin Park that that's not it. The masked man states that he is here to ask for money from his party, leaving Hwaemin Park in shock. Hwaemin Park, smoking a cigarette, asks him to repeat what he said, accusing him of playing coy. The masked man tells Hwaemin Park that he needs to be honest. The masked man warns that if he changes his story later, it's going to cause a headache for both of them, but Hwaemin Park insists that he is being honest and doesn't need money. Hwaemin Park reveals that he has evidence that will seriously damage the reputation of the Republican Party and could ask for money from candidate Seon in return for his silence, which would be about 78,000 US dollars. He is reminded that if he were asked for 100 million won right now, he would surely be willing to pay. The congressman is told that there must be a reason he isn't. Meanwhile, the masked man thinks to himself that he just wants to take her down. Back in the office, the congressman laments that he almost lost his only family, adding that she doesn't even care. He continues, saying that she will regret it and is now running around as if she owns the place, saying she'll be the president's daughter. He sighs, realizing the gravity of the situation. The congressman is told that the masked man understands his feelings and would be upset too, wanting to get justice. The masked man thinks to himself that it's not about justice, but revenge. The congressman is asked what he says and if he's going to make this case public or not, knowing that it would be devastating. The masked man attempts to calm the congressman down. The congressman is told that of course they can't pass up such a huge case, and surely they can't just sit and watch a hit-and-run culprit's father become president. He is warned that if they don't do this right, the backlash will be severe. The masked man is told that this is risky for them. The congressman is told that what they need is evidence that is more conclusive than what he's given them. He is then asked to do something for the masked man. The masked man thinks to himself that he knew it, and that even they want to use him.